We have backup.
Test. 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 1, 2. Test. 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 You tap them and then they're on. You tap it. That's it. Light is off. Test.
No, because David's going to make a motion.
maybe you guys would know. The Wi-Fi password from here? No idea. It's very millennial of me to be like, what's the Wi-Fi? No, but I will just keep saying his name over there until I find it.
Hello. I'd like everyone to begin finding their seat, please. And we'll get started in a couple minutes. It is now 8:30. There should be plenty of seats. There are some papers on everyone's seats, but I can see there's plenty of seats up front for anyone that's still looking. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2019 town meeting for the town of Brattleboro. A few reminders. First, please remember to check in with the check-in attendants when you come in. Only authorized persons may sit within the roped-in area. That means you must be a representative. Members should have name tags. New this year, we're using these lanyards for name badges. Please make sure to turn them in to the check-in table when you leave for lunch. And you'll get them back when you return and check in after lunch. And please return them again when you leave at the end of the day. Reminder to shut off these cell phones. Since we're in a different location this year, for those of you who may not remember years ago when we were in this venue, the restrooms are in that corner, straight through that exit, and you make a right. And that also happens to be an exit. Exits are through that corner on the right and, of course, where you came in. There's also emergency exits directly behind you and also over behind me. Now, the checklist attendants today and the ballot clerks are Jane Fletcher, seated at the table, and Star Latronica. And I am informed that we do have a quorum. I would like to start today's meeting with a convocation by one of our own, Jane Southworth, who has been a town meeting representative for 18 years. She has served this body on the Town Finance Committee, Charter Review and Revisions Committee. She served the town of Brattleboro as a trustee of Brooks Memorial Library, Justice of the Peace, and on the Board of Civil Authority. She's been on the Town Solid Waste Committee, Union Station Committee, Development Review Committee, Planning Commission, and others. Jane, if you could step forward for the convocation.
Good morning.
In the older days, this town meeting opening speech used to be called an invocation. As I was contemplating what to say, I remembered a quote from Shakespeare which said that an invocation is a spell to call fools into a circle. But I'm not Shakespeare, and we're not fools, nor are we here for entertainment, although we may laugh at ourselves a bit. Rather, we're here for high purpose and serious business. And one of the reasons our immigrant ancestors left much that was precious to them was to come to a place where self-government was possible. Some people say that governments work best the closer they are to the governed. Today, we are, oddly enough, both the governed and a major part of the governing body. We are here because we care about our town, because we believe in being a responsible part of it, and because we care how our government works for the rest of us. And in conjunction with that, if my calculations are correct, we each represent somewhere between 75 to 80 people who may be similar to us or may be very different. The people we have an impact on may be new residents or might be homeless. Maybe they're infants or toddlers or elders. Maybe they're wealthy or poor or somewhere in between, people of average abilities or challenged in some physical or mental way, neighbors and friends, or unknown and newly here, immigrants. We could all think of many other sorts and conditions of people in Brattleboro, and we must be mindful of them all. The quality of our work today will have an impact on and ripple out to others in ways that may surprise us, and we must remember that. The quality of our governance work will depend on the personal quality of our work with each other. Every year for the past 18, I've attended town meeting, and every year I've been impressed by the preparation of the members, by our ability to listen to each other, including both the things said and unsaid, to care, to be concerned and accepting, to give thoughtful speeches, and to be patient listeners. In the very, very old days, thousands of years ago, a community's health and prosperity was thought to be literally dependent on the physical health of its king or queen. Magical ceremonies were held to ensure the continued health of that person. But now, we are the community, and its health is up to us. Pogo said years ago about the environmental degradation we fought in the 60s, that we have met the enemy and he is us. Well, changing the metaphor a bit, in Brattleboro, we have met the government, and it is us. So good health and good work to us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane, for those words and for your service to the town of Brattleboro. At this time, the chair would call upon the Boy Scout Troop 205 to present the flag and pledge of allegiance. Today, participating for the Boy Scouts is Riley Peel, Wyatt Chisamore, Sam Buchanan, Stephen Borst, and Jason Borst. And they're here with their leaders, Bill Fleming, Arthur Peel, and David Silk. So please, gentlemen, come up. I think the chair said David Silk. It's David. David, how do you pronounce your last name? All right, thank you. I want to get that correct. Sorry. At this point, the chair wishes to take note of the passing of several former members of this body. On May 13th, 2018, Nancy Miller passed away. At the time of her death, she was a Brattleboro Town Meeting representative. She served on the board of the Brattleboro Housing Authority and over the years volunteered at many public and private organizations in Brattleboro. On June 12th, 2018, Donald Webster passed away. He served as a town meeting member for 22 years. He served in the Vermont legislature from District 1, and he was the Secretary of Development and Community Affairs under Governor Thomas Salmon. Don also served on the Brattleboro Union High School Board, including a period as chair and later in the capacity as on the State Board of Education. He also served on the Wyndham Planning Commission and other organizations in Brattleboro. On August 12th of 2018, Ben Underhill passed away. Ben was with us as a town meeting representative for 25 years. He was a Justice of the Peace for 8 years and served as a trustee of public funds. He was a member of the Recreation and Parks Board, the West River Park Committee, and he was an active leader in small fry baseball in Brattleboro for over 30 years. On September 17th, 2018, Sherry Manning passed away. She served as a town meeting representative for 20 years. She was a Justice of the Peace for 8 years, and she also served as a town school director. And finally, on December 25th of 2018, Veronica, better known as Ronnie Johnson, passed away, and she served this body for 20 years. She was a Justice of the Peace, a member of the BUHS board for a period of time in the 90s. She was a Brooks Memorial Library trustee, a member of the Charter Review Commission, Planning Commission, Development Review Board, and many others. These are all former members of this body that dedicated themselves to making this town a better place. Please rise for a moment of silence to honor their contribution to the town of Brattleboro. The chair would recognize the town clerk, Hillary Francis, for the opening and closing paragraphs of the warning.
Good morning. The legal voters qualified to vote in representative town meeting are hereby notified and warned to meet in the gymnasium of the Brattleboro Union High School on Saturday, the 23rd day of March, 2019 at 8:30 a.m. to act on 33 articles. Dated at Brattleboro, Vermont, this 29th day of January, 2019. Brattleboro Select Board, Kate O'Connor, Chair, Brandy Starr, Vice Chair, Shanta Lee Gander, Tim Wessel, Clerk. Dated at Brattleboro, Vermont, this 28th day of January 2019, Brattleboro Town School Directors, Jill Stahl-Tyler, Chair, Kim Price, Vice Chair, Spoon Agave, Clerk, Robin Morgan. Thank you.
Now, the chair wants to go over some procedural rules for the meeting. The rules of the meeting are determined by Vermont law, the Brattleboro Town Charter, and Robert's Rules of Order. Now, the Brattleboro Town Charter provides that voting on all matters shall be by standing, or if you're unable to stand, by raising your hand, or by division of town meeting members, or by roll call vote of the town meeting members. A division of the town meeting members shall be held in the discretion of the moderator or upon demand of 3 or more of the members. And I would remind you to please return to your seat anytime that we have a division so that you can be counted. A roll call vote shall be made upon demand of 6 or more town meeting members. Now let's briefly discuss debate. No town meeting member or voter of the town shall speak more than twice on the same issue without leave of town meeting members. A town meeting member or voters of the town who have once spoken shall not again be entitled to the floor to the exclusion of another who has not spoken. A town meeting member may not call the question immediately after speaking on an issue. Vermont law prohibits consideration of articles that have not been warned. That means you cannot take binding action under the article Other Business. You can't amend a warned article such that it would bring up business that has not been warned. Likewise, debate shall be confined to the merits of the question. As always, we will respect our tradition of civility. Speakers are not allowed to engage in personal attacks on a member of this body or their motives. All motions and remarks should be addressed to the moderator. Motions and amendments should be in writing and handed to the moderator. Please raise your hand to be recognized, and when recognized, you should give your name and district and speak directly into the microphone so viewers at home can hear your questions and comments. In keeping with tradition and out of respect to our fellow members, I would ask that you limit your remarks to no more than 2 minutes. If members of the public wish to be heard, please step up to the microphone, which is near the curtain here, and raise your hand. The meeting is being broadcast today live by Brattleboro Community Television. It is also live on Facebook, which you can share right now by going on Facebook to Brattleboro Community TV and sharing the video to your timeline. The meeting will be rebroadcast on Channel 10 and will be available online at brattleboro.tv.org. To speak at today's meeting so that everyone in the room and the viewers at home can hear you, please go to the microphones, state your name and district, and speak directly into the microphone, as I mentioned before. This meeting is being interpreted for the deaf and hard of hearing by Elizabeth Fox and Corey Brunner in the morning, and Janet Dickinson and Karen Todd in the afternoon. Today's refreshments and lunches are provided by members of the BUHS exchange program, and it's my understanding that they will be here until 3:30, and there is a lunch sign-up form if you're interested. With that, the chair would recognize Ms. O'Connor for preliminary motion.
I'm Kate O'Connor from District 3, and I move that the following persons be authorized to sit in the reserved section with the Select Board and school directors: Town Manager Peter Elwell, Town Attorney Robert Fisher, Superintendent Lyle Holliday, and Business Administrator Frank Rucker.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the following persons be authorized to sit in the reserve section with the Select Board and the school directors: Town Manager Peter Elwell, Town Attorney Robert Fisher, School Superintendent Lyle Holliday, and Business Administrator Frank Rucker. Are you ready for that question? All those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. Those opposed, please rise. And the foregoing individuals may join the meeting. Chair now recognizes Ms. Starr.
I move that the electronic media be permitted to remain in the reserved section.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the electronic media be permitted to remain in the reserved section. All those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. Those opposed, please rise. And you have approved preliminary motion number 2. We now move into the substance of the agenda. Mr. Scholes.
Mr. Moderator, I move we suspend the rules which interfere with our tradition of having town and school district take turns being first on the agenda. The school board initially thought the body might like to have an update and conversation about the progress under Act 56, which would be under other business, and therefore at the end of the meeting. So we agreed to have the town go first. Seeing the number and complexity of the articles before the town, and with the experience of losing our quorum at the end of a long meeting last year, I ask that we suspend the rules so the school business can be returned to its traditional position at the beginning of the agenda. School board members will be available for other business at the end of the town portion of the meeting, and the town and school district boards agree with this motion.
Mr. Scholes has moved to suspend the rules to take up the school portion of the meeting first. Is there a second? Now, suspension of the rules is not debatable, and it does require a 2/3 vote. So the chair is compelled to do this by division. And so what I'm going to do is pose the following question. Those in, and don't get up at this point, but those in favor of moving the school portion now in front of the town portion, please rise and stay standing. But I want to make sure that the counters are ready. Does everybody understand what we're doing? We're moving to suspend the rules. Okay. So all those in favor of suspending the rules to allow the school portion of the agenda to go first, please rise and remain standing until you are counted. You may be seated. All those that are opposed to suspending the rules, please rise and remain standing until counted. Those in favor of suspending the rules, 100. Those opposed, 30. And the requisite 2/3 being obtained, we now will skip all the way to the school agenda and commence the meeting with the school agenda, Article 1. Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded to approve the town school district's audit report. Any discussion? If none, all those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And you have adopted Article 1. Yes. Point of order, Mr. Barber. Article 2, the chair recognizes Ms. Morgan.
I move that the legal voters of the town school district authorize its school directors to employ a certified public accountant or public accountants.
Is there a second? Any discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion as read, please rise. You may be seated. Any that are opposed, please rise. And you've adopted Article 2. Article 3, to see if the town will ratify, approve, and confirm the Select Board's appointment of the town school district clerk for a term of 1 year. And the chair recognizes Mr. Scholes.
I move that the appointment of Hillary Francis as town school district clerk for the term of 1 year from March 25th, 2019, be ratified, approved, and confirmed.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the appointment of Hillary Francis as town school district clerk for a term of 1 year from March 25th, 2019, be ratified, approved, and confirmed. Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And you have approved Article 3. Article 4, to see if the town will ratify, approve, and confirm the Select Board's appointment of a town school district treasurer for a term of 1 year. Chair recognizes Mr. Agave.
I move that the appointment of John O'Connor as Town School District Treasurer for a term of 1 year from March 25th, 2019, be ratified, approved, and confirmed.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the appointment of John O'Connor as Town School District Treasurer for a term of 1 year from March 25th, 2019, be ratified, approved, and confirmed. Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. and you have approved Article 4. Moving to Article 5, to see what salaries the town school district will pay its school members. Chair recognizes Ms. Morgan.
I move that the legal voters of the town school district authorize its Board of School Directors to pay the following amounts for the ensuing fiscal year. To its school directors, the sum of $3,000 each, except that the chairperson shall be paid the sum of $5,000.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the legal voters of the town school district authorize its Board of School Directors to pay the following amounts for the ensuing fiscal year. To its school directors, the sum of $3,000 each, except that the chairperson shall be paid the sum of $5,000. Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And you have adopted Article 5. Article 6, to see if the town school district will authorize the district to accept and expend categorical grants and aid received from the state of Vermont and the United States government, and the chair recognizes Mr. Scholes.
I move that the legal voters of the town school district be authorized to accept and expend categorical grants and aid received from the state of Vermont and the United States government.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the legal voters of the town school district be authorized to accept and expend categorical grants and receive aid from the state of Vermont and the United States government. Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. Those opposed, please rise. And you have adopted Article 6. Article 7. To the extent that the law requires the town school district to vote a Brattleboro Town School District budget at this meeting, the article is as follows. Shall the voters of the school district approve the school board to expend $15,368,219, which is the amount the school board has determined to be necessary for the ensuing fiscal year. It is estimated that this proposed budget, if approved, will result in education spending of $17,209 per equalized pupil. This projected spending per equalized pupil is 5.2% higher than spending for the current year. In the event that no town school district budget is required to be voted at the town meeting, this article shall be null and void. Chair recognizes Ms. Price.
To the extent that the law requires the town school district to vote a Brattleboro Town School District budget at this meeting, the motion is as follows. I move that the voters of the school district approve the school board to expend $15,368,219, which is the amount the school board has determined to be necessary for the ensuing fiscal year. It is estimated that this proposed budget, if approved, will result in education spending of $17,209 per equalized pupil estimated. This projected spending per equalized student is 5.2% higher than spending for the current year. In the event that no town school district budget is required to be voted at town meeting, this article shall be null and void.
Is there a second? All right, it has been moved and seconded as just stated. Is there discussion? Yes, Ms. Price.
Thank you. Good morning. The Brattleboro Town Schools continue to serve our town well. We are blessed with the dedicated staff of professionals who are committed to helping each and every child achieve their fullest potential. Throughout the year, each school presented information specific to the location during a regularly scheduled school board meeting. We have worked with Brattleboro Community Television to pull together highlights from those presentations into a cohesive video. If you can find the time, we urge you to view the video if you've not already. and even the full-length individual meetings. Our students have opportunities for learning academics, social justice, arts, music, physical education, language, and so much more. They are challenged to think broadly and compassionately and to apply their knowledge in theoretical and practical ways. The actual numbers of our children have decreased slightly this year. Full numbers by schools are listed elsewhere in the report. Last year we had 725 students. This year we are at 720. Overall, our trend has been mostly downward since 2003. When we had 804 students, we had one very high year of 825 in 2008. We did have a small increase last year, but we also opened a pre-K room at Oak Grove. Act 46, as it stands at this time of writing this report, has Brattleboro joining with Dummerston, Guilford, and Putney as of July 1st, 2019. There would be one merged board for the school district of Brattleboro, Dummerston, Guilford, and Putney. The board is made up of 2 members from each town. These 4 towns will join together with the town of Vernon to form a supervisory union. The supervisory union board will have 3 representatives from the merged unit of the 4 towns and 3 representatives from the town of Vernon. At this moment, there has not been a stay or repeal to the merger process. Yes, there have been different bills that are currently being debated in the legislature, but nothing has changed in regards to the law. There was a meeting to form the transitional board on February 28th. A motion was made and seconded at the start of the meeting to adjourn the organizational meeting, and that it be moved to 7 p.m. on Tuesday, April 2nd, 2019, and the motion was passed. The timing of being able to get a budget approved became the most pressing matter at this point for the board. We realized we could not wait to see what may or may not be passed in the legislature, nor could we wait to see what may happen judicially. We consulted with our attorney, and since we would not be breaking the law, we thought it prudent to present a budget to the town representatives to ensure that we are prepared for all eventualities. Please note that though we are presenting the budget to the town representatives, and if you vote to approve, this still does not make it a binding budget. We are still considered a merged district. Things may change as the House and Senate are debating possible extensions. However, everything is still in limbo. Please note that we normally talk about what the total cost per student is calculated by using the equalized student number provided to us by the state of Vermont. We do not have an equalized student number for just Brattleboro this year. As the merger proceeds forward, this budget and the budgets from the 3 towns will be reviewed by the transitional board. The transitional board will then bring their recommended budget to the newly merged board. The 4 towns will then vote on the merged budget before July 1st. The information included in this book is, Our report does include several other articles. There will be a Brattleboro Town School Board until January 1st at this moment, July 1st, 2019. This board may also have to meet to finalize any other transactions from this past year. As such, there is need to have officers elected. Again, in the interest of being prepared for all eventualities, we have listed the articles for the board to borrow money and expend money, etc., as the board normally would do. We thank you for your consideration.
Is there further discussion? Yes.
Sorry, Andrew Marshev, District 3. Forgive me, Ms. Price, if you already explained this, but you mentioned that if there is a merger, the towns will vote on a merged budget. I'm just curious about the procedure of that. Would we invoke another, how would Brattleboro itself vote for that budget? Thank you.
A member of the administration has been interrogated. Ms. Holliday.
There will be a warned meeting of all the towns that are in the merged district, so Putney, Dummerston, Brattleboro, and Guilford. It would be much like the Brattleboro Union High School, Union number 6 is now, so all members of the electorate will be invited to a meeting to vote on that budget.
Further discussion? The motion is, to the extent that the law requires the town school district to vote a Brattleboro town school, I'm sorry. Oh, sure, Mr. Scholes.
One of the things that, regarding the vote of the budget, one of the things that the elected board, or the transitional board will decide is, and this is in an open meeting, just like this meeting of the combined school districts, whether the school budget is voted from the floor or whether it's Australian ballot. That hasn't actually been determined yet. You will determine that. The town voters will determine how the budget is voted.
Again, to restate the motion, to the extent that the law requires the town school district to vote a Brattleboro Town School District budget, at this meeting the motion is as follows. I move that the voters of the school district approve the school board to expend $15,368,219, which is the amount the school board has determined to be necessary for the ensuing fiscal year. It is estimated that this proposed budget, if approved, will result in education spending of $17,209 per equalized pupil. This projected spending per equalized pupil is 5.2% higher than spending for the current year. In the event that no town school district budget is required to be voted at town meeting, this article shall be null and void. Are you ready for that question? Mr. Elwell.
Corwin Elwell, District 3. I'm still trying to wrap my head around this, David. Are you telling us that in the event there was a merger, that this body is no longer functioning to deal with the school budget?
Is there a member of the administration who wishes to respond to Mr. Elwell's question?
Yes.
Mr. Scholes.
The town school district will not exist. There will be a unified district with representatives of all 4 towns, and that will be a separate meeting similar to the way the high school has been meeting for 40 or 50 years. And that's where all the business would be transacted in that meeting. We won't come before the Brattleboro town meeting formally as a school district, although I'm sure representatives will show up to provide information if that's permitted by the town.
I assume that all the lawyers have reviewed this and indicated that this is the procedure that we'll follow, right?
If nothing changes, that is the procedure we will follow. They've argued about it extensively, and so has the legislature. But here
Thank you.
Further questions or debate? Mr. Davis.
Andrew Davis, District 3. I would just commend this board for thinking of the necessity of passing this budget and presenting it to the town. The action in the legislature and the courts is speculative at this point. There is activity going on in the Senate, and there is still activity in front of the Superior Court with regard to this merger. There is a wide range of opinions within the 4 towns, but the prudent thing is to pass this budget because we need to follow a path that allows us to have a budget for the coming year, regardless of whether the merger is delayed or whatever else comes out of the legislature and the court. So I would, again, commend this board for preparing this budget, presenting it to us. This budget also becomes the basis for a merged budget, if that is what indeed happens by July 1st, 2019. But it would be wise for us, in my personal opinion, to support this budget today. Thank you.
Further questions or debate? Yes.
McLaughlin District 2. I'm just curious as to whether the other towns that would be also impacted by this merger, have they proposed budgets, school budgets, so far, moving forward for their towns? And how does that change once they're merged?
A member of the administration is interrogated, or Ms. Holland.
Putney and Putney and Dummerston have both passed school budgets that would be rolled into a merged budget. Guilford has not. Guilford has prepared a budget that will be rolled into a merged budget, and at their town meeting it was understood or made clear that if there is no merger, they will have a special town meeting to pass a school budget.
Further discussion? Again, I will read it one last time. To the extent that the law requires the town school district to vote a Brattleboro Town School District budget at the meeting, the motion is as follows. I move that the voters of the school district approve the school board to expend $15,368,219, which is the amount the school board has determined to be necessary for the ensuing fiscal year. It is estimated that this proposed budget, if approved, will result in education spending of $17,209 per equalized pupil. This projected spending per equalized pupil is 5.2% higher than spending for the current year. In the event that no town school district budget is required to be voted at town meeting, this article shall be null and void. Are you ready for that question? If so, Mr. Barber.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Orion Barber, District 1. I'm sorry, but I'm pretty slow. The way I read this is that at some point in the future, we will find out, somebody will tell us that we didn't need to do what we're about to do. And that, and even if we did it, the money that and the way in which the money was voted to be spent would be amalgamated with all the other towns' budgets into one budget, which some other meeting would approve. I'm looking through a fog bank here, so I may not have this clearly. I just wish somebody would say, here's how you're going to know that this article has become null and void.
I will take that as a question for the administration, if any one of them wish to attempt to answer that.
The only way you'll know is to wait. If something happens between now and July 1st, the only way you'll know that it's null and void is that we have merged into a consolidated district on July 1st, or the legislature or the court has changed that date or delayed it. We're just waiting for the legislature to end without changing. If the legislature ends and no changes are made, and if the court does not intervene, this budget will be null and void on July 1st, rather than put into place, implemented.
So I guess at some point, a rocket will go up and I'll see it and I'll say, oh, now I know. Okay.
Mr. Rucker.
Thank you. One thing that might help understanding is a timeline, and that is April 2nd, there's a meeting warned to really address your question. April 2nd is the first meeting, the organizational meeting of this new merged entity, and it's when the transition board would be assembled. If if business proceeds in that meeting, they will set the election date for this new board, and they will also set the annual meeting date for that budget that you're asking about. So that's to be determined April 2nd, and that is determined by the essentially moving forward through the vote of the electorate. This electorate, along with, as other folks have said, the towns of Guilford, Dummerston, Putney, and Brattleboro. But it is the transition board that sets the meeting date and or proposes the meeting date for that budget deliberation.
Again, the question is on the budget, Article 7, further discussion. Yes, young man here.
Emmanuel Keppel, District 3. I would like to just briefly speak in favor of the article, just in the interest of preparedness. I think with the ongoing legislative and judicial things going on that people have mentioned, I think it's really, really important that we are prepared for every possible outcome. And I think that our schools are potentially the most important cornerstone of our town. I think it's really important that we have full preparedness for that, and therefore have a prepared budget for any scenario. Thanks.
Dr. Kopans.
Stuart Kopans, District 3. I actually have two questions. The first actually has to do with the budget and the per pupil spending. And I wondered how the per pupil spending in our budget compares with the state guidelines for per pupil spending. The second question may not be relevant, but if in fact the budget gets thrown out, my understanding is in the new board, Brattleboro will not have proportional representation. That in fact we will be significantly underrepresented, and that's a very serious concern, I think.
Okay, once again, I would warn the members that we are talking about the budget. I realize that to some degree Act 46 may be germane to the article, but now is not really the time to get into a debate on Act 46 and its ramifications. We can take that up under other business at the end of the meeting. But right now, we want to focus on issues related to the budget. And I believe that Dr. Kopans raised a question that hopefully Ms. Holliday, can you answer? Is there someone that can answer? Mr. Rucker.
Sure. So the question about cost per student, it is compared to an index that the legislature sets every year to determine if a school board is proposing spending that triggers an additional tax. That number is 18,311. And you see, as the warning indicates, we are proposing a budget of 17,209. So we're well under that threshold.
Ms. McLaughlin.
Elizabeth McLaughlin, District 3. It's my understanding that the merger has already occurred, so this budget is the fallback position and not the other way around. Correct?
Is there someone within the administration that can respond to Ms. McLaughlin's question?
That is correct, and this budget will be the budget that is considered when a merged budget is compiled.
Further debate on Article 7. Mr. Myman.
Good morning, Ralph Lima, District 3. At the risk of being redundant, I just want to ask a simple question. What happens if this budget is not passed in today's meeting?
Is there a member of the administration that can respond to that question?
Sure. So given that it is a contingency plan, if a merger moves forward, as David had mentioned, we get through the potential changes to the current law. So if the merger moves forward as the present law requires, then there would be no consequence if this budget did not pass. On the other hand, if the court or the legislature change the present law, then if this budget failed, we would do what we would do in any circumstance. The board would consider a revised budget plan. They would warn a meeting, and you would have another special meeting to consider the budget.
Lisa Weinman, District 1. It's my understanding with the falling enrollment and more pressures on the budget that there might be an avenue for foreign nationals to participate at the high school specifically. This is an option that has been growing for private schools, but that the federal government prohibits public schools from being able to, for instance, take advantage of the great interest in Chinese and Indian nationals to come to United States high schools and pay quite large sums to do so. Again, the private schools are able to benefit from this, but the public schools are not. And I wonder if that is something that has been considered by the school board and is a relevant position for the school board to take in reference to potentially pressuring the federal government to equalize that between public and private schools.
A member of the school board is interrogated.
We have not spoken about that. This is actually just for the town school, so it's the pre-K through 6 schools. It's not the high school budget. So that would be something, I do not know if that has been discussed at the high school level, but I do recognize that just from there are schools in the state that are semi-private and take advantage of that.
I know Steve Perrin supports it.
Again, that would
Thank you.
Yes.
Again, the issue is on the budget. Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. The ayes have it, and you have approved Article 7 and concluded the school portion of the meeting. So we will return at this point to Article 1. And the chair, sorry. Yes, Ms. Murphy-Core.
So just a point of order, Emily Murphy-Core, District 1. When will we be talking about the fund balance for the schools then? Was that supposed to be done during the budget, or is that later, or allocating? I think it was talked about in the informational session that we might talk about how it would be preserved if we did merge. Is that for a later date, or?
We can certainly take it, we've approved the budget at this point, but we can certainly take that up unless the school board has any objection under other business. Is that something that you would be willing to address at that time? Or would you prefer to answer the question now?
I think the way, because you agreed to change the rules, that's other business, and that will be at the end of the this meeting, and we'll be here. And so actually our Article 8, other business that may come before the meeting, is going to be after the town party meeting.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Mr. Harvey.
George Harvey, District 3. I am kind of curious about a point literally of order here. Other business is warned as Article 8 of the school board section, and I wonder about its being put into some other location.
Well, that's a good point, Mr. Harvey, but I think that even though the numbering may be out of sequence at this point, Mr. Scholes' motion was to suspend the rules to accelerate the school section of the agenda and not the other business section of the agenda. So we will leave the other business section of the agenda where it always is, at the end. All right, now we'll go to Article 1, to act on the auditor's report, and the chair returns to Mr. Scholes, wherever he is, in a different seat. Why don't you come up here?
Even though the school party meeting was adjourned, we're still conducting business. This is Article 1 of the motions of the town's articles. And to act on it, I move the auditor's reports to be accepted as printed.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded that the auditor's report be accepted as printed. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of Article 1 of the town portion of this meeting, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And we have adopted Article 1. Article 2, to see if the town will authorize its select board to employ a certified public accountant or public accountants. The chair recognizes Ms. Gander.
I move that the town authorize the select board to employ a certified public accountant or public accountants.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the town authorize its select board to employ a certified public accountant or public accountants. Are you ready for that issue? If so, all those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And you have adopted Article 2. Article 3. To see if the town will approve and confirm the select board's appointment of a town clerk for a term of 1 year. Chair recognizes Mr. Wiesel.
I move that the appointment of Hillary Francis as town clerk for a term of 1 year from March 25th, 2019 be ratified, approved, and confirmed.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the appointment of Hillary Francis as town clerk for a term of 1 year from March 25th, 2019 be ratified, approved, and confirmed. Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. Those opposed, please rise. And you have adopted Article 3. Article 4, to see if the town will ratify, approve, and confirm the Select Board's appointment of a town treasurer for a term of 1 year. Chair recognizes Ms. O'Connor.
I move that the appointment of John O'Connor as town treasurer for a term of 1 year from March 25th, 2019 be ratified, approved, and confirmed.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the appointment of John O'Connor as town treasurer for a term of 1 year from March 25th, 2019 be ratified, approved, and confirmed. Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. Those opposed, please rise. And you have adopted Article 4. Article 5, to see if the town will ratify, approve, and confirm the Select Board's appointment of a town attorney for a term of 1 year. The Chair recognizes Ms. Starr.
I move that the appointment of the firm of Fisher & Fisher Law Offices, P.C. as town attorney for a term of 1 year from March 25th, 2019 be ratified, approved, and confirmed.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the appointment of the firm of Fisher & Fisher Law Offices, P.C. as town attorney for a term of 1 year from March 25th, 2019 be ratified, approved, and confirmed. Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And you have approved Article 5. Article 6, to elect 2 representatives to the Capital Grant Review Board for a term of 1 year from March 25th, 2019. 2 members will be nominated from the floor. So the way the chair would like to do this is we would start by seeking nominations, and then once we have nominations, I will then recognize Mr. Scholes for the purpose of making a motion. But first, I would ask if there's any nominations for the Capital Grant Review Board. Ms. Lyons.
Sylvia Lyon, District 2. I would like to nominate George Herzog to be a representative to the Capital Grant Review Board.
George Herzog has been nominated. And by the way, I might also point out to you that there's no harm in nominating yourself. In fact, it's routinely done. So feel free, if you wish to volunteer for this position, to nominate yourself. We need at least 1 more candidate. Do I at least hear a candidate? Ah.
At the risk of the nomination being denied, I'd like to nominate Kathy Erfer for the Capital Grant Review Board.
Kathy Erfer has been, I'm sorry? Would you be willing to serve, Ms. Erfer? Okay. Fantastic. Is there any other nominations? Hearing none, thank you very much. The chair would recognize Mr. Scholes. The 2 nominees, Mr. Scholes, are George Herzog and Kathy Erfer.
I move that the following people be appointed to serve on the Capital Grants Review Board for the term of 1 year from March 25th, 2019. George Herzog and Kathy Erfer.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the following people be appointed to serve on the Capital Grant Review Board for a term of 1 year from March 25th, 2019. George Herzog and Kathy Erfurt. Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And thank you to both Mr. Herzog and Ms. Erfurt for volunteering. Now to Article 7. To see if the town will elect or appoint members of the Town Finance Committee for a term of 1 year from March 25th, 2019. The members to be nominated from the floor. The chair would now open the floor to nominations and would recognize Dr. Reichman, who happens to be the chair of the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. First of all, I would like to thank the members of the current Finance Committee who served for the past year. And those members, in addition to myself, are Elizabeth McLaughlin, Michael Hoffman, Nancy Anderson, Abby Sweeney, Scott Smythe, Wayne Estey, and Avery Schwenk. And the Finance Committee as a whole is pleased that we were able to complete our budget reports a few minutes before the deadline. And we hope that they've been useful to town meeting representatives in considering the budgets today. Thank you. You're very kind. But I also want to say that it was not without some bumps and potholes along the way, and in particular getting a quorum was a problem at times, in part due to the large number of members of our committee, so getting enough people at the meetings to transact business became problematic on some occasions. And that in turn, I think, was in part due to the nomination process where at town meeting people just kind of say, yeah, I want to do that, and would volunteer, which is perfectly okay, needless to say, but also it meant that some people may not have understood the scope and the extent of the task that was in front of us, and people with jobs and kids and stuff like that sometimes had difficulties getting to all the meetings. And in part because of that, I decided this year that maybe we should do it a little differently, and consequently, I had conversations with people about the committee and what we do and how often the meetings are, and what the commitment is in order to help determine who really has the time and the interest in doing those things. So based on all that, I have some names of people who are interested and who are able to commit to participating fully this year. And the names of those who I've spoken to and who would like to join the Finance Committee for the coming year are Franz Reichsman, Oscar Heller, Ben Copeland, Mary White, Connor Floyd, and Maya Hasegawa. And I would like to place those names in nomination. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reichman. The nomination is seconded. Now, is there further nominations? Mr. Ozer.
Robert Ozer, District 3. I would like to nominate David Levenbach.
David, can you... Sorry. Levenbach, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Further nominations? Dr. Tortolani.
Thank you, Mr.
moderator, Bob Tremonti, District 2. I think it would be helpful in people making a decision as to whether they could volunteer for this to know what exactly is the commitment in terms of the numbers of meetings, et cetera. Dr. Reichman.
Great question, Dr. Tortolani. Dr. Reichman, could you respond to that inquiry?
Yes, I choose to be interrogated. The way it's been is that things on the Finance Committee were a little bit slow in the springtime and summer, and then would get busy in the fall when the budgets were being actively considered by the various boards who proposed them to town meeting. This year, it's going to be a little different, and in fact, it's going to be more of a commitment. What I'm anticipating is that in the spring, we will review the utilities and parking system budgets along with the select board, which we have not done previously. Then the summer will probably be rather quiet again, and then starting in the fall, when it's a little speculative since we don't know what the structure of the schools will be. But when those hearings start, which I imagine that there might be a finance committee for the unified school district, because there was a finance committee, is a finance committee for the high school district, there are a number of finance committee meetings that we would attend to watch the budgets in preparation. And then also, of course, the select board starts having its budget hearings, which are every 2 weeks and then sometimes every week, and attendance at those is certainly advisable for the members of the Finance Committee who are involved in the municipal budget. Our committee itself will probably meet once or maybe twice a month in the spring. Then in the fall, it's again probably once or twice a month. In the month of January and February, we tend to get busier as the reports are being written, and sometimes we meet every week for an hour, maybe more like 2. And then there's work to be done in between, because you have to understand the budget in order to write the report. So it's a substantial commitment in terms of meeting time, but also in terms of doing the work to go through, sometimes line by line, what's in the proposed budgets, so that we can comment knowledgeably at the end of the process.
Thank you, Doctor. Are there further nominations? Hearing none, Dr. Reichman, could the chair interrogate you for a moment? You proposed a slate of 6. Would you, in proposing that slate, have any objection to including on that slate David Levenbach, who has been nominated?
I have no objection. I don't know David Levenbach, but as long as he's willing to participate, we'll include him.
Okay, all right. Hearing no further Mr. Barber.
Ryan Barber, District 1. Mr. Moderator, I move that we vote the slate.
Is there a second? Okay, having a request to vote the slate, that is the way we will do it, if you'll just give me a moment. The chair would now recognize Ms. Gannon.
I move that the following people be appointed to serve on the Representative Town Meeting Finance Committee for a term of 1 year from March 25th, 2019. These individuals are Franz Weichman, Ben Copeland, Oscar Heller, Mary White, Connor Floyd, Maya Hasegawa, and David Lebenbach. And to further authorize the moderator to take additional interim appointments to the Finance Committee for a term to expire at the next annual Representative Town Meeting.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the following people be appointed to serve to the Representative Town Finance Committee for a term of 1 year from March 25th, 2019. Dr. Franz Reichman, Ben Copeland, Oscar Heller, Mary White, Connor Floyd, Maya Hasagawa, and David Levenbach. And to further authorize the moderator to make additional interim appointments to the Finance Committee for a term to expire at the next annual representative town meeting. Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And you have approved Article 7. Article 8, to elect 3 trustees for the Brooks Memorial Library to serve 3 years. The names for consideration for the term 2019 through 2022 are Howard Burrows and Jane Southworth. The other persons for consideration shall be nominated from the floor. Since that time the article was approved, the library board received an additional resignation, and the total number of trustees to be nominated at this point is 4. The motion will include 2 additional nominations recommended by the Brooks Memorial Library Board of Trustees that were not known at the time the article was approved. And with that proviso, the chair would recognize Mr. Wiesel.
We're experimenting with our mics. Can you hear me if I just do this? No? Okay. What's that? Okay, thanks. I move that the following people be appointed to serve on the Board of Trustees for the Brooks Memorial Library: Howard Burrows, Jane Southworth, and Elizabeth Braun, I believe, for 3-year terms 2019 to 2022, and John R. Woodward for an unexpired 3-year term ending in 2020.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the following people be appointed to serve on the Board of Trustees of the Brooks Memorial Library: Howard Burrows, Jane Southworth, and Elizabeth Rand, for a 3-year term, 2019 to 2022, and John R. Woodworth for the unexpired 3-year term, which ends in 2020. Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And you've approved Article 8. Article 9, to see if the town will authorize its select board to borrow money in anticipation of taxes, grants, and other revenue. Chair recognizes Ms. O'Connor.
I move that the Select Board be authorized to borrow money in anticipation of taxes, grants, and other revenue.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the Select Board be authorized to borrow money in anticipation of taxes, grants, and other revenue. Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed. And we have approved Article 9. Article 10, to see if the town will authorize the following expenditures from the proceeds of the police fire facilities bond issued in furtherance of representative town meeting approval on October 20th, 2012 and on March 12th, 2016. A, approximately $150,000 to construct a carport at the police station. B, approximately $100,000 to replace the high roof area at the police station. C, approximately $33,000 to purchase and install a digital alarm receiver at Central Dispatch. D, $64,725 to reimburse the town's capital fund for the payment of Green Mountain Communications for the purchase and installation of a radio console at Central Dispatch in 2017. And E, $10,000 to Austin Design for design of the police station carport, and to further see if the town will authorize that upon completion of the above listed 5 expenditures in their entirety, any remaining funds from the police fire facilities bond issued in furtherance of representative town meeting approvals on October 20th, 2012, and on March 12th, 2016, be transferred to the capital fund to be used for future capital expenditures at the discretion of future select boards and representative town meeting. Chair recognizes Ms. Starr.
I move that the town authorize the following expenditures from the proceeds of the police fire facilities bonds issued in furtherance of representative town meetings approvals on October 20th, 2012 and on March 12th, 2016. A, approximately $150,000 to construct a carport at the police station. B, approximately $100,000 to replace the high roof area at the police station. C, approximately $33,000 to purchase and install a digital alarm receiver at Central Dispatch. D, $64,725 to reimburse the town's capital fund for a payment to Green Mountain Communications for purchase and installation of a radio console at Central Dispatch in 2017. E, $10,000 to Austin Design for a design of the police station carport. And I further move that upon completion of the aforementioned 5 expenditures in their entirety, any remaining funds from the police fire facility bonds issued in furtherance of representative town meeting approvals on October 20th, 2012 and on March 12th, 2016 be transferred to the capital fund to be used for further capital expenditures at the discretion of future select boards and representative town meetings.
Is there a second? Unless there is objection, I won't read it again. If it has been, there is an objection. Okay. It has been moved and seconded, as stated previously. Is there discussion? Yes.
Tony Duncan, District 3. In terms of the carport, what are the costs or the difficulties that the police has in terms of not having a carport? I'm wondering what the cost would be of not building it, both financially and in terms of logistical or other considerations.
A member of the administration is interrogated.
If you can think about what your car is when it's covered with snow in the winter, so they want to be able to get out faster. And what they do, I don't know if you folks have ever been to the police station, the cars move to different spots. So this will actually make it easier for them to get out and get out faster, particularly in the winter time.
Further discussion or debate? In the back.
Armies, District 3. So I also kind of do a vehicle pre-trip inspection on my vehicle. Every morning I drive a shuttle bus. And usually how I prepare for that is I get dressed well in the morning and prepare for the weather. And I kind of think that snow removal is just kind of part of life. And it sounds like there's not a lot of actual capital or or expenditure costs that are associated with the snow removal. It's just a matter of being able to move more efficiently. And I think there's probably some operational things that could be done to improve that. That wouldn't cost $150,000, $160,000 with the design. And so I wanted to make a motion to amend this motion to remove sections A and E.
Excuse me, to remove?
Sections A and E regarding the carport.
Sections A and D.
E.
Oh, A and E, all right.
And also final paragraph to change 5 to 3 expenditures.
I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty. Section A and B could be removed, and what was the other one?
In the final paragraph, it says the listed 5 expenditures,
so
just to change
3.
that to 3.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion to amend? Mr. Harvey has seconded the motion. So we're discussing at this point the motion to amend, which is to remove A and E, which relates to the carport at the police station. Is there debate limited to that issue? Mr. Harvey.
George Harvey, District 3. Whenever I see the word carport, the first thing that comes into my mind is a solar photovoltaic system, because they can be put on carports. The carport that we're talking about here should have a solar photovoltaic system on it. If it does, it'll make the town money in addition to shielding the cars. So I would very strongly recommend that the design be done with that in mind, and for that purpose, the sections A and E be removed and reviewed for later consideration. Thank you.
The question is on Mr. Mize's amendment to remove subsection A and E. The chair will recognize Ms. O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would ask if it's okay with you to have Chief Fitzgerald speak to the matter and explain exactly what the carport's all about.
Unless there is objection, the chair would yield. I guess Ms. O'Connor would like to yield to the chief, and if he could come forward and explain why the carport is something that he believes is necessary.
Mike Fitzgerald, Brattleboro Police Chief. When we first initiated the police fire project, we broke down the project into critical areas, important areas, and areas that would have minimum impact. And when we did the design, we obviously addressed the critical areas for our operations first. The carport fell under the important. It was not critical, but it fell under the important area. Historically and traditionally, if you think about it, all first responder vehicles are inside. And there's a reason that they're inside. There's operations checks that have to be done every time that vehicle leaves the station, whether that is rescue, whether that is fire, or whether that is police. And currently, right now, we are doing our operational checks 3 times a day for each shift out in the elements. So it's a lot more than being convenient on moving the vehicles so snow removal can take place. We're talking about from taillight to headlight. Our officers go through the vehicles, trunk, under seats. They're installing the mobile data terminals, which is our laptops. They're checking radios, they're checking lights. They're doing 100% operational check for that emergency vehicle when it goes out on the road. Every time it goes back to the station, if we deliver someone into our lodging, once again, that check has to be complete all over again. So it's it is very extensive at the beginning of the shift and at the end of the shift on what we do to our vehicles. So even though it is not critical to our operations, it is certainly important. And to address when it is snow removal, we currently have 12 vehicles. We have minimum 3 officers on the road. So you can imagine if there is snow removal, you have 3 officers that have to move 12 vehicles to one side of the parking lot, wait until it's complete, and then move the 12 vehicles back. Additionally, when it's inclement weather like it's in the wintertime, if your vehicles are not under cover, you accumulate 6, 8, 10 inches of snow, whatever happens. If there's an emergency, those vehicles just can't roll right off the lot. The first thing you got to do is go out there. You got to shovel off all the snow from in and around them, off the top of them. So snow removal is a part, but that's not the biggest part. I would like to emphasize the biggest part is the amount of times that they have to have operational checks throughout the day.
The question is on the proposed amendment, which is to remove subsection A, approximately $150,000 to construct a carport at the police station, and to remove subsection E, $10,000 to Austin Design for design of the police station carport. So I would like to limit our debate to that issue. Is there further debate? Mr. Bosworth.
Michael Bosworth, District 1. A couple of points. Certainly, if the carport goes forward, I definitely agree with George's point that it should be designed to be able to take solar panels. I think that would be short-sighted if it were not. And I think the group who put together the progressive vision to sort of question some of these issues, I wonder if they thought, what else, if we did not approve this for the carport, what else it might go to? Because I think my understanding has to go to something to do with the police fire facilities. I may be wrong, but I think so. So, any ideas that the progressive group came up with? Thanks.
Is that something that Ms. O'Connor can respond to?
What I like is have the town manager respond.
Okay. Mr. Elwell.
Thank you. The clarification about the item is that the design has already been done. It was necessary to have the design done in order to confirm that the carport could be built for the estimate of $150,000. And in fact, there were several iterations that were necessary in order to get within that budget. It's not like a carport at your home or mine. This is to cover 12 vehicles in a commercial setting. So for the size of it and the durability of it, it actually took some work to come within the cost estimate. We worked first on that at staff level and then together with the select board through the various iterations and arrived at what's being proposed. So first clarification is I wanted for everyone to know that the $10,000 fee to Austin is owed. If it's not approved today to have that be expended from the bonds, then we will pay that bill from just the capital fund of the town. But it was properly contracted and the work has been completed and we owe them the money. And then on the question of solar, in the design process, that was one of our requirements, and that's actually part of the reason why there was some challenge. It had to be structurally strong enough to be able to take solar in the future. We couldn't afford to do that within the $150,000 as part of the initial project, but the intent is for this carport structure to be able to take a solar installation in the future. So it's ready for that if you approve it.
Further debate? H.B. Luzito. Oh, Alex Fisher. I'm sorry, I didn't see the hand.
Hi, Alex Fisher, District 2. I think one of the questions that was raised was what else could happen with this money. And I think one of the things that I've been thinking about, and I appreciate Captain Fitzgerald, the whole piece on maintenance of vehicles. I didn't know that, so thank you for that information. And the piece that I've been thinking about is that the police are only one type of responder to emergencies in this town, that we also have fire department and we also have like first responders, EMS type folks. So are there ways to improve potential like road conditions and do some road work with that money to improve the ability for all emergency folks to get to incidents faster? Not just snow removal for the police department. So that was one of the thoughts going into not voting for the $150,000 towards the carport, but something that can actually affect the multitude of responders to emergencies in this town. Thank you.
Further debate or questions? Chief Emery.
I'm Dave Emery, District 3. I had the fortunate opportunity to sit on the committee back when it was formed, the whole Fire Police Committee. And during that time, all of the proposals that you see here were discussed by the committee and were approved by the committee. They did their due diligence and feel that these were important parts of the project. I would urge you not to take those out because the long-term effect on the police cruisers, clearly protecting them is important. The other part is the money's already there in the budget. It's not like we have to raise additional money to do that. So I strongly encourage you to look at the whole project and don't take anything out of it and pass it.
Further debate. Mr. Quipp.
Daniel Quipp, District 2. I wonder whether having the carport, whether that would have a noticeable effect on the lifespan of the vehicles that are covered by it, and whether it would extend their life. Because we replace police vehicles quite frequently, and they're pretty expensive.
Sounds like that might be an interrogation of the chief. Can you respond to that, Chief Fitzgerald?
Not at a significant. We rotate the vehicles, do their operational, which is the transmissions, the engines, and things of that nature. We do have 3 vehicles that do not get the mileage as our patrol cruisers get, and those are replaced on anywhere from a 12 to 15 year cycle. The last time we just replaced a vehicle on the 15-year cycle, the reason that we had to replace it is because it rusted out from the bottom up, not because of the mileage of the engine. So to answer your question, sir, yes, it would have some effect, but not, I mean, it would be minimum. It would be one of the 3 vehicles that we replace at the 12, 15-year interval, not our cruisers.
Further questions on the amendment? All the way in the back.
Hi there, Summer Birch, District 2. I'd like to leave or I'd actually like to not have the amendment and leave it as written. I'm a registered nurse. I've depended on the police force for speedy response in the emergency room when we've needed it, and time really is of the essence. And if this means that they're able to respond faster for both emergency personnel as well as patients in the community, I think it's important. Thanks.
Further debate. Mr. Scholes.
I wanted to follow up on the role, the responsibility of the Oversight Committee, which was participating in this project all the way through and has consistently recommended that we include this. And every few months we would get an update of how much money was spent, how much was left, what we might have left over to spend on other things. And I was pretty consistently looking for ways to get some of that money and use it on other things that were important. And several times we talked about it, several times we talked about whether there were other priorities that we might use that money for, you know, how important can a carport be? And we came to seeing that having that to complete the project is really important, and it is valuable, and we talked about it several times. So there really was a long process, and it's important to support the work of committees that we ask. When we ask them to do the work, we need to pay attention to what they suggest. Regarding the solar option, as you already heard, the building is being designed so it can handle them. Unfortunately, it slopes in the wrong direction, but still it can be used. But another consideration is that the town already gets over 80% of our electricity through the Waste Management District array. And we're kind of at the limit for how much. We don't want to be taking more than we can use and basically wasting money on reduced electricity. So even if we put panels on there, there's not a priority or a real concern for the town to get more solar electricity into the system because we're already so full with it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Richard Campbell, District 1. Chief, would that be just used for that, or is it not for search and seizure so that you're out of the element? I know before the Highway Patrol Barracks moved to Rockingham or Westminster, they had a cage out there, so they would have to do stuff in the elements, which was not very conducive, especially if it's a time-sensitive thing. Do we already have something in that plan now, or is this part of that plan?
The chief is interrogated again.
We have two parts. The first part is we do have two Sally ports. So if we have an individual that we're processing and brought back to the station, basically the cruiser will pull into the Sally port. The Sally port door will close. And that was designed mainly for safety of the individuals and our officers. If you remember back when we were at the Municipal Center, it was a parking lot and really not humane or private at all. So here we have an enclosed area where if we're going to do processing. To answer your question, I'd like to go back to what I stated earlier. At the beginning of every shift, the officers have to go out there and they have to search that vehicle from front to back. We have to make sure that there's no contraband in there. We have to make sure that there's no weapons that were left behind in there where that could be used against the officer. They have to make sure that everything is operating correctly. The locks, the lights, the radios, the seat belts, make sure they're untangled. Because when we do put people back in there, they're usually, a lot of them aren't cooperating. So, you know, things have to be where they have to be, and we need to know that they're working, and we need to know that there's nothing there that can hurt us. Those types of searches are conducted now out in the open under the elements, and it does take a while. On some of our older cruisers, we have the old cushion seats where we literally have to take the cushions out to make sure nothing is in there. Our cruisers that we're currently purchased have that molded plastic seat in there, so there's no nooks and crannies where they can hide contraband or weapons or something like that. But yes, all those inspections and searches now are conducted out in the elements at a minimum of 3 times a day by different officers, because when they go on their shift, that's part of their responsibilities to make sure that their cruiser's in working order. There's absolutely nothing is unserviceable about it, and it's safe.
Thank you.
Further questions or debate? Mr. Chapman. No, must come to the... I'm sorry? Call the question. Mr. Chapman has called the question, which means to cease debate. The question is on the Mize amendment to remove subsection A, approximately $150 to construct a carport at the police station, and section E, $10,000 to Austin Design. All those in favor of ceasing debate on the Mize amendment, please rise and remain standing so that you can be counted. It requires a 2/3 vote. You may be seated. All those opposed to ceasing debate on the Mize amendment, please rise and remain standing until counted. You may be seated. The ayes, 89, the nays, 46, and you have narrowly ceased debate, 2/3 having been obtained. So we will now take up the wrong math. Oh, hold on a second. Jane, was it 46? 46, you're right, it's wrong math, too. That would bring it up to 92. So you're right, we return to the debate. Sorry, thank you for watching me. Just narrowly, very close, but we can continue the debate. Because the numbers were 89 yes, 46 no, and so the noes do have it on the 2/3. Yes, right here.
Ann Moore-Odell, District 2. I think this question was asked but not answered, so I understood it. The money is coming from the proceeds of the bonds. How can we spend that money if we wanted to? How I understand it, it's our bonded money towards this project. Thank you.
Question has been raised that should be, I think, addressed to the administration. Is there someone that can respond to that?
I can address it.
Ms. O'Connor.
We have about $420,000 left in the police fire fund. If you pass all of the ones that we're talking about, that's $357,000, which means there's about $62,000 left over. That's if you pass everything here. What it does is it reverts back into our capital fund, and it can be spent on capital projects. Yeah, to be determined by the town meeting reps.
Further question or debate? Mr. Harvey.
George Harvey, District 3. I want to apologize for having made the statement that I made before. I should have interrogated and found out that the design had already included the future possibility of adding solar power. Thank you.
Ms. Barber.
Nancy Barber, District 1. I think that the issue of response time for the police to respond is very important. If they have to clear off the snow, if there are 2 or 3 emergency situations arising, they have to clear off snow, that reduces the amount of response time, or it increases the amount of response time. So I would advocate for leaving the issue as it has been written. Thank you.
All the way in the back, sir.
District 1. I just had 2 questions. One, has there ever been a carport like with the previous stations that we've been at? And then 2, my understanding was that the police that are on duty are always in their vehicles, so they're already cleared typically. And I think there's like 3 units out. And I was just wondering if, like a yes or no, would it actually increase response time if we did not do the carport? Thanks to the chief.
The chief is interrogated if he chooses to be.
Yes, the answer is yes, but I would like to go more than just yes or no. There was not a carport at our previous facilities at 230 Main Street, the municipal center, simply because just the geographical layout and the amount of area that we had just didn't make it possible. I mean, just was not possible. So the answer to the question on that one is no, we have not had one previously. However, yes, if there is a major incident, we do have officers that are out on the road, but if there's a major incident that requires a greater response, either from our CID, command, things of that nature, by having a carport, absolutely, your response time will be much quicker.
The question is on the Meese amendment to remove subsection A and E. Dr. Tortolani.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bob Tortolani, District 2. I think removing E would preclude our paying Austin Design, who have already done the work. So I just wondered if it would be appropriate to only, if the motion were to not include E, if we include E, then we're not going to be paying Austin Design for work they've already done. Thank you.
Can a member of the administration address whether Austin Design would be in some other form and fashion paid if E was not, if E was removed?
If E is removed, that $10,000 would come out of the capital budget, capital fund.
Further discussion? Ms. Turnus.
Hi, Catherine Turnus, District 3. I get the impression that everybody seems to think we're going to get this nice fluffy snow, that people are just going to be able to go out and it's off. No, we get this intense ice storms, and that really makes a big difference in response time for the police cars. And, you know, as somebody who is handicapped, I really, really, really think that it's necessary for our police to be able not only to leave where they are safely, but also to be able to leave on time.
There was a question over on this side. Yes.
I have another question for Chief Fitzgerald if you'll bear being interrogated again.
Chief
Fitzgerald. Sorry, yes, my name is Andrew Marsh-Evan, District 3.
Chief Fitzgerald, if you care to be interrogated again.
Maybe it'll help if he knows my question. I'm curious, so I think there's been mention of the fact that police officers are having to do work moving the cars and clearing snow when there isn't a carport recently. It just strikes me that that's time they're having to do that they could be doing something more productive. And I'm wondering if you have an estimate of how much time currently they're spending on things that are work they're having to do because there is no carport currently.
Well, that obviously depends on the size of the storm. But like I said, you got to get 12 vehicles out of the way, enough time for the plow truck to go through and clear out the areas where our vehicles are parked, and then you got to move them all back. And absolutely, that is not the best use of your law enforcement resources, where we should be out in the community during times of that nature, because it is very, very dangerous for people to be out and about. People are out and about. They still have to conduct their business as usual, and we need to be able to be out there and respond. So to answer your question, I can't give you a time. I would say best case scenario, if they only had to move them once during a snowstorm, would probably be about an hour and a half of their time. So you have officers, and that's if all three are out there. If we just did one or two, you can do the math and figure that would be quite a bit of time that we were losing one of our officers from being out actively patrolling.
Thank you.
Further debate or questions? I see a bunch of hands up here. Ms. Disler.
Arlene Disler, District 2. It makes sense to me to have a carport, but I wish we had had a drawing, a layout. I've spoken with some contractors, and they've spoken with me, and said it's a lot of money for a carport. So I wonder if it could be explained why it's that expensive.
Is there someone within the administration who wishes to talk about the cost in response to Ms. Disler? Mr. Elwell.
Yes, it's, again, because of the substantial nature of the design, both so that it will last a long time in the setting in which it's going to be used in a more commercial setting, not a residential setting, and then also the certain elements of it were beefed up in order to be able to take the solar up on the roof eventually if we did choose to move in that direction. So again, in the design process, one thing that got changed partway through is first it was designed as a cantilevered carport so that there wouldn't be any posts for the police officers to have to work around. That ended up being more expensive than we could afford, so posts were included, but they were included in a staggered manner where together with the chief and the architects and engineers, we think we've sort of found a happy medium there. But there were structural elements that caused this to be actually more expensive than $150,000, and where some value engineering was required in order to bring this down to the level that we were proposing.
Further discussion? Mr. Bosworth?
Michael Bosworth, District 1. Just one more note about the possibility of using the roof on the carport for solar panels in the future. I did realize that the town currently gets 80% or more of its electricity through the agreement with the landfill. Or just so I think town meeting members can keep it in mind, there may be, we can play a role in adding to the electricity that goes out to the grid in different ways to help alleviate the grid at large, but also there may be ways to make money selling electricity from a solar panel. Don't know if it would apply in this case, but it might, and in future cases on town buildings. So, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Farmies, District 3. So I noticed in the support text, the narrative for this article, it says the Select Board, PFFBC, and staff recommend to spend this money for the carport, whereas they issue a strong recommendation for the high roof and the digital alarm receiver dispatch center. So I'm wondering if any of those parties could explain the discrepancy, why there's a strong recommendation for the other elements of the article, but that qualifier is not used for the carport.
Is there anyone that can respond at the administration? Mr. Elwell.
That actually is language that carried forward from our staff report to the Select Board from when the Select Board considered this matter and made this recommendation to town meeting. And what that relates to is since the project has been completed and the police have been occupying the new police station, this older part of the roof that was not replaced during the construction actually has been leaking. And so that's, had we been able to foresee that it would deteriorate faster than expected, obviously that would have been an essential part of the project in the first instance instead of a desirable part or important part, as the chief characterized. So we think that just needs to be done. It would be a mistake not to. Likewise, the $33,000 piece of equipment that's recommended, that the fire department recommended, that would be part of the dispatch center, for $2,500, as explained in the town report, we can move from 1990s technology to 2020s technology and make it possible for the businesses in the town and all the alarm connections throughout the town to connect digitally. That's where the technology is today, and we don't have the ability to receive those signals. So this would, we have the current piece of equipment is worn out, has to be replaced. Replacing it in kind that's not digital would cost $30,000 anyway, and so for $33,000 we can come up to modern technology. We think that is essential. The carport, we recognized, frankly, that there might be this sort of a discussion today. We think it's really important, and so your fellow citizens who acted as the oversight for the whole project, as David Scholes spoke to earlier, and Chief Emery spoke to earlier, looked at this in great detail, considered lots of other things and said no to some of them, but recommended that this go forward, this carport be constructed. Staff agrees with that. We brought it to the Select Board, and the Select Board unanimously agreed with it as well. So that's what has brought it to you today.
The question is on the Mize amendment to remove subsection A and subsection E. Yes.
Hi, I'm Sonia Silbert, District 3. I support the amendment and having that money revert back to the capital fund so that it could be used for roads or other infrastructure problems that could benefit all the first responders and all of us, partly because of a larger vision of what I think this town could be and what it often aspires to be, but isn't always reflected in our budget. This $150,000 is pretty much almost the amount of money that we are giving to all social service agencies in our town. And I would much rather be supporting the preventative and the supportive work for folks who are struggling in our community. And while I appreciate that it is pretty annoying to have to go out and do that kind of very important work out in the elements multiple times a day, funds are not unlimited, and I would much prefer prioritizing that as that in our community. Thanks.
Question is on the meeting. Yes. George.
George Carville, District 1. I've been on both sides of this trying to decide, and I think what I've come to is that on one case, if we do not spend the money now, I'm not sure what we might spend it on later that would benefit folks in this town with lower incomes, living in difficult situations. But what I think a fast response would do would be to benefit possibly individuals in a domestic violence situation, individuals who need an officer as soon as possible, and therefore I will vote against this amendment.
Further debate on the amendment. I'm going to go back to Ms. Mnookin.
Abigail Mnookin, District 2. I support the amendment that was proposed, and I also support the statements that Sonia just shared as part of the progressive vision that many of you might have gotten in our handout, thinking about what kind of town we want to be and putting our money where our mouth is, so to speak, and spending the equivalent amount on a carport that we spend for human health and human services, I think is obnoxious, frankly. And I've heard a lot of talk about response time and how this would help improve that, but I'm curious if there is a real issue with response time now, and if there's ongoing complaints that people have that police are unable to respond quickly enough because they're dealing with icy vehicles. Thank you.
All the way in the back. Mr. Verzino.
Jim Verzino, District 3. I'm not sure if this is procedurally correct. I'd like to call the question. Can I do that again? Okay,
Yes, you
so
can.
I'd like to call the question.
Again, this requires 2/3 vote, and see if we can count right this time. All those in favor of ceasing debate on the amendment, please rise and remain standing until counted. You may be seated. All those opposed to ceasing debate, please rise and remain standing. You may be seated. Those in favor of ceasing debate, 102. Those opposed, 32. And you have voted to cease debate, having attained the 2/3 vote. With that, we return to the main motion. Oh, excuse me, we return to the motion on the amendment, which is, shall we remove subsection A, approximately $150,000 to construct a carport at the police station, and E, $10,000 to Austin Design for design of the police station carport? All those in favor of that amendment, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. You may be seated. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it, and you have defeated the amendment. We now return to the main motion, which, unless there is objection, the chair will not read in its entirety, but to approve the various A, B, C, D, and E funds as moved. Are you ready for that question? Yes, sir.
Just a minor point. You were saying, I'm sorry, Tony Duncan, District 3. You were saying that about the potential for solar panels, but then you said that it's at the wrong angle. It's like facing the wrong way. I assume there's some major reason why that structurally it can't be done, and that's going to limit the effectiveness, obviously.
Mr. Elwell is interrogating.
Yeah, we actually don't believe it will. That was a design challenge because they needed to slope the roof to the edge of the property to have the snow slide off of the roof in an area where it wouldn't then need to be cleared. But that was part of what we were discussing in the earlier regarding the amendment about some of the structural challenges for the designers to make sure that even with the roof pitched towards the north, that the panels could be installed in such a way that they would have the proper angle towards the south.
The question is on Article 10. Yes.
Just a question for the Select Board. Does Alyssa Weinman, District 1, any surplus that results has to be spent for capital expenditures? Is that correct? There's no reallocation of funds to other things like social services? Or must be social. Okay, just wanted to make sure that was the case.
Yeah, that's, oh, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Thank you.
but remember the Select Board is interrogating.
That's correct. It can only be used on capital projects or equipment.
Okay, thank you.
For the debate on Article 10. Hearing none, all those in favor of Article 10, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And you have approved Article 10. It is now 10 minutes to 11. We'll take a 15-minute break until 5 minutes after 11. Yeah, hey. Good heads up. No, I think you're right. Yeah, I would explain that to you. I'm not going to get into it until
It's getting there. This mic is out. They just cancel out a lot of noise. So agile.
I would ask everyone to start to return to your seats. Hello? Please return to your seats. I would ask everyone to please resume your seats. Just got to bring it up more now. Would everyone please resume their seats? We'll get started again. Sorry. All right, we'll get started again. If everyone could kindly take their seats. We are moving at this point to Article 11 to see if the town will assess a 1% local option sales tax in accordance with 24 VSA Section 138. The chair would recognize Mr. Wessel.
I move that the town assess a 1% local option sales tax in accordance with 24 VSA Section 138, and should it please the moderator, I'd like to speak to the motion.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the town assess a 1% local option sales tax in accordance with 24 VSA Section 138. Mr. Wessel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm going to steal a line from Josh Steele that I heard him use just a little while ago and say that I bet you're tired of hearing about this from me. And this is a bigger room than I'm used to at the Select Board, so forgive my nervousness. You may have heard that this question has come up before. And there's a reason for that, I will submit to you. The reason for that is your select boards spend the most time with the budget. This year, I think it was 9 or 10 meetings, quite a bit of time scouring over the budget, trying to find those savings, trying to find those revenues. This idea keeps coming up. I know it's annoying to some folks in our audience, but it keeps coming up because especially now, I feel that this is a very good idea, and it keeps coming up like a good penny. I think I'm going to coin that phrase. Get it? Coin the phrase? No? Okay. Dad joke. But this body is going to decide this today. It's in your hands. Why now? We have an advantage now that we did not have the last time we had this discussion, so that's a very good reason in itself to talk about it, and that is that we do not have to fear the sales tax on the internet. It is now coming in. If you go to Amazon, not that I recommend that ever, But if you go to Amazon, you will be assessed a 6% sales tax, and if you go after this is passed, you will be assessed a 7% sales tax on very limited items. I keep having to remind myself. We really need to alleviate the tax burden on our population here in town. 85% of the burden is too heavy. People are deciding not to come to Brattleboro to buy houses in surrounding communities because we have a very high tax rate when compared to surrounding communities. I'm very much concerned about the further stratification of our town into the have-nots and the haves, and the middle dropping out. And I think every single segment of our society needs to be thought of today. And I do believe, this is Tim Wessel speaking here, I do believe that the fears of this penny sales tax are unwarranted. I printed out a chart which shows a little bit of the effect of meals and rooms. It's very hard to see any effect. I believe that tax shoppers, quote unquote, people who are, by the way, illegally shopping somewhere else to save sales taxes, are already lost to Brattleboro merchants, and adding 1 penny to them is not going to break anybody's back and say, okay, 6% was fine with me, but at 7 I'm driving to Keene. People don't shop based upon sales tax. People who can afford it don't plan their vacations around sales tax. So I want to just acknowledge that this is not a great deal, not a perfect deal. It's prescribed. There are very annoying things about the way the state has set this up. Shampoo is taxed for some reason. Sunscreen is taxed. You can come up with these little examples. It's not a perfect device, but it's the last device we have to move the needle a little bit away from our property taxpayers. I was thinking the other day, I have a chair in my kitchen, and this chair needs screwing in once in a while because it gets a lot of use. And I have a Leatherman right here in my pocket, and that's what I use because it's always with me. It's not the perfect tool because I think it's stripping the screw. So someday I'm going to get an actual screwdriver that works for it, and I'm going to put it by the chair, and that's what I'll use. But right now, this is the tool we have to help with some property tax relief. It's also convenient because we don't have to spend staff time collecting, administrating it. So I hope the body will consider this penny for Brattleboro because it's our duty to ensure we are watching how this town brings in revenue just as closely as we so carefully monitor what is being spent. And this body, correctly in my opinion, has recently, last year, decided to fund a second sidewalk plow, a substantial increase in the social services budget, a tripling of the proposed skate park contribution last year too. With that, I think comes a real responsibility to attend to our revenue side of the ledger. This penny added tax, because of the way it's mostly well-structured, shifts the burden slightly onto people who can afford those few extra pennies and a little towards visitors too, most of whom can not only afford it, but who come from states with equal or higher sales tax rates. So I think I'm going to skip a little bit because I'm using up too much time here, but I just wanted to urge the body to remember the people they serve. This body and your select board serve over 12,000 people here, and many struggle to pay their taxes, and many struggle to pay their rent. This hopefully will help with that. And you're going to hear a lot today about our struggle with a 12% rise in healthcare costs for town employees, for instance. It's a cost we honestly had a little bit of control over, and the staff did a great job of tweaking things, so we saved a little money there. But it's an example of an expense that happens that we just must deal with. And part of the way to deal with that is on the revenue side. So we really do need this revenue, and I thank you for your consideration of the article.
Is there any discussion on this article? Mr. Miskovich.
Hi, I'm Greg Miskovich from District 1. And I sympathize and empathize with the Select Board having to find additional revenue sources and make those hard choices about those essential municipal services that we fund. My concern is that this particular tax is the following. It's inefficient, it's regressive, it's imposed on locals who buy common goods. Let me go through those individually. It's inefficient because we spend 30% of the tax. We're going to send that to the state of Vermont. So we're only going to collect 70% of the total tax, 30% goes elsewhere. It's regressive because it taxes consumption, and it taxes the first dollar of consumption. So our local folks who buy, and I'll go through the list of things in a second, local folks who buy local things are going to be paying the same amount of tax regardless of their income. For example, the residential property tax is progressive. I have the great fortune of living in a beautiful house up on East Orchard Street, and it's assessed at $400,000. I pay 4 times as much tax as someone who has a house assessed at $100,000. That $100,000 house the tax that person pays might even be lower because there's income sensitivity built into the municipal tax rate. In other words, if we moved money from the municipal tax rate to a consumption tax, I will get at least 4 times the benefit as someone who has a house assessed at $100,000. Rich people who have nice houses will get the benefit of moving money from a progressive progressive real estate tax to a regressive income tax. This is going to be a tax on locals because that's who spends money in this community. The 2000 market study suggested that 17% of the sales will come from visitors from away. We're going to be taxing ourselves in this manner. And finally, I've seen articles in the Reformer and elsewhere calling these non-essential items. Bicycles, furniture, building materials, feminine hygiene products, books, pet food, garden tools, cosmetics, safety goggles, baseball gloves, soap, shampoo, toothpaste, mouthwash, antiperspirant, sunscreen. These are items that local people buy in local places. So again, this is an inefficient, regressive tax on local folks who buy essential items, and it's replacing a progressive tax that would otherwise tax people of high income who have high value houses. If this tax is imposed, I will probably benefit by at least $1,000. And I still think it is a bad idea for the town of Brattleboro. Thank you.
Other debate. H.B. Lozito.
It's a long walk. H.B. Lozito, District 2. This may be a question for the town attorney. I'm curious if there's a way, my friend just mentioned that the people who live here would be paying the majority of the tax, and I'm curious if there's a way for, at point of sale, those of us who live here to show that we live in town and be able to not pay the extra penny on the dollar.
Does the town attorney wish to be interrogated?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Moderator. With regard to who gets taxed, that is determined by the state laws on taxation. So whether or not if you pass this, there's no ability to amend this article to exempt local residents. That what goods get taxed and who gets taxed is a matter of state law, and we don't have the ability to change that today.
Further debate. Mr. Quipp.
Daniel Quip, District 2. I was wondering whether it might be possible for retailers, folks that charge for their goods, to choose to reduce the price of their goods by 1%, or to choose to reduce the price of their goods by 7% and effectively become tax-free and compete with New Hampshire. You know, we talk about having to have this sales tax. We could choose to price our items lower. So that's really a question for retailers. It's a consideration for this body.
Further discussion? Ms. Burke.
Molly Burke, District 2. I just want to give a little bit of information about other things that are happening. I appreciate all the work that Tim has done on this and all the thoughtfulness on both sides. I just want to say that there might be other options for dealing with our tax burden. One thing is that our Transportation Committee just passed out adding, I'm not sure, it still has to go to the Senate, but adding a little extra money, a little under $1 million to the Town Highway Aid Fund, which helps with our roads. That means there'll be a little bit more money coming to Brattleboro to reduce taxes with that amount. We've really been trying to add more money from the state to the town specifically for things like that. And the other thing is that we'll be discussing later is the limited self-governance issue that we'll be talking about that might give some opportunities for other forms of revenue raising. So I just think we should keep that in mind as we have this discussion.
Thank you. Further debates or Mr. Hoffman?
I'm Mike Hoffman, District 1. And from looking at the whole thing, I keep seeing that there's quite a few false truths on both sides. It's hard to believe that there's going to be any significant benefit to the property tax for people if this happens. Maybe $50, maybe $100 at the end of the year, but very insignificant. If I look at this chart, I'm seeing this less as a tax and more as kind of a cost of living fee to live here. The main expenses that people have tend to be with food, health, and education. This shows here, the nice graph shows the food part, and it's called meals, but the biggest expenses over time in food are food and labor, the expenses to food and labor. So it looks like it's going way, way up, but if you actually look at what the cost of a meal was in 2006 versus 2018, we don't really, there's something else going on in here with the real cost of inflation. I do believe that alcohol is really much unaffected by what's happening here, and people will drink, whether it's a 6%, 7%, 8%, 10%. Sin tax seems to work very well. And at one time there was a discussion to raise revenues through the other sin, marijuana, that tax, which is a potential that exists. But in any case, I'm trying to see this as more of a cost of living fee. I could be in favor and can be in favor of the 1% if I could understand what we're really going to do with it. And there could be some strategic and intentional things that really invest in Brattleboro where the 1% would go. But I don't know, I keep looking, what are we really going to do with that money? Or maybe it is a tax. If it's a fee, we're doing it with some intentionality. If it's just a tax, it's kind of another way to slide in another 1 cent. So depending on whether we go this way or that way, it can make a lot of sense, and I can be in favor of it.
Further debate. Mr. Myman.
Thanks. Ralph Lima, District 3. So I remember when this came up as an issue right here in this room, 6, 7 years ago, something like that, and there was tremendously impassioned debate on both sides. I find myself also very, very torn. Some weeks ago, one of the Downtown Business Alliance members called me and asked me to consider voting against the 1% local option tax. And my initial reaction at that point, because I hadn't really dug down too deep into it until then, was, of course, I'm going to oppose it. But then reading the analysis, especially from the Finance Committee, and just trying to think about it more carefully, I found myself leaning toward supporting the 1%. So I'm really on the cusp here. And I've been looking for other information that will help me make a better decision. And one of the things that worried me a little bit was that if you look on page 26 under Finance Department in our book, there's a reconciliation of taxes section. So I have one question, in fact I have two questions, but one question that I'd like to direct to, I guess, to the town manager and town finance director is, if you look at the box that says reconciliation of taxes, and you look at the December 31st balances over on the right-hand side, it looks, unless you know more information, have more information about these numbers, it looks like there's an increase in uncollected taxes. And my question is there such a trend? In other words, is the collection of property taxes in the town trending toward a growing balance of uncollected taxes from year to year? Or is that just an artifact of numbers bouncing up and down and when the numbers were recorded and so forth, when the collections actually occur? So keep that in your minds. That's one question. The other question is, there's a reference in this document, I can't remember where now, to not having a 1% local option tax would result in an 85% tax burden. In other words, property taxes would account for 85% of the town's revenue, up from 84%. I think that's accurate. And so the question I guess I would like to interrogate the town manager and finance director and select board with is, I don't like the direction that percentage is moving in, but what is typical for a hub town that's on a state border? If you think about Bennington or White River Junction, are they also at 84 and 85%, or are they at 60%, or are they at 99%? I mean, could you provide us with some information that allows us to interpret those numbers as accurately as we can to understand what's going on? So thank you.
A member of the administration is interrogated on the two issues raised by Mr. Mima. Mr. Elwell.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The answer to the first one is clear and easy, and the answer to the second one is very convoluted, so I apologize for that. But on the first question about the data on page 26, you've correctly interpreted what that shows. But it's the town in the end recovers all of the taxes owed to the town because of the tax sale process. So relatively speaking to what I've seen in other jurisdictions, these are pretty low levels of unpaid taxes to begin with, and then the town is made whole through the tax sale process. So I think while there are many other considerations about the property tax for the body to consider in this question, that collection question is probably not relevant to the decision. The 85% burden is very relevant, but unfortunately, because different towns make different decisions about things such as what types of fees are charged, what types of separate funds exist for different things. So for instance, you raised Bennington, and it's a really good apples and oranges comparison between Brattleboro and Bennington, where fire services are provided by a number of different volunteer fire companies through some kind of a process that frankly I don't fully understand, but is not the same impact for the municipal budget that our fire department is. We benefit from a better centralized quality of service from having it set up the way we have it, and we pay it through our taxes. So there are differences like that between communities that make it hard to just look at what percentage of the overall revenue is property tax and make a judgment as to who has more or less burden. Here in Brattleboro, it is true that the property taxes right now in the budget that's before you today represent 85% of the revenue, and that without substantially restructuring the manner in which services are provided and the expectation about the quality of services, that there is limited ability under current state law. We will all be talking about Article 23 later, but right now there's limited ability under state law to reduce the property tax burden without either reducing services or using the tool that's before you today.
Further discussion. Mr. Steele.
Josh Steele, District 2, and I don't think anyone in this room would ever see the day where I agree with the BDCC on something. But all jokes aside, I have a deep understanding of how vulnerable businesses are in this area, and I really, really want to urge people, so I have a statement, not a question, I really want to urge folks to consider voting against this article. It's really important to nourish and embrace businesses and not do anything to hinder folks right now. So thank you very much.
Let's see. Mr. Pereira.
Thank you, moderator. Henry Pereira, also known as Junie, District 1. It's my first time here, so bear with me. And trying to understand the process. I've read both sides, all the articles and opinions on both sides. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. In addressing the select board, has in the process of coming up with this suggestion, this motion, have you consulted with all the other parties, such as Chamber of Commerce and other institutions that are kind of against this proposal? And trying to come up, have they offered any other options, solutions, viable proposals to address this issue? I understand raising revenue is very important in order to maintain, but are there any other options out there? Have they been proposed?
Question for a member of the board or administration. Ms. O'Connor?
When we voted on this, I'm going to stand up, I apologize. When the select board voted on this, we had no public participation in the process. It was on our second meeting where it came up. It was thought about at one meeting. We asked the town staff to get information for us. We had a second meeting. The motion was made. 4 out of the 5 of us voted for it. I actually voted against it. And the reason I voted against it is we didn't ask anybody what they thought about it. And that was actually really troubling to me. And if anybody else wants to counter that, but we didn't ask merchants, we didn't ask the public, we didn't have any public discussion about this whatsoever.
Mr. Scholes, do you want to respond?
This isn't the first time this has come up. And when it came up 5 or 6 years ago, I was on the board as well, and we heard from lots of people, and there's lots of conversation, and then there was extensive conversation here. And then the other times that it came up, that was also true. But I think the most important part of what you asked is the select board continues to support this, even though we all recognize that there is some potential risk to local economy and all the things that you read about. Those things are all true. But the other thing that's true is that we get a stream of people all year long, which we should, coming to meetings saying we need to be doing this and we need to be doing that. We get emails from people saying, I just retired, I can't afford to live here anymore, you got to do something about property taxes. We hear about all these different concerns that exist, but the thing we hear about more than anything is the high property tax. And this is the only thing that's available to this town of Brattleboro within the state of Vermont to do anything about the property tax. And that's what our intention is. If this passes, that money is going to go to property tax reduction.
This is the only thing from the select board view at this point that you hold.
No, it's not our view, it's the state law.
Okay.
The state doesn't allow us to do anything else.
Mr. Wessel?
Do you want to further respond, Mr. Wessel?
This is just sort of a point of order, not really point of order, but I think this body has approached this question several times, and so has this larger body, and we on the select board respect this body, and it has to be this body that makes this decision. So I don't believe personally that a lot of discussion at the select board level this time was necessary. I believe that this body is the one that should consider, study, and vote, hopefully in the positive, because we need this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Mr. Chapman?
Hi, my name's Chris Chapman. I'm in District 1. I'd like to say that back in 2012, which I believe is when the last vote was taken, I voted in favor of this tax. I have since regretted that. I don't think that I was as informed as I needed to be on the issues. I see several items here that we haven't discussed all that much. I do want to say that I think that it's speculative to believe that out-of-town shoppers are going to be the ones who actually increase our revenue wonderfully. The statistic of 17% was mentioned earlier today. The matter of the property tax as a proportion of our town's revenue going up has been perceived in the business community for a long time as a result of a reduction in the business, various business taxes that come into the town. That has been shrinking. So it's increasingly been on the property owners to fund the town. And I'm thinking also of an article that was circulated yesterday, I think to all of us, which I thought was quite germane. It was by an economist from the University of Vermont who pointed out taxes are used to, or the net effect of a tax is to change behavior, and points out that since Vermont instituted its property tax, its sales tax in 1969 at 3%, that over the years in which we have had that, we've seen a difference in growth. We've seen a difference in between what's happening in Vermont and what's happening in New Hampshire, just on the other side of the river. The growth in Vermont has not matched that of what's happened in New Hampshire. West Lebanon comes to mind. Keene in the 80s and 90s comes to mind. And that the amount spent per capita is lower in Vermont than it is in New Hampshire. That and more to the point, with regard to the reduction in business-related taxes supporting the municipality, the formation of businesses has been much greater on the New Hampshire side than in Vermont. Further, a comparison has been made to the growth of rooms and meals and alcohol spending, regardless of the local tax on those services and products. And the point has been made that there is a reason for that competitive nature of those services relative to New Hampshire is that New Hampshire has a 9% tax total as opposed to Brattleboro's 10%. So it makes the correlation, the speculative correlation, weak between looking at alcohol rooms and meals tax as something, as a model for what we could see a 1% retail sales tax producing. It's for that reason that I feel I should not vote in favor of this tax, even though the reason that I voted for it before was similar to what Mr. Wessel has said. When you sit on the select board and you look at the reasonable and very necessary expenses that are proposed by the department heads, in a community where the management in the town has long been excellent, and the department heads are professionals of long-standing and highly respected for the quality of the work they do, that when they ask for something, and you as a select board member have to balance what they need to do their jobs correctly, and with what what the select board feels is what the property taxpayer can bear, you find a huge gap, and which was what brings us to this issue today. The pressures are tremendous. I do feel I made a mistake in voting for the 1% sales tax earlier for the reasons I've just mentioned, and I would hope that the body here would see that there's more hope in the idea than there is reality. I thank you.
Other questions? All the way in the back, is it Ms. Holloway?
Cassandra Holloway, District 3. I'm just so impressed how you remember everybody's name. So I just have a question I'd like to interrogate Tim. You had sent an email out about decreasing the property taxes if this were to go through by 1.56%, and then if this doesn't go through, it may increase to 2.5%. So is that accurate? Okay. And then you had mentioned in after that it would be a savings about $54, and then the next thing it said $100. So can you clarify that for me before I move forward in my statement?
Mr. Wessel is interrogated.
Thank you. So the effect, we have to be careful. We're talking about the municipal side of things here. So the effect of passing this article will be a reduction of 1.5% in municipal side taxes versus not passing it. You will be approving a 2.7% increase in municipal side taxes. You had a question about the 50 versus 100.
Yeah.
The 54, I don't have it right in front of me, $54 per 100, I believe, was the savings on the municipal side per 100K. When you double that to, I was trying to be rough, rough numbers, to 200,000, which is closer to the median house value in Brattleboro. That's 100. It's what is it? 108. So that was it. Does that clarify those numbers? Or?
Yeah, that's great. So, so that would mean that somebody who has a $200,000 home would have to spend about $10,000 a year. Would that be right? Help me out, math people. In local payments of paying for $10,000 worth of goods and services in town.
Yeah,
to start to not see a savings.
Right, you'd have to spend about $10,000 on couch or whatever. The point also being that those expenditures would be, all the visitors to Brattleboro would also be paying
so
those.
I guess I always try to think about the middle class who doesn't get homestead tax benefits. And you talked about equity. I think people who have less money, me being one of them, tend to consume less than maybe somebody. I'm not going to do frivolous kind of expenses. I'm going to have to just do basic needs. So there's that piece, and I think sometimes people like myself do have to go over the border sometimes to save money, though I do try to buy locally. So I just want to have people think about like the likelihood of me paying $10,000, if I was a homeowner, $10,000 in town is probably not going to happen. And with that said, so I think I'm probably going to vote yes, even though this is probably one of the most difficult articles on here, because I'm trying to save property taxes. Although I don't own a home here, I have owned a home before, for the middle class especially, who are struggling. But with that said, I do feel our businesses keep getting hit, especially with the plastic ban, although I'm in total support of that. They've had to maybe have additional expenses. And I do want to just kind of keep in mind of how do we counter some of the hits on our businesses when we make things, articles like this. So just want to put that out there. Thanks.
Further debate. Gentleman right in the back there. Yes, sir.
Jesse Kahan, District 3. Tim, you've mentioned that this is a progressive sort of way of thinking about this tax, or it's a progressive tax. We've heard that on both sides of this, and I guess I want to challenge the concept that this is a progressive tax, particularly from the vantage point of renters. We have like one of the tightest or lowest vacancy rates in the country. We have, it's an incredibly tight rental market, and I'm really unconvinced that for property owners who are going to see this directly on their property tax bill, and I have an apartment in my house that I rent out. I don't think that that's going to get. I'm unconvinced that's going to get passed on to the people who are actually paying the rent, who are also going to be paying the extra 1%. And I think that what's most likely to happen is that the people are going to be, the people that are sort of at the lowest end of the economic spectrum are going to end up paying twice, because there isn't enough flexibility in the rental market that they're going to see that savings on their rent a year down the road after they sign a new lease. So thank you.
Further debate. Mr. Herzog.
George Herzog, District 1. We all like the idea of the people of Connecticut and New York coming, spending the money, and paying more taxes. But if this tax were to raise about, let's say, $1 million, and we couldn't expect these people, the foreigners or the flatlander, to pay more than $300,000 or to contribute to it. On the other hand, we have to pay the state of Vermont about $300,000 of this $1 million. In fact, they would pay for the state of Vermont to collect our money, and the town would be left to pay for the $700,000 that are left. And so the contribution of the people from outside that come and would buy our goods is just basically to pay the maintenance fee that the state of Vermont charges us for.
The question is on Article 11, shall the town assess a 1% local option sales tax in accordance with 24 VSA Section 138? Mr. Maxwell.
Jim Maxwell, District 3. Yeah, this is very tough. I think the Select Board has thought long and hard about this. I'm so impressed by what our Select Board does in these things. And I also understand it's a complex machine. You turn a lever at one place, there's a cogwheel that turns over there and whatever, and you can't just think about the lever. You've got to think about where the marble's going to come out at the end of the day. But I think what the tax assumes is a strong downtown with continually strong retail businesses. My concern here is that if you lose retailers, you lose the tax, and then you have a disincentive for new retailers to come in to open retail stores. Those of us who spend a lot of time walking the streets, I'm not noticing, I do see wonderful retail stores, wonderful stores, but I also see empty stores, and I see people moving away. So my concern is, can we assume that our retail environment is going to continue to be vibrant in the coming years so the 7% really makes a difference? And if it's not going to be, then we do need to consider the fact that the tax won't be there and a new retailer may not be as well. Thank you.
Further debate? Let's hear from a retailer. How about Mr. Borowski?
Pal Borowski, District 1. I'm one of the owners of Sam's, and I've been at Sam's on Main Street since full-time since 1957, 62 years. My son Brad has been there since 82, 37 years. Sam's was started by my father in 1932. That's 87 years. Sam's is a third-generation business. We defeated this 1% sales tax at least twice before. The business climate in Brattleboro in the 60s and 70s was very comparable to Keene's. Keene had sold Penny's, Home Depot, and now has Target, Walmart, Dick's, Kohl's, Michael's, Bed & Bath, TJ Maxx, to name a few. Keene has at least 15 car agencies. Brattleboro has 4. When you buy a car, you may want a selection. After that, you may want to get it serviced. So where are you going to go to get it serviced? Well, your place where you bought the car. So what you're doing is you're converting some action in the local economy to out of state. We now have in Hinsdale Walmart, Runnings, Tractor Supply. In Chesterfield, we have Perkins, we have a new enhanced state liquor store, and we have 3 tire dealers, and in Spofford we have an appliance dealer. To compete with these stores, to list a few that have no sales tax, we have Brown & Roberts, that do have a sales tax. We have Brown & Roberts, Fireside, Leader Home Center, Coco Plum, Appliances, Brattleboro Tire Center, Country Pet Supply, Agway, Candle and Night, Emerson's, and anyone that doesn't carry clothing or footwear. When you purchase anything above stores, you pay $10, you're going to pay 60 cents extra for tax. That's now. We're going to add that, we're going to make it 70 cents. The answer at this particular point is that this proposition is going to increase the tax burden. You're going to lose a third of it to the state of Vermont. The state legislature passed an increase in cigarette tax a while ago, and lo and behold, the legislators looked at the tax burden, the tax income from the areas, and they said, wow, look at all the people that stopped smoking. Guess what? Now they're buying all their stuff in New Hampshire. Plus the fact that you have, when you buy your soda and you buy your beer, you save $1.20 a case when you buy it in New Hampshire because of the deposit. Our Brattleboro store volume has been decreasing yearly. To fight the exodus of business from Brattleboro, we have had to add satellite stores in Hadley, in Massachusetts, and in Swansea, New Hampshire, which is really keen. We now have parking lot in both locations, and you don't have to pay $1 an hour to park your car or have a fine for $10 if you get a ticket. There's an excuse that the internet is hurting business. There's no question that the internet is hurting some business, but our 2 stores, Hadley and Keene, are growing, and they're growing dramatically. Brattleboro is not increasing. We've lost volume, and we're having a very difficult time trying to meet the expenses of the burdens of of freight, visa charges, master charges, hospitalization, and now even a minimum wage increase. I would say that Brattleboro would not be in business today, Sam's and Brattleboro would not be in business today if we hadn't added those 2 other locations. As a result of many of these issues, we have taken the precaution of selling our building in Brattleboro that we have had owned since 1953, 64 years, to allow us some dexterity. And I can almost guarantee that in 5 years, Sam's will no longer be in downtown Brattleboro if we experience what we did in Bellas Falls. We left Bellas Falls because of the declining business that was going to New Hampshire. CNS moved their headquarters to Keene, and we lost the higher income people. We lost them because the Planning Commission started to say, oh, you can't have a lot of traffic from that road. But we couldn't stop the traffic that was going to the wholesale distributor of health food in Chesterfield. They had a lot of action that there was not controlled. What does this all mean? It comes down to the fact that Keene in New Hampshire has a tremendous variety of product to shop for and no sales tax. The no tax burden has indeed enticed all these businesses to come to Keene. Today, when people are interested in shopping, they need to go to an area where they can shop for a variety for the whole family. The variety of stores makes for a solid retail atmosphere and an attraction that we are not gaining on in Brattleboro. It creates competition. Pardon?
I appreciate everything you're saying, but I do want to try to keep everybody's speech to within the 2 minutes. So if you could try to wrap it up.
Well, I will wrap it up. Only another little page to read.
Okay, thank you.
When you have negative shopping problems up front, when you have tough time finding a parking place, you have traffic signals and things of that nature, it's an experience that you try and deviate from. When you go to a grocery store, you walk around, you meet people that you know, take your time. When you want to go out, you have to look at the exits. You look at the cash register to see which one has less people in it. Should I go to that one? Should I go to that one? That's the experience at the end. But when you face a problem beforehand, it makes for a different atmosphere. We've just lost Miller Brothers Newton. We've lost Baker's. Baker's has been here since the 1930s. Normally, you'd have people come in and want to buy a business. Today, these people have to retire. So, at this particular point, we've lost Miller Brothers Newton, which was a great store. We've downsized Fireside. Fireside is half the size of it was. We've also lost Newton Business Machine. We've also lost Radio Shack. We've lost 5 or 6 businesses in this town in the last year and a half. Once upon a time, we had Montgomery Ward's, we had Grant's, we had Dunham Shoe Store, we had J.E. Mann's, we had Cindy's, Francis Stores, Houghton Simon's, Baker's. We had a host of stores downtown. And you've lost most all your retail atmosphere. You add this 1% sales tax. We started out with 3% when they put it in to begin with. Now it's already at 6%. So you're going to add another percent. I think you're driving business out of the community. Thank you.
Mr. Everingham.
Hi, Bob Everingham, District 1. Wanted to clarify an analysis that happened earlier, equating the spending you do downtown to a typical tax you pay in a dwelling. I think it would be more correct to analyze it as you'd have to spend $15,000 in town to come up to that same revenue that you'd get because you'd pay a third of it to the state. Right? Are people following me here? We talked about, I'm gonna assume that that's understandable. The earlier analysis didn't take into account the inefficiencies in administering it. So I think there's reasonable pros and cons, very compelling pros and cons, but for me, it's that inefficiency that is the reason I'll vote against it. Thanks.
Further discussion? Mr. Heller. Yes. No, back here, sorry, yes.
Oscar Heller, District 3. I wanted to talk, people have raised a lot of different issues today. I wanted to talk quickly about some of them. The big one, and I know this has come up before, is that the idea that the tax is inefficient, that it's frustrating that 30% of it goes to the state. I think it's, to me, that's an administrative fee. The state will administer the tax. Otherwise, Brattleboro would have to assume the responsibility of collecting this tax, which is a big responsibility and not one that can be done for free. I also think that it's not really, for me, important to look at what percentage of the tax goes where. It's a question of what is the projected revenue, which we have a number for. I think it's $600,000 or $700,000 that would come to Brattleboro after the 30%. And then the fundamental question is comparing that projected benefit to the budget to costs to local retailers and the economy otherwise. So I think it may be a bit of a false trail to look too hard into the question of is it fair or unfair for the state to collect 30% of the tax. I think we can address the question without worrying too much about that issue. The idea that the tax is regressive, sales taxes are regressive, it's a matter of degree. This one does include a lot of items that were listed by some other people, but it exempts most of the expenses that people will spend, such as groceries and clothing. So I think it is much less regressive than it could be. And then finally, I think if we vote down this tax, I hope that is kept in mind in the future when the very common and reasonable complaint comes up that property taxes are too high, because as Tim and others have said, this is one of the few tools that we have at our disposal. So I hope people can recognize that to some degree this is a zero-sum game. If we raise this revenue here, it can defray other expenses, it can lower the property tax. If we choose not to take advantage of it for understandable reasons, it does mean that we're turning down an opportunity to lower the property tax. And then finally, I plan to vote for it. I am not 100% sure. It's an issue of economic projection. There will never be a 100% sure answer to something like that. I think it is likely to do more good than harm. And my only non-binding suggestion/request would be that we approach it as what it is, which is an economic experiment. And if we do adopt it, we come back next year with the full intention of trying to analyze what happened, trying to be very straightforward and factual about it, and willing to repeal it if it looks like it did more harm than good, even though that may be tough to do once it's in the budget. It may be hard to say this tax was not worth it and we have to get rid of it, even though the property tax will go up as a result. I think it's important that we approach it in that spirit. Thank you.
Mr. Clements.
Robert Clements, District 2. Thank you. I'm not here to argue for or against the 1% option tax. You have read and heard many opinions that this tax will have little or no effect on merchants, and on the other side of the spectrum, that it will cause great harm. As in many complicated problems, both arguments have merit. However, I want to speak to you about perceptions. These merchants and their employees serve as the unrecognized ambassadors for the town of Brattleboro. They're the ones who have the most interaction with tourists and town folks alike. They do not seek compensation for this, and they believe that it's important both for them and the larger community to provide the best experience for everyone who visits or lives here. But there is a perception that the 1% tax is harmful to them. Regardless of the validity of this argument, it is still how they feel. The merchants of Brattleboro did not create the high rate of property tax, and it's unfair and unreasonable to expect them to provide a solution. To absorb another hit, whether you believe it is unfounded or not, it is still their perception, and they will take into consideration whether they will continue to be in business or not. Merchants know that they have lost many customers both to New Hampshire because of the sales tax and to the internet sales, and now they perceive opposition from their local government. Do we really want to lose those who employ our populace, sponsor our youth sports teams, contribute to our human services organizations, and many other things, who are willing to trade greater wealth for a community they feel a part of? I mean, no disrespect for proponents of the 1% option, but since I was a merchant for 40 years on Main Street, I think I have some insight on how they must feel. Thank you for listening.
Trying to get people who have not spoken on this. Mr. Franks. Okay.
Tom Franks, District 2. I just moved from District 3. When we were looking at properties, a significant consideration was property tax. You can tell the decision I made. I'm here. We're still in Brattleboro. I don't know what's going to happen if we do not pass this tax. This has been a very confusing issue for me, and I've gone back and forth. I do recall that I voted against it last time. I found the study, the 2010 study by Art Wolf, very persuasive. Unfortunately, it's a little dated, and I wish we had something a little more current, but it still seems very valid. The thing that I know from my own life about this are a couple things. Sometimes don't just do something, sit there is a really good option. We are looking at a potential for a means of addressing the problems we're facing in a much more comprehensive way. We don't know how the discussion or the legislation that we're going to be discussing in Article 23 will come out. But our problems are largely I believe, in my opinion, they're largely the problems of being a hub town. We are a hub town. We have incredibly good services that serve more than just our residents. We benefit from that to some degree. I can't, quantify that. But I think at this point in time, what we're looking, I understand, my understanding of the impact is $54 savings per year per $100,000 valuation, plus some pennies. As my friend said, the richer people will make out better. I don't know how he got to $1,000 savings. He must have had it 10 years. I think that savings, we don't know what will happen. We do know that something better may be available to us very soon, and as a tool user, I have used my Leatherman, and I've almost always regretted it. Last time I was trying to get a little plug out of I was rushing to take a little teaspoon hanger out of my old house before I sold it. I took the knife and I tried to pry the plug out, and I still have the cut on my finger, and that was a month ago. So sometimes it's better to wait till you have the right tool rather than use just the tool you've got at hand. Thank you very much.
Further debate, the chair will recognize Ms. Starr. She has not spoken on this issue.
That I'm going to dump coffee. Okay, so many things were brought up, and I want to address a few of them. I always hesitate comparing business growth between Vermont and New Hampshire because Vermont struggles, or benefits, or both, from policies around Act 250, which preserves wonderful things for us, but after being in banking for quite a while, I don't think I ever heard more people tell me that they were moving their business right over the river just to spite us because of Act 250 regulations and permitting processes. So I'm always cautious. with comparing, well, New Hampshire's booming and we're not. There's a lot of things that factor into that, and that's an issue that needs to be really looked at before we try to throw that around as any kind of persuasive argument. I also heard somebody say, how are we helping, maybe it was Chris, how are we helping the retailers? No, I think it was Jim. And I would say that we're going to address one way to help some of the retailers when we look at Article 14. Something that I've been doing through this entire budget process is being open to things that benefit a lot of different people in the sector. So I'm looking at the marketing money because I want downtown to be vital, and I'm looking at the 1% because I want there to be some relief for property taxes. And I would love for there to be more human services money, and if you have ideas for how to increase that, that's fine. I believe it increased last year through representative town meeting. I find those items to not necessarily be mutually exclusive. Our job at this table and our job in this room is to find ways to benefit every single person and sector across the board. And so, yes, at this moment, I'm looking at this as a way to benefit homeowners. And when we talk about rental inspections, I'm looking at that as a way to protect our vulnerable renters. And when we look at Article 14, I'm looking at a way to increase the vitality of our entire town through advertising and marketing. So sitting here and having any kind of fear-mongering rhetoric about taxes, it's just exhausting to me. People who are against taxes are never going to change their mind. I'm not going to argue it, but what I'm going to tell you is I am going to vote consistently for every single sector in this town because that is my job and that is your job too.
Mr. Bosworth.
Michael Bosworth, District 1. Tough question, obviously. I do get it that retail business is really, really tough. I do get it that there's a big difference between sales tax levels on our side of the river and the other side of the river, and I do really respect the studies that Professor Wolf and others have done to show the effects of that, 0% on New Hampshire versus 3% and then versus 6% on our side. I think there have been very real effects, but I do not buy the argument that raising the tax by 1% will make any appreciable difference, nor do I know of any studies that have been looking at that exact question, especially with the change in how internet sales will be taxed. I do accept the argument that the town and its property taxpayers could really benefit from the additional revenues. I also very much appreciate what Craig has brought up about who's going to benefit, who might not benefit. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't have his size house, but my wife and I do have a comfortable home, and we can comfortably afford property taxes here, even though we don't like the raises. But my vote would be thinking about the people who can't easily afford raises. So that's very much in my mind. And I do think this is related to Article 14 about promoting the town. I probably am going to vote in favor of this, even though I voted against it the last time. But I also agree with Oscar that it'd be very worthwhile to look at this in a year, especially if the limited self-governance approach were to pass, and we knew more about what we would be able to do with that. We don't know that yet. And just in closing, I want to really thank. This has been a really rich debate. I was away for 8 days, and I read the editorial pages, and it was like boom, 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 boom. So I really appreciate what the Chambers put out, what the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance has put out, what Sevens has put out. And I really want to thank especially leadership that the Select Board is willing to show, especially Tim. And so thank you very much. And thanks.
Yes, in the back. You, sir. Yes.
Hi there, Colby Dix, District 1. Pardon me. I come at this from a somewhat unique perspective, and I'm definitely more undecided than I think I was before we started talking, actually. I lived in Dover for some time and was very much a part of implementing the 1% option tax there in Dover. Difference being one big one that it is very much a resort town, and so much more of that extra 1% is coming from out-of-towners in that area. But also, our initiative took into account the specific use of those funds and how they were returned and how they were used. In the case of Dover, the majority of that was used for beautification, events, economic development, and including a pet project of mine when I was on the select board in terms of subsidizing and funding last mile internet service over the hill into East Dover, doing some things to actually benefit those underserved folks in our community farther away that I thought were greatly beneficial and a huge selling point in terms of making that tax a reality that has been very beneficial for that area. That's where I'm struggling here as well, even as a property owner here in town. Absolutely my taxes are high, just like everyone else's. But I'm having a hard time trying to justify this as if we do this, we're benefiting just the property tax base, and that's where we're going to kind of see that money wash away. I would personally feel more comfortable if this money was earmarked for more specific projects that we saw greater benefit, whether it was at a more progressive level towards our underserved parts of our community, and less as a benefit to those of us, including myself, who put the money in expecting it to go to the services that it does. I'm not asking for, personally, I'm not asking for lower property taxes. Much as I would appreciate that, I do also appreciate the diligence of all the town departments and doing their best to limit their budgets and get it as flat as they could moving into this year. And there's probably have some more discussion on that later. But I'll also note, just in terms of that Killington just this last year actually rescinded their 1% tax, and that's a giant resort town that was seeing a lot of that money come in for rooms and meals and everything else, and decided that it was indeed hurting them in terms of some of that attractiveness. And so I'm not even offering, I don't have a question for anyone, I'm just putting a bunch of information out there that part of what's leaning heavily on me is that I don't personally feel as comfortable with it coming straight away off from the property tax burden. I would like to see that money be earmarked for something other than property tax relief. Thank you.
Mr. Worden.
Greg Worden, District 3. Boy, oh boy. A lot of good thoughts going into all this, and that's appreciated, no question about that. I'm a retailer. I'm downtown, and have been downtown for over 30 years. We've seen this question come up at least 4 times before now. I was on the select board at least twice, I think, when it came up, and it was turned down each time. Yesterday, excuse me. Yesterday, I walked around town for about an hour and a half and gathered 49 signatures from merchants and business owners, employees, who are opposed to this tax. As one of the people mentioned earlier, whether it's actual or not, the effect of this 1% increase, that would be helpful. Yeah, excuse me. Maybe that'll be better, I'm not sure. Like I say, 49 people out of 51 who I spoke with signed the letter that I had carried around opposing the tax. And their concern, whether it's real or not, is perceived. And it's, you know, if nothing else, it's a psychological process that says, okay, you know, we're down here every day. As was mentioned, we're the front lines for many of, well, the town, basically, as far as the face of the town. We greet people, we tell people where they can stay, where they can eat, where they might enjoy living. People come into the stores and say, you know, we've never visited here before, but for whatever reason we stopped this time and we're going to come back. That's because they see a vital downtown. They see a town that they can walk around, they can actually take part in. We can say, okay, you want to go hiking, you want to go canoeing, you want to go kayaking, you want to go to the museum, you want to see art, you want clothing, we've got that. You want to have music, we have activity during the day and during the night for people to see. It's a good place. It's a good place. We love it. We all love it. That's why we're here. But again, perceived or not, this 1% really doesn't feel good for the shoppers or the people who are downtown. We've just had an increase in parking fees, which is necessary, but our employees, if they work 30 hours or 40 hours, are paying up to $30 or $40 a week for parking in order to come and work with us. And, you know, that's getting to be a little bit of a drag too. So that's a down thing. If you have a percent of tax on top of that again, perceived or not, whether it actually does benefit the town or not, it still feels like here's another nail in the coffin. We have a pretty substantial grand list downtown right now. We have most of the businesses are filled. A lot of the buildings are filled. If those businesses, for whatever reason, start to decline and the grand list value starts to go down in the downtown buildings, then the property taxes are going to be, you know, going up even more on the residential area. So, you know, there's a lot of different ways to look at this. I hope you'll vote against it, especially right now. It's the people I talked with yesterday said that this last year and the beginning of this year are probably some of the worst times that they've gone through as far as retail goes. And so if not this year, you know, maybe next year after this home rule or potential home rule goes into effect, we might be able to do something different. But I would really encourage you to vote against it at this time.
Wow. All right, Ms. Melton. I'm trying to get new people, as many as I can, and believe me, everybody has their hand up. But I will recognize Ms. Melton.
Thank you. Paula Melton, District 1. I have a couple things. I just wanted to remind people that the last time we voted this down, it had actually gone through a referendum where the will of the people was that they wanted the 1% tax. So if people here didn't know that, that's something to keep in mind. The other thing is, one of the things I find attractive about the 1% tax is the idea that for both residents and businesses who rent, that this could possibly stabilize rent. But as Jesse already said, I do have some inherent skepticism about that. And I'm wondering, maybe this is a question for the town attorney. Does the select board have the legal authority to have an ordinance having to do with rent stabilization?
Ms. Melton interrogates Mr. Fisher.
I'll have to look into that with regard to rent stabilization. I just haven't looked into that in preparation of today's debate on the 1%. So sorry, but I can get back to you at a later point on that.
Okay, thank you. If it is possible for the select board to write an ordinance like that, I would just ask for a commitment for them to look into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, people who have not yet spoken. In the back, yes, you, sir. No, yes. You got your hand up. Okay.
Cade Glover Yelovich, District 3. In light of what Ms. Starr has said, I move the previous question.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion then to cease debate. And as you all know, that requires a 2/3 vote, and it's not debatable, and we will do it by counting again. So all those in favor of ceasing debate, please rise and remain standing until you are counted. All those in favor of ceasing debate. You may be seated. All those opposed to ceasing debate, please rise and remain standing until counted. Listen to the results of your vote. 44 ayes, 88 noes. The motion fails, and we return to the question, shall the town assess a 1% local option sales tax in accordance with 24 VSA Section 138? And I would at this point also just remind folks to try to limit their remarks to 2 minutes. I've tried to be as flexible on this as I can, but there are many of you that have good thoughts and would like to be heard, and we'd like to give everyone an opportunity. Yes, and back, yes, sir, please.
Amir Flesher, District 3. I want to invite people who do shop in New Hampshire to pay the tax if that is required. So, you know, if you go and you buy a dishwasher at Manny's, just pay the tax. If you go to Perkins, pay the tax.
Further debate? I'll give Mr. Agave an opportunity.
Spoon Agave, District 3, sorry. As a reminder, a progressive tax is a tax that is assessed on ability to pay. A regressive tax is a tax that is assessed equally on everybody, regardless of ability to pay. And those are the definitions, whether we want to use others or not. In principle, I oppose any regressive tax. In fact, that's the history of our state, even though it hasn't been well applied. However, if someone said, if we pass the 1% sales tax and raise $630,000 for a health clinic that was open 7 days a week and staffed by doctors who could write scripts and have services, I'd consider that. Or if we were raising $630,000 for affordable housing, I might consider that. Or a free bus system, or internet and phone service for everybody in town, I'd consider that. But to raise that money, most of which would come from us. In fact, when you look at the numbers, only about a third would come from out of town. It's mostly our money anyway. But It just has never worked in the history of this country to give money to the property owners and think that we are all going to benefit. Look at the world around us. And it is not going to change now. I commend Mr. Miskovich for conceding that he's been very lucky in life and can afford and was willing to say so and is willing to pay a larger share of his taxes. I wish more people felt that way, but they don't. And so we have an economy that we do. And since that is the fact, I oppose this tax.
Further debate. Ms. Zach.
Deb Zach, District 2. This is an incredibly tough issue, and I haven't made up my mind yet, but I will say that, you know, what I hear is that our economy still remains fragile on both sides, you know, for our residents and for our commercial folks, our business folks. And, you know, I struggle with, you know, how do we solve this issue? And are we really thinking as creatively as we could about it? Some of the things that I've noticed, though, over the years is that, you know, we are a small community, and we have 3 dollar stores in our community, which I think is a little bit unusual. You know, we have one up at Canal Street near Price Chopper. We have one in West Brattleboro, and we have one in North Brattleboro. We also have an Aldi's there on Putney Road, and all of them seem to be thriving. We also have a transportation system that takes people over to Walmart, and all of this takes business from, or it tells me that many of our residents are not able to really afford to shop in some of those downtown businesses. And so what do we do about this? I mean, how do we support people in our community who are economically stressed? And when people are financially stressed, then that puts pressure on other services in our town. And as we all know, we're service rich here. We really do strive to take care of our residents. But the more financial pressure we have, the more stressed those services become. So what I struggle with is, as a town meeting representative, I feel like part of our responsibility, or maybe a major part of our responsibility, is not only to ensure that we have a balanced budget, but also that we're caring for the well-being of our citizens in our community, just like we care for our children in our community. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Mr. Harvey.
George Harvey, District 3. I have lived around this area for much of my life. I moved to Brattleboro the first time I lived here in 2004, but I actually remember shopping in Sam's, which was a bike ride from where I lived, a long one, in 1957. And I want to compare so that people know what it's like to be in Vermont and what it's like to live in New Hampshire, where there's no sales tax. Now, the people in Winchester, New Hampshire, where I live, probably would think this is a comedy act, because they don't have sales tax, and what they see as a result of that is stores that depend almost 100% from people who drive into the town from places as far away as Connecticut, because they can buy things that are very cheap in Winchester and Hinsdale and Keene and so forth. And by comparison, here in New Hampshire, we pay sales tax. I have the tremendous benefit from the point of view of this thing of knowing exactly what it's like to be poor in both places. I'm going to spend 1% tax extra, if this is passed, when I buy soap. Is this correct or am I wrong? Mouthwash, books. I buy a lot of books. I love books. But 1%? Really? And what am I going to get out of this? Well, I'm going to get one of two things, and nobody's really clear about this, and it bothers me that they're not. And Spoon brought up some good points about this. We might see our property taxes go down, or we might not. They might actually go up. We don't have any control over that on this particular issue. Or we might see services increase, or we might not, because we don't have any control over that, over this issue. There's no item on this issue that is tied to where the money is going. So we don't have any guarantee. So my expectation is, if this passes, I will pay 1% extra when I buy soap, but I will not see my rent decrease, and my landlady probably won't see her taxes go down, and the benefit of this is going to go to other people. Other people? Who are they? I don't know. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Alex Fisher, Chair recognizes.
Hi, thank you. Alex Fisher, District 2. If I have questions, do I ask that first and then statement?
Sure. No,
Okay.
go right ahead and ask through me, and
Great.
then we'll decide.
So the first question is, as it's written, the article is simply about assessing the tax. It has nothing to do with how it will be spent. It is currently speculated that it will go towards decreasing property taxes. Is that true? And that it's at the discretion of the select board starting July 1st, 2019, who makes the decisions on how any increase in funding is spent? I'm not correct. Can you correct me?
I'm going to allow somebody, Mr. Elwell, to respond to the
Thank
question.
you. I think there's confusion on that piece, which would be great.
So at the moment when you would take action on this article, you won't know the answer to that question, but you, the body, control it when later today under Article 21 you consider the town's budget, because you could at that time approve a levy of property taxes that is an estimated equivalent amount less than what is proposed before you today.
And if that doesn't happen,
Then it would be additional revenue to be expended at the discretion of the select board after July 1st.
Okay, thank you. That is very helpful. My second question is in regards to the slew of emails that came in to many of us regarding this issue before the meeting. Many of them were from downtown business owners, and I was wondering what % of those business owners live in Brattleboro, and if the chamber has those numbers.
Is there a member of the chamber here?
Or anyone
or
that has those
anyone
numbers.
who could answer that question? Or give an approximation?
I don't offhand know the answer to that question.
Okay, I think, and the point of that question is that my understanding is the question is towards Brattleboro residents, and many of the people weighing in on this conversation prior to this body and prior to this convening are not Brattleboro residents, and how looking forward to address those issues of sort of lobbying-esque activities. So it's just something I've been thinking about in terms of swaying this body, that my understanding is that debate should be happening here. And I will say personally, I'm not convinced on how I'm voting on this. It is a huge issue. Many of you know me from doing community organizing in town. That's not my actual job. I am a bookkeeper and financial consultant. I have worked with many businesses downtown. And I think the thing that worries me is sort of, I think Brandy, you stated the idea of sort of fear-mongering. And the reality is that there have been many issues facing businesses over the last however many years that have affected them by more than 1%. I think about the rise in rent for downtown. I think about family leave acts. I think about the health insurance issue that the town is facing. And I say that because I have faith and trust and hope in all of the businesses in this area to be creative. You have faced many problems before, and I do not see this as a huge hurdle that you are not skilled to face. So I have faith in many of our businesses to be able to move forward. And that's all. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Virginia Goodman, District 2. Can we, further on, if this were approved, can we, in Article, I think you said 23, could we also then direct those funds towards the human services?
No, because that would not be germane at that point.
So it could only be in reducing the budget, either property tax or something general?
No, we have to deal with what's in front of us right now, which is the question of whether we shall assess a 1% local option sales tax.
Right.
And when you get into a subsequent article, we cannot introduce new means by which funding is proposed, because that would not be germane, okay? It could be considered by the select board. Let me let Mr. Elwell speak to this.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I stand with some trepidation because I want to answer a little differently from how you just were answering. I think what you were saying is unequivocally true as it relates to the budget article. So a lot of times we talk about the fact that the representative town meeting gets to decide the amount of taxes and the amount of expenditures, but the select board has discretion to decide the details. And under Vermont law, that's unequivocally true. But because today's warning also includes an article that is specific to the funding for human services, I think the direct answer to the direct question, the specific question, is under that article, not under Article 21 about the budget, but under whatever the number is that's the article for human services. The body could, if you chose to, approve the 1% under this article and increase by some proportion, in some relationship to this decision, the funding for human services. And then we would need to advise you, if you do those two things, we'd need to advise you when you're considering Article 21 about the budget, what the net impact of your changes are leading up to that. That's why we always put the budget after these other articles that are about specific elements.
Okay, thank you.
That may be mud, but that's okay. We'll iron this out over the break. Ms. Kornheiser.
Thank you, Emily Kornheiser, District 1. I have 2 points of clarification. The first is I would just we've talked a little bit about the 30% and where it goes. I'd just like to clarify that when taxes go to the state, they don't go into a black hole from which they never return. They are returned to the citizens of the state in the form of services, of which we all enjoy. So that's one point of clarification. And the second one is question. Could we not, and I'm not advocating for this, it is a clarifying question, could we not amend this article to ask that the revenue go into a special fund?
No, I don't believe that is germane, but I will defer or discuss with Mr. Fisher on that.
This is really a revenue article of whether you are going to be raising this revenue through the 1% sales tax. How that revenue is then spent is a matter for the select board, and obviously it relates to the further articles before you, namely the budget this afternoon. So to direct it specifically, you cannot do is it's really not germane. I would agree with the moderator on this article.
That is correct. Ms. Dowd.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am hopeful that we will adopt this option tax. Oh, yes, thank you. I've been waiting so long I knew who I was. Okay. I'm Kathy Dowd, District 1. I am hopeful that we will adopt this option tax. It's an opportunity to raise more money to invest in our town and schools. We all care deeply about our community. We all like having choices of where to shop, dine, and play. Stay in town, go out of town. We can shop at big stores, little stores. We can shop online. Though Brattleboro serves as an economic hub, we did not welcome big box stores. Therefore, they located elsewhere. I did read all the information that we received about pros and cons of this tax. We are told that online shopping hurts our local businesses. Yet many of these downtown businesses also enjoy the benefits of having an online presence to promote and sell their products. Along with the financial responsibilities for our schools in town that we will vote on today, a portion of our taxes that we do not vote on how to use go to support tax stabilization agreements, veteran exemptions, the current use program, and 216 tax-exempt properties. You can find detailed information on these obligations and how they impact our tax rate on the bottom of page 25 in the Assessor Office report. I have always respected the range and depth of experiences each of us brings to our work as town meeting members. I've served in lots of capacities, but the ones I'll mention is I'm a lister since 2013, a town meeting member since 1982. I was a select board member for 5 years. I'm a homeowner, I'm a landlord. I've been a licensed real estate broker for 30 years. For the last 18 years, I managed the 24-hour Gateway Vermont Welcome Center, 1 mile south on Interstate 91. There we welcome 700,000 travelers each year. Visitors came from all over the United States, from many foreign countries, and we welcomed all our fellow Vermonters. I have seen firsthand why these visitors are so excited to be in Vermont and the reasons they travel to Brattleboro. They are the same reasons we all live here. The experiences that I say above shape my thinking and decision-making. I don't want to be defined by what our neighboring states choose to do. I want us to blaze our own trail. I believe the additional revenue this tax will provide will help to strengthen and maintain our vibrant community. Thank you.
All the way in the back, yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Wendy Levy. I serve on District 1. I've never spoken at town meeting before. Oh, gosh. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. So I'd like to share my skepticism that a 1% tax, which again is a penny on the dollar, is going to disincentivize local shopping. Unless someone invests in a big neon sign that says, it's 7 cents on the dollar now, I don't think most people are gonna know. So I'm a fairly low income wage earner. I'm not a frequent shopper for taxable items anywhere. When I do buy things, here's what guides my purchases. It's a few different things. Quality, which we have a lot of in this town. What I want and where I can get it. How far I have to travel to get that specific item. And can I afford it now, or do I have to put it off? 7 cents on the dollar versus 6. is not going to change my mind. Thank you for your consideration.
Further debate? Ms. Carter.
Terry Carter, District 3. I just want to share a couple things about this bill that I think is important. I believe it's been like 10 years since this progressive tax was raised, right? Like, when was the last time this tax was raised? 6 years ago? Oh. 12.
Do you mean the sales tax?
Oh, the 1%. I'm sorry. I'm yeah.
The last time that we took it
It's
under
a regret.
consideration?
Pardon me?
The last time that we took this under consideration?
The last time the tax, 7 years ago. And it was the last time this tax was implemented, correct? Clarify, I'm sorry, would you clarify for me the time?
Sure, we don't.
Are you talking, you're talking about the state? Yeah, you're talking about the state. Is it okay, Mr. Moderator?
Well, to get to my point, my feeling is this 1%, from what I understand based on the conversation, next year we have the option, if it isn't working, we can end it, right? We can stop. Renew it or not renew it, correct? I'm sorry, I've absorbed so much in this one morning, I don't mean to be inarticulate, but if in 1 year this tax turns out to be a bomb, we can end it, correct? We can vote it down.
Is there a member of the administration that can respond to that question?
Yeah, I mean, this body can do whatever they want pretty much on almost anything.
Well,
so.
that's what I thought, because to me it seems like 1% and the option of ending it if it doesn't play out well is good. And also the idea of exploring other options. I am originally from the Sin State, and it's true, alcohol and cigarettes and non-essential things, even taxing them, people still buy them. But also the second homeowner idea with property taxes and how much that is explored. Even in my own neighborhood right now, there's a huge Victorian, which is like a townhouse for some people who actually own an estate in a community, a town just not too far from Brattleboro. And in this time, economics is so disproportionate. People either have quite a bit of an income or, like most of us, like myself, we're pretty much scraping by. And I don't pretend to be an expert. I'm just saying these are options in the coming year we can explore and then readdress this in another year or so. And I just wanted to share that. People don't need to comment. And I apologize if I seem discursive. I've just absorbed so much in this one sitting, plus I've been cramming my brains out all week. So thank you very much.
The question is, shall the town assess a 1% local option sales tax in accordance with 24 VSA Section 138? Ms. McKinney.
Prudence McKinney, District 1. I have a question. So we've talked about Article 23 a little bit. Is it, in fact, a possibility that under self-rule it would give us more flexibility with raising revenue?
A member of the administration is interrogated. Mr. Elwell.
It is a possibility, and I don't want to go deep into it now because we'll discuss it under Article 23. I mean, it's a pending piece of legislation, so it's unclear what will happen with it this year, and it's unclear what the final form of it will be if it does get passed this year.
So we don't know.
So
Okay.
we don't know, but we are aspiring through that piece of legislation to gain more flexibility on questions like this.
Thank you.
Further debate. Dr. Copens.
I'd like to first have a question. Does anyone know how much money is spent from Brattleboro in Amazon and other mail order companies? So we really have no idea, and that would all be taxed at the 1% level. So in fact, we have no idea how much money this 1% would bring in. I tremble, my wife might divorce me if she knew how much money I spend on books that I try to smuggle into the house before she sees the packages. And it's not because I don't spend money at our local bookstores as well. But in fact, the tax would not affect, if we're paying it for mail order and we're paying it locally, it would not affect that part. The only part the tax would affect is the money that's getting spent in New Hampshire. And in fact, I think Brattleboro stores, New Hampshire is boring. It may be cheap, but it's boring. I would much rather spend money in Brattleboro. And I don't shop at Walmart, I don't shop in Keene. But one of the things that the state does not do, Massachusetts used to have policemen at the border, and they used to have plainclothesmen at the New Hampshire liquor store taking down Massachusetts licenses that were walking out of the liquor store with big boxes. In fact, the state gives our merchants no protection. I used to be upset about us paying for the buses that go to whatever it is, Runnings, to Walmart, to Tractor Supply, because I felt like we were spending our money to get people to spend money in New Hampshire. Spoon should get credit for changing my mind on that, because he said, in fact, most money spent in New Hampshire by Brattleboro people or Dummerston people or whatever are the people who have cars, and we shouldn't discriminate against the people who need the bus. But we should find a way to help protect our merchants from people who shop in Keene and then don't pay taxes.
Further debate? Yes, sir.
Emmanuel Keppel, District 3. I guess there's a couple things I want to touch on. The first is that I am slightly wary of getting into a system where, every few years we bring this up, and every few years people don't want a sales tax. And then we move on, and the next year we're talking about the property tax, and people don't want the property tax. And I think, to Mrs. Starr's point earlier, I think there is an element of it that people don't like taxes, quite frankly. And there is no perfect solution for everyone. And I do worry a bit about getting into an endless cycle where we're trying too hard to find a solution that fits everyone perfectly, when in reality, there is no perfect solution. There's problems with any proposal we put out. I'm pretty torn on the issue. I guess one question that would really help me to make a decision would be specifically on the 1% in Keene and on the 1% in Brattleboro, and how that would actually affect people going to Keene or Hinsdale to buy stuff, and whether you guys have looked at any perhaps like consumer studies of similar places such as White River Junction, and whether that's actually had an effect. Because for me, I'm kind of skeptical. I don't think that 1% would not affect my decision on where to shop. And I'm, definitely someone, as an 18-year-old who does not have that much money to spend. It really wouldn't affect it at all. It seems to be a really small amount. But I'm curious whether there's any research to suggest that.
Is there anyone in the administration or otherwise that can respond to Mr. Keppel's question? Mr. Wessel? Well, sure.
I believe, because I know what Kate's going to say, that I guess that's cheating. I believe that the research is a little suspect because it has funding sources from interested parties. But I want to just reiterate that no one really knows exactly the effect that it's going to have, but I think this body can put their brains with their guts and really understand that the people, you can't deny that the people who are going to New Hampshire for tax shopping, and because we don't have another Brattleboro right over the river, we only have Runnings, we only have Walmart. We have to drive a half an hour to Keene, so that's gas money, let's face it. But the people who are already tax shopping because they save 6% are already lost to Brattleboro merchants. So adding 1 penny, how is that going to change that situation?
Thank you.
Ms. O'Connor, do you also want to?
Yes, because Tim referenced the study that I think a lot of people had, and I'm just going to give you the numbers because I want to actually speak later and argue a point. This was a study done by Art Wolf, who has a PhD in economics and who's a professor at UVM, and these are just, I'm going to give you the numbers. In 1969, the state of Vermont imposed the sales tax for the first time, and that was at 3%. 82, it went up to 4%. 91, it went up to 5%. In 2003, it went up to 6%. In 2007, per capita retail spending in New Hampshire was $18,000, and per capita retail spending in Vermont was $11,000. And when the tax was first imposed, it was pretty much equal. So when we first imposed the tax, it was equal. By the time we got up to 6%, again, New Hampshire per person spending was $18,000, and in Vermont it had gone, it's lower, it's $11,000.
Further debate. Ms. White.
Mary White, District 3. First of all, I'm sure it's probably illegal to bet at town meeting, where we really should have been placing bets on how long this conversation would take, and we'd make a lot of money. Second of all, it's been at least 2 hours, so I call the question.
Ms. White has called the question. Once again, that requires 2/3 vote. Is there a second? Okay. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please rise and remain standing to be counted. You may be seated. Those opposed to ceasing debate, please rise and remain standing. You may be seated. Those in favor of ceasing debate, 90. Those opposed, 37. And you have voted to suspend debate. So we return to, at this point, the main question. Shall the town assess a 1% local option sales tax in accordance with 24 VSA Section 138? All those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. The chair is in doubt. We will have a division. You may be seated. All those in favor of the 1% local option tax, please rise. Remain standing until you are counted. You may be seated. All those opposed to the local options, 1% local option sales tax, please rise and remain standing until counted. Listen to the results of your vote. Those in favor, 75. Those opposed, 62. And you have adopted Article 11. At this point, we will take a 1-hour recess. If everyone can be back at 5 minutes after 2, that would be great. 5 minutes after 2. I would ask everyone to kindly take your seats, and we will get started. We will reconvene at this time. The ballot clerks inform me that we do have a quorum, so we will, at this point, take up Article 12 to see what salaries the town will pay its select board members. The chair would recognize Mr. Scholes.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the salary of the Select Board Chairperson be set at $5,000 and that the salary of the other members of the Select Board be set at $3,000 each.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the salary of the Select Board Chairperson be set at $5,000 and that the salaries of the other members of the Select Board be set at $3,000 each. Is there discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And you have approved Article 12. Article 13, to see if the town will transfer from the unassigned general fund balance to the capital fund the sum of $295,000 for the purpose of replacing the windows in the children's room at Brooks Memorial Library at an estimated cost of $25,000, replacing the swimming pool deck and warming shelter boiler at Living Memorial Park at an estimated cost of $100,000, and replacing a dump truck for the Public Works Department at an estimated cost of $170,000. The chair recognizes Ms. Gander.
I'd like to move that the town transfer from the unassigned general fund balance to the capital fund the sum of $295,000 for the purpose of replacing the windows in the children's room at the Brooks Memorial Library at an estimated cost of $25,000, replacing the swimming pool deck and warming shelter boiler at Living Memorial Park at an estimated cost of $100,000, and replacing a dump truck for the Public Works Department at an estimated cost of $170,000.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the town transfer from the unassigned general fund balance to the capital fund the sum of $295,000 for the purpose of replacing the windows in the children's room at Brooks Memorial Library at an estimated cost of $25,000, replacing the swimming pool deck and warming shelter boiler at Living Memorial Park at an estimated cost of $100,000, and replacing a dump truck for the Public Works Department at an estimated cost of $170,000. Is there discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And you have approved Article 13. Article 14, to see if the town will appropriate the sum of $42,119 from the unassigned general fund balance for joint promotion of Brattleboro by Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. Chair recognizes Ms. Starr.
Thank you. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $42,119 from the unassigned general fund balance for joint promotion of Brattleboro by the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the town appropriate the sum of $42,119 from the unassigned general fund balance for joint promotion of Brattleboro by the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. Is there discussion? Mr. Quip. No, they have to turn it on. Just a second. Before Mr. Quip, in fairness, I should have given an opportunity to the party moving the article to speak first. So
Thank you.
voting Brattleboro, then what are we doing? And how, again, it's not. I question the uncertainty, I question the lack of a plan, I question the lack of a vision. And also, again, these are all things that as a town, and I mean in terms of all of us, and not just the people who are not in this room, really have yet to figure out. I'm really not interested in having something when there's some plan that is magically produced by some set marketing expert, and then we see what's going to happen after that. I'm not looking for that. And frankly, we want to be better than spending money. And I know there's an announcement previously about money to measurement, but I'm sorry, $42,000. I'd like to make this up. And if I'm not overdoing that, I want to see some other people managing that. So, not interested. So, thank you.
Can you bring the public microphone over, and then you can replace the public microphone?
My question to Ms. Moderator is, why did 2020? I know you did I'm not going to that. I guess I'll get used to it. Why is it so much money?
Is the number of corporations in the past, can you participate?
Yeah, I can respond as I'm actually going to respond as the executive director of the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce, since we're the one that asked for this amount. The $42,000 is 10% of the revenue that the town gets from the 1% that we collect on Wednesday meals. Does that make sense what I'm saying? That's how we came up with $42,000.
No, I don't. So I understand that the revenue is 10% of the reason year corporation revenue. I just don't understand why this request is for that amount of money. Like, presumably it's the budget for something, right? You identify the cost of something, and then you identify how much money you need to get that spent. So is the cost of marketing the town $42,000 whatever, or is that just a number that's important?
I'll be honest with you, when we're trying to figure out what kind of market the town, and we could spend $100,000 to $200,000, but we thought, what's a rational way to do that? And it's just, I'm going to say this, you pick 10%. And I can get into it more later if people have any questions. I do want to speak to it, but I'll wait until moderator. What I would ask is when you're thinking about this, to people that things in mind. The purpose of a marketing campaign in Lucia is to get people to come to town, to stop, signs, stay overnight, enjoy everything we have to offer, whether it's entertainment, lodging, great recreation. We want people to move here. We just don't want them to stay. We want them to live in this place, so we need people to move here. As we all know, we need more young people here, and we need to have people open businesses. We just had a huge discussion, an hour-long discussion about needing to raise more revenue in this town. We got people to stop here, drive here, bring alcohol here, that increases the taxes that we pay here. We get people to move this year, hopefully they'll buy a house and pay property taxes. Hopefully they'll open a business, which brings more people to help us. And we're going to say a little bit about something that I wasn't able to say during the 1% discussion because the debate was cut off, but it's actually very relevant to what we're talking about right now. The retail sector in our town is incredibly fragile. We see retail sales receipts actually go down. In 2006, we had $115 million of retail sales. Last year, we had $93 million in retail sales. And we just imposed a 1% local option sales tax, which sort of taxes, but frames that number even more. We cannot see our sales tax receipts go down, or sales receipts go down, because if you don't want to get everyone, the property owners to see the $54 that they're going to get a year, you've got to at least keep our retail sales receipts even. It can't go down. People aren't going to get the $54 a year. So I would argue that getting the word out about what a great place we are to get people to come there again for weekend visitors or get people to move here is worth $42,000 a year. And I really think we need to keep that, keep in mind that we just imposed the tax on something that we're relying upon. $42,000 a year to kind of get more people to come here and increase their sales receipts is really now on our best interest.
Most of the merchants that business here know they're probably not going to get rich doing it. I believe that we as a body just really made a huge ask of our merchants and business owners by passing a 1% tax, whether you agree with it or not. We've asked them to, at a minimum, take a risk and potentially make a sacrifice. And I think we owe it to them to now give them the opportunity to actually market themselves and give them something to hold on to now. In the very next article, we're about to ask them for a special assessment, or special easement, whatever we call it, on downtown buildings as well. So I believe, given what we've done, we owe it to our business owners who we know are not getting rich in the businesses that they're in, that they're doing it for our community as much as anything else. I vote yes on this because I believe that they need it. And let's give it to them because we want to show our support for them.
Today, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ruth Garbus, District 2. One of my main concerns is how do we know this is going to be effective? I'm wondering if there are any studies about other towns who have implemented similar plans and how that's affected their downtowns. Thank you.
Is there anyone from the chamber or the ministry? Mr. Connor.
Again, I am speaking on behalf of the chamber, not the select board. I can't give you, exact numbers on whether it's going to work or not. If Dick DeBray were here, he would tell you, he can't for sure tell you that it's the flowers. It's flowers that bring people to downtown, but we know it's something people like. Wilmington and Dover actually they take their 1% and put it into a marketing campaign for their town, and they're continuing to do it. So I'm assuming that they feel that it's successful. And I don't want to stand up here and promise you that, oh God, the first year we do it, we're going to get, 100 people moving here and setting up businesses here, because I can't say that. But people market for a reason. Stratton markets, you go in Stowe markets, Burlington markets. So they do it for a reason. And they wouldn't be doing it if it weren't successful for them. But I don't want to lie and say I have all kinds of figures, but we hope it'll work.
Thank you.
Further discussion.
I have one follow-up.
Sure, go right ahead.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to mention there was a sort of disastrous campaign for Western Mass that came out a few years ago. That would be, I think, a nightmare to repeat something like that. I think these things can go really wrong and need to be done really well. So the lack of planning really concerns me. Thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin.
Elizabeth McLaughlin, District 3. I'm also a member of the Finance Committee, and we studied this. We spoke to members of the Chamber and the Downtown Business Association. Let me read you excerpts from the Finance Committee report. After meeting with proponents from the plan, the Finance Committee continues to view it with some skepticism. We remain convinced that more information is needed about what this marketing plan would consist of, who would perform it, and what benefits are likely, and can these benefits be measured. In the end, we believe it makes sense for Brattleboro to be marketed, particularly if, as we recommend, the 1% local option sales tax is approved. And we think it's appropriate for taxes to provide some portion of the funding. We recommend a marketing plan budget be established under similar terms as the sustainability funding under Article 20. We suggest that Article 14 be modified to read as written, plus the words to be dispersed by those two agencies by the Select Board upon review and acceptance of a satisfactory plan for the use of the funds and evaluation of the results. With this approach, the Chamber and the DBA will be able to create a more detailed plan presented to the Select Board and then receive the funds to begin its implementation. Without this stipulation, the Finance Committee would oppose providing funding at this time.
Ms. McLaughlin, are you offering that as an amendment to Article 14?
Yes, I am.
Second. All right, it's been made and seconded by Ms. McLaughlin that the article be amended by adding the words to be dispersed to those two agencies by the Select Board upon review and acceptance of the satisfactory plan for the use of the funds and evaluation of the results. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, so we have an amendment to Article 14 that is before you. Is there any discussion with regard to Mrs. McLaughlin's amendment? Mr. Reichman.
Franz Reich from District 2. I want to say a few more words about what the Finance Committee concluded, and also about my own thoughts in the process of considering this article. When this first came up at the Select Board, it was after most of the budget work had already been done. I was really taken aback by an article that I consider significant as this one coming up that late in the process. And I shared concerns that have been expressed about the vagueness, lack of specificity included in what was put forward since then, and I said so at the time. On further reflection, and in the Finance Committee, I personally, and I think the committee as well, came to conclude that this really is a pretty good idea, even though the way it was brought up didn't match what we would normally expect for a proposal to come into the budget like this. But in the end, we decided, well, there's merit here. This does take us in the right direction of helping the town move forward, hopefully gain more in tax receipts and economic activity in general, so that we would like to support it. On the other hand, we don't really know exactly what it is yet, and we thought we would pitch it back at the select board, who so generously pitched it at town meeting in the first place, and say, okay, we can get behind this, we think it's a good idea, it's worthy of support, but before the money is spent, we want the board to look at it again and say, yes, this is a good idea. There have been a lot of ideas that I've heard about how this money might be used. One of my concerns is that there's a bit of a lack of focus at this point on where the money would end up going. And that could lead to dissension and bad feelings. I mean, I don't know what happened in Western Massachusetts, but I can believe that efforts like this sometimes do go awry. So the Finance Committee, and I personally support it, decided that this is a worthwhile endeavor. We support passing it with the stipulation made by Liz that before the money actually is dispersed, it goes through the select board's judgment one more time. Thank you.
So the question is on the McLaughlin amendment to be dispersed to those two agencies by the select board upon review and acceptance of a satisfactory plan for the use of the funds and evaluation of the results. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Yes.
Sorry for the delay, I almost closed something. So I have I guess some of a procedural question. So if the body voted yes to the amendment and then yes to the proposal, would that mean that the money is now would be strictly allocated to that purpose, and then the select board would be just reviewing to make sure that the proposal coming from the Brattleboro Chamber of Commerce would be one that the select board approved? So, and I'll take my answer from the answer.
That really, I think, relates to does that sound correct to you, Ms. McLaughlin, in terms of what you had intended in your amendment?
Yes, sort of. What we had envisioned was kind of like Chandra was talking about, that a plan would be prepared on speculation, that in other words, the town would not pay for it. And we would, on the select board, review it to make sure that its purposes and its activities and the anticipated results pass muster.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, I believe it does, and I guess I have one follow-up, if that's
sure.
All right. So if the plan is being prepared on speculation, who would front that cost? So if the estimate right now is 20% of what's budgeted now, what we're preparing, who would?
When the Chamber and the DBA came to the Finance Committee, we were also skeptical of the fact that one would have to pay for a marketing plan, because in my business and other people, experience that firms who want to provide services provide bids free of charge.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Further questions with regard to the proposed amendment? Mr. Jeffries.
I'm Dan Jeffries, District 1. My question or comment relates to the wording, because the way it's worded is we're going to submit this to the select board as a plan and an evaluation before the release of the funds. I don't know how you evaluate something that is only the plan. It's just the wording control.
Do you have any proposed changes that you would recommend making?
Yes, just off the top of my head, I would eliminate the reference to the evaluation. I would just request that it reads something on the order of to the select board with a plan that is accepted by them, subsequently release of funds.
Well, let me see if I can, Mr. Jeffries, help you with this, because what we may wind up doing is either a friendly amendment, Mr. Pollock, or
maybe Elizabeth can help me out because she
do you have an idea on this, Mr. Pollock?
The amendment says...
I'm sorry, we're going to have to, I apologize, you running halfway, okay, that's fine.
So the wording... There we go. The wording says, acceptance of a satisfactory plan for the use of funds and the evaluation of the results. The plan would have within it what the use of funds is and a mechanism for evaluating the potential results, that they're in the plan.
So you would like it to, what you're doing is you are responding to Mr. Jeffrey's concern and trying to explain to him why you have that terminology in there. Is that correct?
Yes. I'm not trying to put the cart before the horse, just within that plan, there should be an evaluation mechanism.
Okay, I appreciate that explanation, and that satisfies my question in regard to that.
Very good, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cole. Again, these questions remain just on the amendment, Mr. Hoffman. I think we might have our mic back in the center. Do you want to give it a try, Mr. Hoffman? Let's see if it's on. Okay.
Michael Hoffman, Area 1, and I also was part of the Finance Committee. And I think everyone rallies around the vision to create a bigger, better Brattleboro. And the plan makes, the idea of the plan, everyone likes in concept. I'm not sure where it fits with the use of funds, but if we do this right, we can possibly use these funds as a seed to create more funds, which will have greater impact on the whole thing. If we do it right, you can create more funds by having, say, 3 sections. We have the $42,000 that comes in. The members of DBA and the Chamber of Commerce can also contribute from their side. And we may also qualify with the state and tourism for funds. So it's possible to take $42,000 and make it into $100,000 or $100,000 or more if we do it in an intelligent way. $42,000 doesn't have to, on the one hand it's small, on the other hand it has the potential for greater impact, and then we can really do something with the funds.
Further discussion with regard to the McLaughlin amendment. Mr. Ost.
Are we on? So, Robert Ozer, District 3. First of all, I want to say the $42,119 is 10% of the rooms and meals tax. And so in this room, on December the 7th, 2006, there was a motion to assess a 1% local option tax on meals and beverages. And the supporter of that motion said, and I quote, that many taxpayers are struggling with the impact of rising property taxes and fuel costs, and this proposal is an option aimed at increasing revenue and thereby reducing the tax burden. So that was the stated purpose when that local option was made. Now, it's probably not, and I would defer to counsel, that's probably not a legal requirement or a legal obligation, and it's probably not legislative intent, because that wasn't written into the budget. But that was the rationale for the motion from then. So that's the background of the tax. The questions that I have are one of coordination. So you've got $42,000 from this that needs to be approved by the select board for a marketing plan. In a subsequent motion, you'll have $80,000 that goes to the DBA. Part of that, one would assume, would be for marketing. In a subsequent article, you have $24,000 going to SEDEX. Part of that, one would assume, would go to marketing. In fact, SEDEX currently has, we're talking about Western Massachusetts, SEDEX has a website, SOVermont, or sovermont.com, which is already a marketing plan. So I would hope that when you look at coordination in terms of this amendment, that you look at all of those entities and hopefully have them all coordinate on a marketing plan that benefits Brattleboro. That we're not reinventing the wheel several times over. Thank you.
Debate on the McLaughlin amendment. Start.
Thank you. I just want to give some insight as somebody who was a marketing manager at Brattleboro Savings and Loan for 7 years and had to pitch marketing ideas to a board of people who are used to looking at budgets that for a while, until we got our new CFO, ended in actual pennies. We weren't even allowed to round up. So it can be really challenging for people who look at numbers, line item by line item, to want to expend funds for something that feels so intangible as marketing. Marketing is a really hard thing to quantify when you're speaking. We can write down whatever kind of plan we want to. Half of the stuff might work, half of the stuff, and I don't mean that I would be part of this, I'm just speaking for marketing in general. So it's really important to keep a little bit of flexibility for the intangible nature of marketing itself. Of course, because of things like social media and tracking on videos, we actually can, marketing people can measure metrics, can take a look at things, but anything that's done in like a print collateral, you're kind of just like, hey, I think I should print up this many things. And so I'm totally fine with looking at a plan. I just grimace a little bit when I hear that, because some people's idea of a plan is a bit 60,000 feet, 30,000 feet, which is great for marketing. The people that want to look at it with a microscope or like a magnifying glass and see like how many things each postcard or piece of collateral are going to bring in, this is going to be really challenging for you because it doesn't always work like that. So that's just my marketing perspective. I think I made it clear earlier as a select board member why I'm in favor of this, because I find it to be my job to hold every piece of the community, and this is me holding the merchants and trying to bolster their efforts. And if they've met, and DBA has met, and the chamber's met, and the consensus is that they want to try this marketing campaign, I feel like it's a good risk. There's always risk. Some risk is good, some risk is harder. I find this to be a good risk, and I have a fair appetite for that risk.
The question is on the McLaughlin amendment. Is there any further discussion?
Lisa Weinman, District
one. I'm also a business and property owner in the downtown district. So I estimate that we pay in excess of $700 or so a year toward the current DBA budget, which downtown business owners, property owners do support, and part of that does include a marketing plan. And I do support the concept of marketing and the coordination of marketing plans in the town. So that said, I have a question before speaking more directly to the amendment, which again I do support. The original 460 plus thousand that was raised for the rooms and meals tax, what's that going to be used for? Can I ask? I mean, it was my understanding that that was a boom that came.
This really is not germane to the question that's currently before us. However, in deference to you, I'm going to ask if Mr. Elwell can respond to it.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. I'll answer the question. I've also been asked to inform the body that the reason there's a commotion going on is because while we've solved the problem here in the room and can hear each other well, that there's still some issues with how it's being broadcast. So we're trying to get that straightened out.
People can hear what you're saying. It's just not quite as quality as it was. But people can hear what you're saying.
Thank you. The answer to the question is it is general revenue. It is not designated for any particular purpose.
So that's almost as much as we just budgeted for the 1% sales tax that we're expecting to recoup. Is that correct?
So I want to be careful about aligning the two.
Okay,
This one has been in the budget for years, and it has been in the budget as a source of general revenue, so it's not earmarked for any particular expenditures.
Okay, so within the budgetary project, that could have also been accrued to wherever the business tax is going to go now. Is that correct? I just want to be clear on this because to say you support downtown businesses and then to tax on the one hand, and when there's this fund that has been a boom that the downtown largely supports, it would be nice to know, how those two could have related. But at any rate, the matter at hand, the amendment at hand, I do support. The chamber and the DBA came to the select board a while ago, and I was at that discussion, and it seemed as if there was no plan then, and there's no plan now. And even sitting out on the table here, one would expect if one was asking for $40,000 to have some sense of what it was going to be spent on. As someone who applies for two foundations for amounts as low as $2,000, I have to provide a whole budget and a rationale and write a big long proposal. So I don't understand why these two entities haven't seen fit to provide us with some sense, at least on a sheet of paper, that lets us know what we're actually going to use it for. So that said, I do think a big part of what the DBA and the Chamber do promote are the vitality of arts in our town. And I think that if we're going to take 10% of that $460,000, there should be some small percentage within that 10% that goes to support the creation of artistic products that those entities then seek to promote. So for us to be a so-called arts town and to get a lot of our tourism from arts means that we should also put our money where our mouth is, as Ms. Gander has said, and use that 10%, but allot 3% of it for the Arts Town Committee to help support the artists and the projects among the many different nonprofits in town that will create the product that will be marketed by the DBA and the Chamber. So I just want to put that, I know that we can't specifically get into that, but I do support Ms. McLaughlin's amendment. I do think that you don't have to get down to each flyer, to assess whether a program's working or not. And I do think that the select board and the public deserves to know where the 40,000 is going if it does go there. So thank you so much.
Again, the matter for consideration right now is the McLaughlin amendment to add the words "to be dispersed to those two agencies by the select board upon review and acceptance of a satisfactory plan for the use of the funds and the evaluation of the results." That's what we're currently debating. Do we have any further debate on that issue? Mr. Heller.
Hi, Oscar Heller,
District 3. Just want to quickly say that I strongly support this amendment. I have problems with the original proposal, and without the amendment, I would probably have to vote no, even though I really appreciate the concepts of marketing in general, and think it could be really valuable to the town. To talk about, real quick, about the question of at what level of detail the town should manage or view a plan like this. I think marketing does contain a lot of inherent vagueness, and you can't really get away from that, but that's why the evaluation portion of the plan is so important, because as someone who worked for a couple of years at a marketing agency quite recently, this is not a comment on that marketing agency, but I know that you can spend unlimited amounts of money in any direction, even with apparent success. You can make a beautiful video for $42,000. You may get 200 likes on Facebook, and it may have zero effect on your local plan. So that's why I think the evaluation component is so important. So again, I strongly support the amendment. I think it solves a lot of the problems in the original proposal. Thank you.
Further discussion with regard to the amendment only. We have a member of the public that wishes to speak just to the amendment. Would you say your name, please?
Brenda Siegel.
And Ms. Siegel, are you a registered voter in Brattleboro?
I am not.
Do you wish to speak to this amendment on the review of these funds?
Yes.
Unless there's objection, I'm going to give you 1 minute in which to state your position.
Okay. On March 6th of 2018, the Bureau of Economic Analysis and the National Endowment for the Arts said that in 2015, 4.2% of our overall GDP came from the arts, and in Vermont, 3.2%. So I was encouraged by Mr. Wessel to go to the DEA to ask them about their collaborating with the arts in terms of this marketing plan, and I was clarified to me by Stephanie Bonin, the executive director of DEA, that there isn't an intention to directly market arts projects that are happening in our community. Maybe I have it somewhat incorrectly, but that's how I heard it. She can speak to that if I heard it incorrectly. But specific arts projects, that's what I heard. And I am not against this amendment, nor am I against the Article 14 at all. But this turned off. But what I would ask is that they make sure the select board, if they're evaluating, or DEA, if they're not evaluating, make sure that we include the arts projects that are bringing money into our community. That's my only request on this amendment, or the article at all, in terms of it. I'm not against it, so I want to be really clear about that.
Again, the question is with regard to the amendment only of adding the words to be dispersed to those two agencies by the select board on review and acceptance of a satisfactory plan for the use of the funds and the evaluation of the results. Are you ready for that question? All those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And you may be seated, and you have approved the amendment. We now return to the original motion as amended, which will read that the town appropriate the sum of $42,119 from the unassigned general fund balance for joint promotion of Brattleboro by the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance to be dispersed to those two agencies by the select board upon review and acceptance of a satisfactory plan for the use of the funds and the evaluation of the results. Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please rise. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Franks, please.
Tom Franks, District 2. I do not want to speak first, but it seems like there might be some more
Now, the one and only Brattleboro by the Chamber, a great campaign. Was it marketing? Was it promotion? I don't know the difference. I understand technically promotion is a piece of a marketing campaign. I think what we are discussing right now is not whether or not the Chamber and the Downtown Business Alliance will promote and market Brattleboro. If they don't, what are they here for? We're discussing whether or not there will be public money put into having them work together. I'd like to just make it clear that that's what we're discussing. We're not discussing whether or not Brattleboro gets promoted. If it isn't promoted, asking this money, something very wrong. Thank you.
Further debate with regard to Article 14. House Bishop.
Hello again, Alex Fisher, District 2. A few things, I think, one thing, again, bookkeeping, business, budgeting hat on is when I see plans, I like to see what they're going to be spent for, and I think I'm also, with folks that are concerned that there isn't a plan, there are ways to create budgeting plans. The plan is to hire someone, then we need a quote on what that could look like. I don't know if $40,000 is enough for the plan that folks want. It might be more, it might be less. So without getting quotes and without having an idea, I don't know if this $42,000 is even in the ballpark of what is needed for the effects that are actually going to benefit Brattleboro. The second point, to echo what Shanta so wonderfully said, and if you don't mind me echoing you, Shanta, and something that we outlined in the progressive vision. Last year, it came up in conversation with the select board around the lack of people of color being hired in town office. There is a strong lack of diversity in Vermont, and so when you think about who is leading initiatives to promote Vermont, to promote Brattleboro, who's leading that? What does the leadership of that look like? And as far as I know, the leadership of the two bodies that will be represented and sort of leading this are not representative of what we are looking to move Brattleboro towards. And in my work with lots of organizations that do diversity work, it is so important to have every initiative start with the leadership that you want the constituency to look like, and that represents that. And so as we move forward, I'm all about marketing Brattleboro. I want to be very careful and very intentional about who is leading that charge, whose experiences are being spoken to, voiced, and put out there. And I think I'm voting not in favor of this because I do not see that reflected in the leadership of the organizations. Thank you.
I just want to respond to that for just a second. Yes, I'm a woman, and yes, Stephanie is a woman, but the Chamber of Commerce has 400 members, and we represent members from nonprofits to bigger companies like GS Precision. We have individuals who are in our organization. We have like breweries, artists, whatever, and they all are from different. I can't tell you what their ethnic origin is or what their sexual orientation is. All I can tell you is that we have. I can speak for my organization. That we have a swath of people that represent a lot of the community. So I sort of take a little, not a lot of offense, just a tiny bit of offense, because I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, but to just sort of make an overarching, paint a picture of these organizations that isn't necessarily true. I just have to.
Can I clarify? Sure. And I think, yes, the Chamber has many constituents which represent lots of folks. What I'm talking about specifically is the leadership of who's making decisions, who's hiring, and making this plan. So it's not about necessarily the specific, the larger constituency, and also it's not, I wouldn't be putting myself in charge of this either, so it's not a personal attack, it's just something that we really need to be thinking about as a town, whose voices we're empowering. And I know, Kate, you and I have disagreed on this in the past, and so I don't need to hash this out with you right now. I want to remind the body here and
fund the arts, because the arts is what Brattleboro is, and it is marketing Brattleboro as a community, not downtown, but Brattleboro as a community. I wanted to bring the discussion back to why. So the rooms and meals tax is how this money is being generated. And what we want to do is make sure that we're looking at this revenue source and supporting this revenue source. And the best way that we know how to support it is to get our locals, you and I, into Brattleboro, to get our visitors, and to get our visitors that are going to turn into constituents and residents into Brattleboro. If Brattleboro is a secret, then people don't come. And that's what marketing is about, is getting the word out. In terms of the plan, again, this is for Brattleboro as a community, not just downtown, even though I am DBA. It's a good coalition that's also Windham County's goal. And so in terms of the plan, we did outreach to 2 local marketing people, and because the money is not secure, they don't want to do an RFP process until we for sure have the money. And so I could not get them to even pitch a proposal of what they would do with that money. I want to echo the response that if you put any price tag to marketing, we could fill that budget instantly. And so what we need to do is take the money that we do have and create the most effective plan that we can to get the word out about our community, and that's what we plan to do.
Further discussion on Article 14, each deed with Zito.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. District 2. Both Kate and Stephanie and other people have mentioned the need to make it easier for people to move to this community. I could not agree more. I think that's a big priority for our town. And I'm concerned about supporting this money specifically for the DBA because one large thing that I know they're taking on this year is coming up in May. It's a short-term rental and Airbnb summit. I know that $13,000 of their budget is going towards that event. And I'm really concerned as someone who lives in Brattleboro, as a homeowner, as someone invested in my neighborhood, that promotion of Airbnb makes it more difficult for people to move here. Makes it more difficult for people to live here. It makes it more difficult for people to continue living here. And so I'm concerned that if we give this money to Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, those are the types of things we're going to be spending this money on, and I think that makes it more difficult to reach everyone's goals here of having people move here.
Debate on Article 14. Mr. Davis.
Andrew Davis, District 3. This is just kind of building on what Tom Franks brought up. But this is a public-private or a partnership thing. What is the rough amount of the budget for the chamber and DBA for promotion without this money? Just what's the amount of money that we're adding $42,000 to? Thank you. I'll just sit down and take your minute.
Member of the administration's Mr. Connors and Terry.
You're not adding to a lot, unfortunately. We're a small organization. We rely upon our members to help us. It really rolls over every year. We usually have about 10,000 hard dollars that we automatically spend on marketing. But we also try to get, whether it's the business community, larger businesses, smaller businesses, to make donations to the chamber that we can, spend. We do have a website that we maintain, we do all the social media stuff, but hard money, it really depends on what we can get. And that's why, to be honest with you, we're hoping that we can get a little more added to the very small pool that we have and, make things better.
Further discussion. For the past 2 years, the rooms and meals tax has been growing nicely, and we need to make sure that keeps happening. I think that it's true that many of our local businesses are not profitable. They're just sustainable. And tourism is a lifeline in that sustainability. Our local population is too small to maintain a lot of these businesses, and as a manager for 3 years and a vendor for 10 years at the farmer's market, I can attest to that. That tourism is crucial to the success of most of these retail businesses. And individual businesses can't do this kind of outreach, this kind of promotion on their own. Together they can. But this isn't just about promoting tourism, it's about promoting and supporting our businesses. It's also about jobs. And I'd like to read from the communication I got from a constituent earlier this week. Ask the person who works in a housekeeping job at one of the hotels on Putney Road, or a florist, or a catering business that does weddings. Ask a bartender or any member of the kitchen staff for destination to make Whetstone a station, for the makers and growers who sell at the farmer's market. Ask the servers who work the weekend brunch shifts at Dewar, or someone in recovery who's been given a second chance in life for the job at the Vermont Country Deli, that tourist deli, as we call it. Ask the owners of our local inns, the brewers at Hermit Fresh, the roasters and baristas at Mocha Joe's, and the local artists who sell their work at Vermont Artisans, Gallery in the Woods, Mitchell Gibbons, or Fine Arts. Ask them if they appreciate being employed. Jobs are an important part of this process, and promoting the town and making sure that we continue to attract more people is really important. It doesn't mean that people might move here. We don't know if it's the right amount, but we do know that it's going to help. And I think that one of the reasons that the select board is willing to put this on the agenda is because the DBA has a track record for innovative approaches. One of the most, the one that sticks out most to me is called Date Night, where they actually provide childcare for families so they can go out and spend the evening out in town, taking advantage of local services. So I think it's important to keep in mind that this is about supporting more than just local businesses, also all the people that work there. Further debate, this meeting.
Brattleboro is not a secret. 15% increase in rooms and meals revenue does not indicate a secret. I'm not staying in those hotels, are you? And Article 14, to me, doesn't reflect a proposal. It's an idea. Send it back and bring us something of substance. Thank you.
Further debate, Mr. Garcia.
Ward 3, I have no question.
Mr. Berzino has moved to cease debate on Article 14, which again requires a 2/3 approval. So I will ask all those in favor of ceasing debate to please rise and remain standing until you are counted. Select Board, upon review and acceptance of a satisfactory plan for the use of the funds and the evaluation of the results. All those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. You may be seated. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have approved Article 14. Article 15. To see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $80,000 through special assessments on properties within the downtown improvement district, as approved by town meeting March 19, 2005, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Act to establish and regulate the downtown improvement district, to be used for capital and operating costs of projects of the town's duly designated downtown organization, as reflected in its work plan and budget. Chair recognizes Mr. Scholes.
I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $80,000 through special assessments on properties within the downtown improvement district, as approved by town meeting March 19, 2005, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Act to establish and regulate the downtown improvement district, to be used for capital and operating costs of projects of the town's duly designated downtown organization, as reflected in its work plan and budget.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded as just stated. Is there any discussion? Yes, Ms. Ryan.
In District 1, so the special assessment on downtown properties within the improvement district, how will that assessment be made? Who will be affected?
A member of the board is interrogated. Who's a comment?
Thanks for that. Just so everybody knows, this is not a tax on everybody in town. This tax special assessment is only on somebody who owns a building downtown. So pretty much what you take the $80,000 and you split it amongst people based on the value of their property.
Further discussion on Article 15. Hearing vote. Yes, Ms. Cannon.
I just have a quick, I think I'll clarify with David Schultz that also whether or not this was related to the downtown Brattleboro lines. I'm just curious where this then goes in their operating and their budget. Is it towards a salary? Where can someone break down where it's going?
What I'd like to do is pass it over to Stephanie Bowen, who is the executive director of the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. But before I do, just for everybody's, so everybody knows, the detailed budget of this organization was looked at by the select board. But I'll throw it over to Stephanie.
Unless there's an objection, the chair recognizes Mrs. Cohen.
I apologize, I didn't introduce myself last time. It's Stephanie Bowman, Executive Director of the Brattleboro Alliance. And I have been the Executive Director for about a year and a half, and before that was a volunteer board member for 4 years. Just to answer very clearly, the $80,000 special assessment tax is in a budget that the select board passed, and the total budget is $175,000. The Downtown Brattleboro Alliance is the downtown organization that represents the DID, which is the Downtown Improvement District, which is a geographical area. Going to the Marlboro Grad Center, Holstein Building, all the way up past what used to be Putney Market, that house past Putney Market, up High Street to the funeral home, and all the way to the river on the other side. So our budget basically reflects 3 different veins
those 3 days and then just give you one example in each category. So the first is programs and events, creating experiences downtown and magnifying the experiences we already have that are downtown. The second is working on Brattleboro, going deeper into the issues and working to make Brattleboro as best self. The last one is a broader level of being the thought leader in Brattleboro on where our downtown communities are headed, both here in the nation, what's going on, what is our future. So the first example of the program and events work is Plan a Go-Go. So that's our community calendar. For many, many years, people asked for a comprehensive community calendar and just one of them. So we worked to build a coalition between the Chamber, Brattleboro Savings and Loan, and find the software that would make this attainable, and we did it. So it is naturally aggregating all of the events that are on websites and Facebooks, so that there's one place for event organizers to place their event, and one place for people to look for their event. And that's on websites from Brattleboro.com, the Retreat Farm, the Food Co-op, and so on, as far as Wilmington Works. Obviously, that takes a lot to nurture and to change people's habits and cultures to go to that place, and that's the place we're in right now. The second example of working on Brattleboro and in Brattleboro would be the parking issue. It's a tough issue, not one that people smile and laugh about very often. We hope we brought a little levity to that by creating the parking ambassador, who shows up parking hero, downtown Brattleboro parking hero, who shows up every now and then and feeds people's meters, leaves a little note that says, we've got you, have fun in town, we pay people's tickets every now and then, and it just creates some fun, because everybody loves fun, and it creates a vibe that we want our town to be. Going deeper, we have been doing a lot of coalition work around the safety and the approachability and the who owns the transportation center, who really is engaging that space and placemaking around that. And so the way that works is working with the town on signage, working with a group of artists on a public art installation, and also looking at how can we make sure that things that the select board votes on, like lighting in the parking garage, how can we be an asset and continue to push those types of issues forward. And then the last one, in terms of where are we headed in the community downtown, that's a harder one. It's a much broader and all over the country, and rural communities are looking at that. I was one of 2 downtown programs that was awarded a scholarship to head to Seattle, which I leave tomorrow for a conference looking at the future of downtown. So I'm excited to report back what I learned.
Further discussion with regard to Article 15. Yes, Mr.
So when I just want to apologize, I hadn't realized actually reading the amendment that was the assessment we're already paying for the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. It said Downtown Brattleboro Alliance on there. We would not to have asked that, but I want to say I do appreciate the work that the Alliance has been doing in promoting the town as a business owner. I think it's been effective. So I just wanted to add that back. Thank you.
Question is, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $80,000 through special assessments on properties within the downtown improvement district as approved by the town meeting March 19, 2005, and is delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Acts to Establish and Regulate the Downtown Improvement District, to be used for capital and operating costs of projects of the town's duly designated downtown organization, as reflected in its work plan and budget. Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. You may be seated, and you have adopted Article 15. Article 16, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $223,276.40 through special assessments on the property within the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District, as approved by town meeting on March 24th, 2007, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Act to establish and regulate the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District for the purpose of paying debt service on the capital improvements to the water and sewer lines serving the Mountain Home and Deepwood Mobile Home Parks. The chair recognizes Ms. McConnell.
I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $223,276.47 to special assessments on property within the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Tax District, as approved by town meeting March 24, 2007, as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Act to establish and regulate the Mountain Home Special Park Benefit Assessment Tax District for the purpose of paying debt service on the capital improvements to the water and sewer lines serving the Mountain Home and Deepwood Mobile Home Parks.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded as just stated. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please rise. Oh, sorry, there is discussion. Yes, Mr. Jeffries.
Jeffries from District 1. My question is, this work has already been completed, correct?
That's correct, yes.
How's the debt service been paid for?
Same way. This is
an annual?
This is an annual appropriation.
Thank you.
Further question with regard to Article 16. Hearing none, all those in favor, kindly rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And you have adopted Article 16. Article 17. Unless there is objection, I will allow you just to read it in your book, and the chair will, in the interest of trying to expedite the meeting, yes,
I do object. I want each of these statements right. How much we're paying for the services.
well, the motion is going to include that. Do you want me to read it and the motion person as well?
Correct. I think that's important.
Okay, that's fine. That's no problem. Article 17, to see if anybody ever has any objection to the chair, what the chair does, you have the right to raise your hand, and I will respect that objection. Article 17, to see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $147,300 to support human service programs and facilities for the residents of Brattleboro to be allocated among service providers in the following manner. AIDS Project of Southern Vermont, $2,000. American Red Cross, New Hampshire and Vermont Region, $2,000. Big Brothers Big Sisters, $7,500. Boys and Girls Club, $15,000. Brattleboro Area Adult Day Gathering Place, $4,000. Brattleboro Area Hospice, $1,500. Brattleboro Area Prevention Coalition, $5,000. Brattleboro Center for Children, $5,000. Brattleboro Senior Meals, $7,000. Family Garden, $2,500. Green Mountain Crossroads, $5,000. Green Mountain RSVP, $700. Groundworks Collaborative, $20,000. Healthcare Rehabilitation Services, $3,500. Meeting Waters YMCA, $7,500. Senior Solutions, $3,000. Southeastern Vermont Community Action, $12,000. Turning Point, $12,500. Central Vermont, Vermont Center for Independent Living, $1,600. Vermont Family Network, $1,500. Windham County Humane Society, $1,000. Windham County Safe Place Child Advocacy Center and the Southeastern Unit for Special Investigations, $2,500. Women's Freedom Center, $7,500. Women's Southeast Supervisory Union Summer Food Program, $7,500, and Youth Services, $10,000. The chair recognizes Ms. O'Connor for a motion.
Okay. I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $147,300 to support the human service programs and facilities for the residents of Brattleboro to be allocated among service providers in the following manner. AIDS Project of Southern Vermont, $2,000. American Red Cross, New Hampshire and Vermont Region, $2,000. Big Brothers Big Sisters, $7,500. Boys and Girls Club, $15,000. Brattleboro Area Adult Day Gathering Place, $4,000. Brattleboro Area Hospice, $1,500. Brattleboro Area Prevention Coalition, $5,000. Brattleboro Center for Children, $5,000. Brattleboro Senior Meals, $7,000. Family Garden, $2,500. Green Mountain Crossroads, $5,000. Green Mountain RSVP, $700. Groundworks Collaborative, $20,000. Healthcare and Rehabilitation Services, $3,500. Meeting Waters YMCA, $7,500. Senior Solutions, $3,000. Southeastern Vermont Community Action, SEVCA, $12,000. Turning Point, $12,500. Vermont Center for Independent Living, $1,600. Vermont Family Network, $1,500. Wyndham County Humane Society, $1,000. Wyndham County Safe Place Child Advocacy Center and Southeastern Unit for Special Investigations, $2,500. Women's Freedom Center, $7,500. Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Unit Food Program, $7,500. Youth Services, $10,000. And I'd like to just leave the motion to explain that.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded as just recited, and the chair would recognize Ms. O'Connor.
Thank you. I just want to explain how this article comes to be. The you folks represented the town meeting as a human services committee that vets all of the applications that come in. So they are the ones that came up with this list that you see. The select board didn't have anything to do with it. So they have a vetting process, people apply, and then the human services town meeting committee makes the allocations, or the proposed allocations.
Is there further discussion with regard to the article, Mr. Ozer?
Robert Ozer, District 3. I would move to suspend the rules to consider Article 17, 18, and 19 at the same time.
Is there a second? It is, Mr. Ozer has moved that we consider Article 17, 18, and 19 simultaneously. In order to do so, we would need to suspend the rules. That requires 2/3. All those, Dr. Rushing? No. All those in favor of suspending the rules for the purpose of consolidating those. Point of order, Mr. Barnett. Point of information. I just want to understand what this would mean. As I hear it, it means that we're going to talk about those other two organizations and, in theory, add their assessments and then quote one sum of it. Is that right? It could be, yes, I think it could be. No, we disagree.
I respectfully disagree. To suspend the rules and take them up together would mean that you're discussing all three articles at the same time. Because you can't, under our charter, move pass over an article, you still are going to be voting on 3 different articles. So we will still wait when we get to the next article to have the motion
back to vote on each of those articles, is there an opportunity for discussion if someone wanted to amend one of those? Is that still
Absolutely.
included in the process?
Yes. So, the question before us is, do we suspend the rules so that we can take up and debate 17, 18, and 19 simultaneously? Again, this is not debatable, but I'm going to, it does require 2/3 vote. So all those in favor of discussing, debating the 3 articles together, please rise and remain standing while we are counting. You may be seated. All those opposed to ceasing to debate, please rise. Suspending. Sorry, suspending the rules. This is the results of your vote. Those in favor of suspending the rules, 87. Those opposed, 38. And you've agreed to suspend the rules so that we can debate the entire human services budget at the same time, which would be Article 17, Article 18, which is to see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of up to $4,000 to be added to the fiscal year budget to support kids' place for the residents of Brattleboro. And the last human service item, Article 19, to see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum up to $12,200 to be added to the fiscal year 20 budget to support visiting nurses and hospice of Vermont and New Hampshire for residents of Brattleboro. Is there discussion? Mr. Rush, Dr. Rush.
Franz Reichman, District 2, and this did come up, as you might imagine, from the Finance Committee. The process, as it's designed by town meeting, is that all requests for funding under the Human Services budget be submitted to the Human Services Committee for review. And that's been in place for many years now. And this year, 2 agencies didn't make it in by the deadline, and that's why they are separated into Articles 18 and 19. The Human Services Committee did its work in its customary fashion, and they take extensive testimony and written material from the applicants before making their judgment. So on the Finance Committee, we thought, well, you know, those other 2 agencies missed both. And that's more or less what the Human Services Committee said as well, although they can speak for themselves if they choose to. Nonetheless, we also recognize that the 2 agencies in Articles 18 and 19 are important and do good work on behalf of the town. And we were loath to leave them out completely, to err, as we know, is human. The upshot in our discussions was that we didn't think they necessarily
necessarily needed to be penalized for missing the deadline. But on the other hand, we didn't want them rewarded for missing the deadline either. And the way we worked that out was by calculating what percentage of the requests as a whole were granted by the Human Services Committee. And it comes out to just about 80% of what was requested was granted to the various agencies. Therefore, as an amendment to Article 18, I would offer that the sum be changed to 80% of that requested to make it line up better with what the experience of the other agencies was, and that therefore Article 18 say, rather than $4,000, $3,200, and similarly in Article 19, that the sum be adjusted from $12,200 to $9,760. I don't know how the voting should go on those two items, given that the rules have been suspended, but I'll leave that to others to determine. I think that what we got to do, give me the number on Article 18. 9,760. No, because it's only 4,000. Oh, I'm sorry, 18 was 3,200. 3,200, okay, good. So 3,200. I think the way we better handle it is this. We can discuss all three, but let's first vote on 17. Then once we have concluded 17, Robert, then I think we'll go to 18 and you can formally make the motion to amend at that time. And then once we've concluded 18, we'll do the same amendment, okay? Yes, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Further discussion, however, with regard to the general human services budget, Mr. Harvey.
George Harvey, District 3, we passed Article 11 and it was made me feel very feisty. So I'm going to offer amendments on all three of these articles that will increase the amount of money allocated by 100%.
By how much? 100%.
So you move, Mr. Harvey, to increase the sum of 147,000. Now we're talking in terms of Article 17. It would be 147,300 times 2. Let's see how my arithmetic is at this point. That would be $294,600. Did I get that right?
It sounds correct, and obviously what I would like to do is to have each of the individual amounts within that increase proportionally. And the same for the next one.
Right. I understand. Is there a second?
Second. Point of order?
Okay, just one moment. Point of order. Mr. Franks.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
I'm just wondering if it's appropriate for us to be making a motion on a specific article when we have suspended the rules to discuss all three articles, and we were just told previously that we needed to make the motion for subsequent articles during discussion of that article. That's my.
What I was doing was giving the body notice that I intend to make these amendments as the individual articles come up.
All right, very well. So if what we're doing then is at this point purely discussing and not, you don't wish to make this until we get into the substance of 17, is there further general discussion about the Article 17, 18, and 19 Human Services budget, Mr. Minor?
possibility of adding to what has already been cited in Article 17, 147,300, the sum of $632,143, which is the anticipated receipts from the 1% local option tax. And let me just explain why I'm bringing up such a wild idea. There's no question that our society and our community are fraying as a result of the opioids crisis, poverty in general, the impacts on especially small children and families because of these kinds of things, homelessness and so forth. I don't think there's a whole long list. We see these things around us every day unless we try to ignore them. And the amount allocated to the human service agencies from year to year, at least for the past several years, has been relatively constant. And some of the amounts relative to the work that's done, or the work that's needed, are tiny, $1,500, for example, to an agency. They do heroic work, I have no doubt. And, just in my own personal family life, I see the results of some of these agencies' efforts, and they do heroic work. But there's a lot more work to be done. And we can look at what's going on and think, well, sooner or later the state is going to save us because there'll be additional spending for social programs that come down from our ability. Or we can think, well, maybe the federal government will get its act together and turn around. We'll start to provide the resources that we need for these kinds of things. Or we can say, well, somewhere down the road there's big economic boom and our coffers are going to be a lot more full than they are right now, and we'll be able to make the investments we need to make. Or we can actually use resources that we just created. And so I understand from a procedural standpoint, a specific revenue article cannot be referenced or tapped for this kind of additional spending. But I'm bringing it up, but I don't know how to formulate it as a motion, but there you go, and let's see what we can do with it.
There's two of you, but okay, go ahead.
Margaret Atkinson, District 2. Member of the Human Services Committee. So I super appreciate this body's impulse towards supporting all of the organizations that deliver human services in our town. Because this recommendation for you. The other two articles, those are fantastic organizations, and they do not go through that process. That vetting is being done by you now, just so you're aware of that. This is the second year in a row we've had a really extensive discussion on the human services allocation after the work of the committee, and it was to relieve us from having, the formation of the committee was to relieve us from having an extensive discussion on the human services recommendation time after time. So I would just put it out there for probably other business or Article 24. You might want to, you might want to decide whether or not you want to have a human services committee making a recommendation, or if you want to go back to the other way of having multiple articles, because it seems like we're suspending our process often.
Mayor McLaughlin, District 2, I just need a point of clarification. The request, the suggestion that was made, was it to increase it by 100% or to 100% of the request? To increase the request by 100%.
Mr. Harvey?
George Harvey, District 3, the suggestion that I made was to increase it by 100%, not to 100%. And of course, I was speaking without the background that I just heard. And I would be open to any kind of friendly amendment that might be made to that, which would include to 100% of the amount requested. I want basically to have a discussion on this. What I want to do is to make sure that if we're going to be allocating extra taxes, we should be specific about where at least some of that money is going.
Again, we are, at this point, this is general debate, consistent with the suspension of the rules. Someone in the back, right here? Yes.
Hello, Linda Bailey, District 3. I just had a question, a clarification question about if there was anything different about the process this past year as to Whitehead's Place and visiting nursing hospitals of Vermont, Hampshire. If they missed the deadline because there was something different this year, or if it was the same process, and so it was institutional.
Is there a member of the Human Services Committee that could answer the question? Ms. Evans.
So the process was not materially different than the years before. The committee met in early August to review the application and to review when the application was going to be due. It was generally the same, within the same week as the year before. The public meeting was held, the public information session
put in the blood, sweat, and tears of making the hard decisions. And if we're going to turn around and take those decisions that they made and just overlook them, we may not have those committees in the years coming.
Further discussion, the chair will take a member of the public. Are you a voting member of the town of Brattleboro?
I'm not, Terry Highland, visiting officers, and no, I'm not a resident.
All right, well, unless there's objection, I'll give you just 1 minute because technically you have to be resident.
Yeah, understood, and I'll try and keep it very brief. I'm actually in a very unique position to comment on all of this discussion, not just our article, but I will do that first. The reason I was late, my own personal crisis. I was out for a week ahead of it, 16 hours late. Got it up and desk the next day. So my fault, I went to the select board, and they were kind enough to include it. I've been working with the Human Services Committee on the same task for 4 years, so I'm familiar with the process, and it was solely my fault that it was late. The amount was level funded. The amount of service we did in town was very, very similar. We saw 323 patients, 8,700 visits. Our charity care provided was around $252,000. We're asking for 12.2, which represents about $1 per capita in town. The previous allocation last year human services provided was $10,000, but the request is level as 12.2 is what we asked for last year, and what I'm asking for this year. Also, to speak on everything else that just happened, I do want to comment because I do this for 96 towns, and the motion to increase the amount, I do want to comment that Brattleboro, while generous in that they fund more nonprofits than any of my towns by a long shot, by half. You guys do twice as many. You also fund them at half the amount. So I just want to throw that out there since I'm privy to this information. We asked for about 20% of our charity care back for most of our towns, and most of them hit us around 17 or 18%. Brattleboro at 12.2, that's 5% of the charity care. Certain towns, Springfield, Vermont, they fund us at 28% of the charity care, $66,000. So I just want to throw it out there that I have all of this intel. I'm happy to have conversations outside of the meeting about how other towns do this. And again, you are the most generous in how many organizations that you support, but the numbers are quite a lot lower than the majority of my towns.
Further general discussion concerning the article this morning.
Robin Morgan, District 2. I would just like to talk about Article 17. And we've spent a lot of time today talking about how we can use our money to benefit the business owners of our community. We spent a lot of time talking about how we can benefit the property owners of the community. The vast majority of these organizations are supporting very, very vulnerable members of our community, many of them children. And while I very much want to honor and respect the hard work and thoughtfulness that went into preparing this budget, if I'm leaning on one side, respecting the committee's work, and on the other side, supporting vulnerable children, I'm going to go with the children and people. So for that reason, I would like to request an amendment to this article that all of the human services requests on Article 17 be funded as requested, which somebody can check my math to make sure I did this right, but I believe that would increase the amount of that article by $33,500, adding it up to $180,800.
First of all,
181,300, sorry, thank you, 181,300.
181,300. And that represents full fund
did all of this work. I respect greatly and very much appreciate your work. I think the proper thing to do here would be for me to consider this as a friendly amendment, which I had said I would accept. So that, I think, will simplify the thing, and it will
So you are accepting Ms. Morgan's proposed amendment?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. So, is there a second to? Okay. Ms. Morgan's motion, which is to raise the total sum from $147,300 to $181,300. Is that correct, Ms. Morgan?
Yes.
Okay. And to fully fund all requests made by area service providers. Is there debate with regard to Article 17, the amendment proposed by Ms. Morgan? Ms. Kornheiser.
Emily Kornheiser, District 1. I'm in a funny position here, able to wear a number of different hats. I'm a recently former member of the Human Services Committee. I work at one of the agencies that is funded by this request. And then as a state representative, I'm fully aware of how most of the vast bulk of the funding to these agencies that comes from the state is mostly level funded this year, which means actually decreasing funding as all costs go up every year. As a member of the Human Services Committee, coming back year after year and hearing the generosity lately of the voters is very heartening because we all care about all of these agencies. That's why we do this work. It's also an incredibly time-consuming committee to be on. Similar to the Finance Committee, we meet almost weekly for a while. We read lengthy applications from every single one of these applicants. The vast majority of the people on the committee are very qualified development professionals who have been reviewing nonprofit grants and writing nonprofit grants for a long time. And I do fear I fear that this is an act of disrespect in some ways towards the hard work that they've done, because they weigh a number of factors. As an agency who's funded, youth services specifically, by this money, we don't ask, for whatever reason, I'm not the person who writes the grant, we don't actually ask for the amount of money we need. We ask for this very arbitrary amount of money that is related to the amount of money we asked for last year, which is related to the amount of money we asked for the year before, and so on and so forth. And I think that's true for almost all of the agencies that are applying. This is not really strategic development particularly. It's just how grant applications usually work, because you're scared that if you get a little too greedy and you ask for too much, then you'll get shut down and not get any at all. So as you'll see in your warning, there's a very uneven request throughout each of these agencies. So when we fund at 100%, we're still not equitably distributing the resources of this body's generosity. We're just sort of funding the hubris of each individual grant writer, which is a perfectly fine thing to do, but it's reality. So I have a not entirely clear recommendation to the body that if we are seeing this generosity year after year, we perhaps can find a way to speak clearly to the Human Services Committee and the Human Services community in this town that we would like to increase the requests and that we would like the individual agencies to ask for what they need, so perhaps we can understand the tremendous scarcity in our community, and so that the committee can fully evaluate knowing that select board might be willing to hear that much higher request, which in past years they have not been, and that this body would be interested in honoring that request. And so that in further years, we could respect the will of the committee and the deep work that the committee has done. Thank you.
The question is, on the Morgan Amendment, to increase funding
I've just been doing some math. I am a process person, and I feel like just giving everyone who comes what they ask really does erase the process. If we do that, we've approved a 23% increase above what's proposed. If we go back to funding the two organizations that have a great track record in this town at 80%, which is the average amount granted, and we do that at 80% for the two organizations that came in late, we're adding 9%, which is not insignificant. So I'm not making a proposal, just adding that information to give it some perspective. I would personally favor valuing the process and the work and the mission that we have commissioned here. And as Emily Kornheiser said, go and make a larger presentation for the total budget, perhaps some year, say 1% of the total town budget for human services.
Oscar Heller, District 3. So a couple general thoughts. I think that the concept to me of a huge out of nowhere spending bump is kind of frightening. I also think it's what some people had in mind when they voted for the 1% tax pretty explicitly. It's also explicitly not what a lot of other people had in mind when they voted for it. So that kind of bothers me. I want to speak generally. This isn't a proposal. Depending on the terms, I don't even know if I would vote for it. But if there's a sense that people want the amount to increase, but they also want to respect the work done by the Human Services Committee, a possible solution would be to increase the total amount by some percentage and increase each individual allocation by the same percentage. Maybe not doubling it or whatever people decide, but that would respect the proportional amounts being given to different organizations and not the arbitrary requests that they might have made while still being more generous with that budget. So that's just a thought. Thank you.
Question is on the Morgan amendment to increase the funding. Mr. Agabi, the chair recognizes Mr. Agabi.
I thought I remembered at the end of last year's meeting, Ms. Kornheiser asked for a straw for human services. It just, I can't fathom. It's so hard to understand. All I can think of, the analogy I can think of, is we are the living, breathing, working example of white privilege.
Mr. Bosworth.
Michael Bosworth, District 1. So I'm a little bit worried about the extent of the proposed increases. Robbins, about $30,000, and another maybe $12,000, $13,000 for the other two articles. So I want to go back to the idea of the 1%, which is also something the Progressive Caucus sir brought up. What would, just a point of information, what would 1% of the fiscal year 19 budget actually be?
Can a member of the administration come up with that number?
It's 177,000.
And is there, if this body likes that figure, I don't know if they do or not, if this body likes that figure, is there a way that we need to sort of codify that, or just give general direction to the Human Resources Committee for next year to use that figure?
I think that to codify it, we can't do it. It's not germane in this article, but we could make a recommendation under other business that in the future, that's what happens.
All right, thank you.
Okay. There was some hands up in the back here. Yes, ma'am.
District 2. I was seeing that the social justice did not submit their...
Closer to the mic, thank you.
Hi, Vanessa Sanchez, District 2. I was seeing that the social justice did not submit their thing this year for their annual budget to provide. Wait a second. I see that the social justice did not submit their yearly budget, and and the work of this service they provide for their, I wrote that totally wrong, assist for the community. I would like to make a friendly amendment that they figured that they asked for $5,000 to be added to the humane service budget for the Roots. It seems that the Roots social justice did not get to submit their yearly budget for the money for $5,000. So I was seeing if they can submit and get put in for the $5,000 for this year.
Ms. Sanchez, I will take that up, but not at this point.
Okay.
We have to first deal with the current amendment that is pending, and then if you wish to add or ask for an additional amendment by adding an additional sum of $5,000 for social justice, correct?
Yeah, the Roots social justice amendment.
I have to also consider whether that is germane. But in any event, it is not germane at this point. The issue at this point is the Morgan Amendment. We have to first address that. The Morgan Amendment is whether to increase the general funding from $147,300 to $181,300. Then I can take up any other motions later, okay? So, but do we have any other discussion on the Morgan Amendment? We've got quite a few hands up in the back. Ms. McKinney.
Prudence McKinney from District 1. I'd like to speak against the amendment in deference to a longstanding process that in the past has worked well. Number two, in consideration of the fact that for many of these budgets, this is a small portion of the budget. There's grants, there's state funds, there's private donations, there's other ways that these organizations are funded. The problems are immense. We could spend 10% of the town budget and we would still have a problem with poverty and opioids in this town. And I think that that we need to be able to focus on the town services, the primary services that the town can control. And so for that reason, I speak against the amendment and in favor of the committee recommendation.
Further debate on the Morgan Amendment. Mr. Verzino.
I'd like to call the question. Jim Verzino, District 3, and I'd like to call the question.
Okay, Mr. Verzino has called the question on the Morgan Amendment. Cease debate on the Morgan Amendment. That requires 2/3. I would ask those of you that may be wandering around to please take your seat. And all those in favor of ceasing debate on the Morgan Amendment, please rise, remain standing until counted. You may be seated. All opposed to ceasing debate, please rise. Remain standing until counted. Listen to the results of your vote. In favor of ceasing debate, 82, opposed, 37, and you have voted to cease debate. So we return to the amendment, which reads as follows. To increase funding from $147,300 to fully fund the request of all service providers in the amount of $181,300. All those in favor of the Morgan Amendment, please rise. Please be seated. All those opposed, please rise. The chair is in doubt. You may be seated, and the chair is going to request a division. All those in favor of the Morgan Amendment, please rise and remain standing until counted. You may be seated. All opposed, please rise. Remain standing until counted. 71. Listen to the results of your vote. Those in favor of the Morgan Amendment, 63. Those opposed, 71. And the Morgan Amendment fails. So we return to the original motion, Article 17, which is to appropriate the sum of $147,300 for the various human services agencies and programs. Mr. Schiff.
Leo Schiff, District 3. I really appreciate the work of, am I on?
You're on now.
Okay. I really appreciate the work of the Human Services Committee, and I am also a process guy. I want to honor their process. But we seem to have, we have a few issues mixed in. I mean, my default would be to penalize the people who are late, but you know, my default is often a little harsher than it ought to be. And I feel like the Human Service Committee is, it's lacking guidance or the sense of this body in terms of how much it ought to offer as an expenditure amount. So I would like to offer an amendment to total the sum of 1% of the budget for the human service agencies that were listed, including the 2 that were late, in a proportionate way. So I'm actually not that great a math guy. I'd like somebody else, Andy, could maybe do the math. But an amendment for 1% of the budget to the human service agencies to be divided proportionately based on the amounts that the Human Service Committee originally approved, plus 80% of the amount that the 2 late agencies requested.
All right, Mr. Schiff, that's going to be a little bit complicated because we have to take the 3 articles separately. So somebody's got to do some calculating, if you want to do that, as to what the 1% would be relative to the number in Article 13, the number in Article, 17, the number in Article 18, and the number in Article 19. I cannot accept the motion as it is currently stands. Yes, Mr. Elwell.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. We can tell you that 1% of the budget as it was proposed today was $179,149. But we can't tell you what 1% of the budget that you will ultimately adopt today will be, because there is much discussion yet ongoing about that. So I think it would be really helpful to do what's been discussed last year and this year, which is under other matters, give some guidance towards next year of what a target is. I can't really help you identify exactly what your 1% target is, but that's close. $180,000 is close.
I think it would be very difficult, Mr. Schiff, because A, we don't know the number. B, it has to be allocated between 17, 18, and 19. And once again, in its present form, I cannot accept it. I believe that the motion is out of order. I do think, as Mr. Elwell suggests, that this is something that for sure could be taken up under other business. Mr. Heller?
So, Oscar Heller, District 3. So, along the earlier lines of what I was suggesting, a possible friendly amendment, is that what it's called? To the idea, back of the envelope calculation, I think increasing to something like 1% of what the total budget might be with the 1% sales tax in would be something between a 15 or 20% increase in the total amount in Article 17, I believe.
Can't accept that, Mr. That just doesn't equate to a motion that
I
we
understand.
can approve.
I plan to turn it into a motion.
Okay.
So if we give up on the concept of an exact 1% of the budget and instead take, say, 15% as an approximation of what people would like to accomplish, it would be pretty straightforward mathematically to increase the amounts of every item as listed in the current motion by 15%, and then for Articles 18 and 19, increase 80% of that number by 15% and come up with something roughly along the lines of what you're describing. That's the cleanest way I see to do that math.
All right. Mr. Heller, are you moving then, for the purposes of our discussion now on Article 17, do you wish to move
Yes.
to amend 17 by increasing the total sum to be allocated as a percentage to each of the service providers by 15%?
Yes.
Is there a second? There is a second. All right. Mr. Heller has moved to amend 17 by increasing the budget by 15%. Is there debate on that? Is there debate on that issue, Mr. Burrows?
Howard Burrows, District 1. I just wondered if the Social Services Committee that came up with this would be able to look at a bigger figure and then allocate across all of them with the new figure, because I don't like them not having a say since they've looked at these people, and I know they fully funded a few and not all of them, and if they just knew that they had a bigger number, could they be given the charge to distribute that over the ones that we have on the table, including the next two? Is that a possibility? I don't even know.
What you're suggesting is that instead of just increasing by 15%, that you grant that authority to the Human Service Board to determine the allocation. Is that right?
Yes, and that would be a friendly amendment to the one that just made. I don't like bypassing that committee if they've already done the work.
Mr. Heller, would you have any objection to that amendment, that friendly amendment to your proposal? What Mr. Burrows is suggesting is that the 15% increase that you propose would be allocated or would be allocated as recommended by the Human Services Committee. Is that okay? All right. Is there then a second to this collaborative motion to increase the Article 17 appropriation by 15% with the Human Services Committee recommending the allocation of the additional funds? We have a second. Okay. Is there discussion? Ms. Wyman?
Lisa Weinman, District 1. I very much support this because it seems like most of us do want to increase the human services budget, and I think we should, particularly since we did institute this 1% sales tax, which is going to penalize our local retailers who really bear the brunt of a lot of the social service issues in the town. I mean, I often have people coming into our establishment seeking to use the bathroom, and they lock themselves in there, or they need a place to stay. So the businesses are really on the front line, so I think that allocating another 15% on top for the community to decide is a really good way to just give a nod to the businesses to say we hear you and we support you in that very essential service they provide.
Further further debate on the Heller amendment to increase the budget by 15% to be allocated by the Human Services Committee? Yes. Ma'am, yes.
We've got at least two pretty good mathematicians. Mary Casey, District
sorry,
1.
Mary.
We have at least two rather good mathematicians trying to figure out these numbers. Maybe we should, if they get them figured out, get the actual numbers instead of the percent so that we know what we're doing. Oscar, would you agree to that? Sure. Oscar's agreeable as a friendly amendment to it. We need some actual numbers, I think. We're getting a little lost in the...
Well, all right.
We're using estimates because we can't get the 1% because we don't know what we're doing. We don't want to wait till next year. We want to do it this year, but we don't know quite what 15%. We can do it.
Okay. All right, hold on just one second. Maybe we can get a little bit of clarity here. The chair will recognize Mr. Elwell or Ms. O'Connor.
Between Articles 17, 18, and 19, the total amount would be $184,299. And you get that because you take the $147,300. 15% of that is $22,095. If you take and I've done this based on what I heard Oscar, is that Article 18 is 80% of the number that's being requested. So that's $3,200. 15% of that is $480. Then I look at Article 19, 80% of what was asked is $9,760, and 15% of that is $1,464. So that all adds up to the $1,840,299. Does that make sense? $184,299.
Mr. Heller, we're trying to clarify your motion to amend.
Right, so
those put some actual numbers to it.
So from what I've heard from the various friendly amendments also, I would clarify this to, for this article, we would allocate the extra sum of $22,095, which is 15% of Article 17 as written. That would go to the Human Services Committee to allocate as they see fit. Is that?
Yes, that was essentially the suggestion that was made.
Okay.
So what we're doing as a friendly amendment, Mr. Heller, is instead of putting in 15%, we're putting in $22,095 on Article 17, correct? Is that the number you came up with, Ms. O'Connor? Yeah. Okay. And is that agreeable to you as to what you intended in your amendment, Mr. Heller? Yes. Okay. So the comment from Bob. I'm sorry? Yes, Bob.
Mr. Moderator, just for purposes, if we add that $147,300 to the $22,095, is it easier just to say that the amendment is increasing it on Article 17 to and correct my math, but $169,395?
169. Let's get these numbers correct. 169. What is it?
Right. That would also leave the committee to allocate that, but the total number would be $169,395.
Okay. Once again, Mr. Heller, that sounds correct to me. Is that agreeable to you on your second? So the question, we're trying to better define and clarify Mr. Heller's amendment request, and his amendment request is now characterized as increasing the sum under Article 17 to $169,395,000, with the Human Services Committee to allocate the additional sum. Is that correct, Mr. Heller? Is there further discussion on that issue? Yes.
Tom Green, District 3. I question whether we need to put it back to the committee. Do they even want to have to do more hard work than they've already done? They made discernments. They did proportional amounts for each grant requested. And if we raise each of those proportionally, I believe we are still honoring the hard work of discernment that they've already done and all the hours they've already put in. And I don't think we need to throw it back. I'd like to hear from a member of the committee to see if they would prefer that we simply vote this 15% or whatever. I'm probably off on my numbers there a little bit, but just vote that to be, and it will be applied proportionally to each of these requests that have already been honored. So I would say,
is there a member of the committee who would care to respond to Mr. Green?
Margaret Atkinson, District 2. So here's the thing, that if you can go to the page that has the chart, you would notice if you look at the chart, some agencies got 100% of what they requested, and some agencies got some portion of what they presented. And the work of the committee in discussing that had to do with a lot of other factors, and some of them have to do with what we understand is the capacity of the organizations to seek other sources, i.e. an organization that has a professional development department and capacity to continue with fundraising versus a one-person organization or a two-person organization where they don't have that capacity. We value all the work the agencies do for the town of Brattleboro, but that was the discussion. So a straight-up increasing everything percentage-wise, you know, that's fine, but it also means that some people still might not get everything they asked for, and other organizations are getting 115% of what they asked for. So that would be an issue that maybe could be hashed out among the Human Services Committee if they're willing to meet again. Or this body could just be directive, which is another way to do it.
I think, Ms. Atkinson, that the sentiments of this body, as I'm hearing it, would like to have the Human Services Committee's input. And the way that the amendment currently reads, that you do not have to allocate it on a percentage basis. It would be up to the Human Services Committee to allocate this additional sum as they saw fit. And I think the question is, would they be willing to do that?
Well, I can't speak for they. I can only speak for me. And I would say, for me, I am not personally somebody who has the capacity at this time to have another few meetings about this. So we put in our work, we've made our recommendation to the body, and I personally will, I'm not especially interested in meeting it again. And that's me, so you can make your judgment of me on that. I don't speak for the rest of the committee. They are wonderful, hardworking people who have served on the committee for many years. I would say, while I still have the microphone, you know, it sounds like there's a lot of energy in this room around that committee and how it works and what its process is. So I would say, you know, volunteer. Volunteer. So I myself will not be volunteering again for the Human Service Committee.
Thank you, Ms.
So
Atkinson.
thanks for letting me serve, and you guys, you rock on.
All right, so we want to rock on to conclude this because we have been going almost 3 hours. I do want to take a recess, but the item for consideration to bring us back into focus is the Heller Amendment to increase the Article 17 sum to $169,395,000 with the understanding that the Human Services Committee, or at least part thereof, would allocate this additional sum. Is there discussion on that amendment? Mr. Wheelock.
Believe it or not, well, Marshall Wheelock, District 2, believe it or not, the committee that Mrs. Atkinson is retiring from was originally established to cut out all this back and forth within our body. So I would like to make what's probably a very unpopular suggestion. I think our best way out of this is to turn down the motion, is to vote against the amendment as it is, to accept from the committee's recommendations, and decide at some point what we're going to set for a goal for next year. Are we going to tell that committee they can spend 1% of our overall budget for this year in the coming year? Or do we want to go to 1.5%? And that will once again mean we are going to have to give up 2 or 3 hours of fun back and forth in this body. So that's my suggestion.
Once again, the question is on the Heller amendment. Ms. Line.
Sylvia Lyon, District 2. I would just like to support what Ms. Atkinson said. One thing that I didn't realize until recently, and maybe other people don't, is there are a lot of volunteers that are picking up some of the loose ends where the money doesn't fit in. And one of them, which I'm very proud to be a Brattleboro citizen when I say this, is there are agencies and individuals, restaurants, and organizations here in Brattleboro that are providing hot meals for the winter overnight shelter on their own dime, and we are cooking the meals at our own homes. So there is a lot of volunteerism going on that covers some of the costs or would-be costs of these organizations. So I just wanted you to know that was very new to me, and I said I'm very honored to be a part of this town.
Mr. Quip.
Daniel Quip, District 2. I get that, like, this conversation that feels lengthy to some of you is frustrating, and I get that the work of the committee is important and their professionalism and diligence should be respected. And I also get that, like many people in this room, are feeling the effects of the opioid crisis, feeling the effects of homelessness, feeling the effects of generational poverty in our work, in our daily lives, in our downtown experiences, in our backyards. And I think that what this conversation is saying, and what last year's conversation that was pretty similar is saying, is that we're not feeling that 1% of the town's budget is enough to contribute to these organizations that do vital work. If you look at the list of organizations and think about the work that they do, they are like life or death organizations. So we're having this kick around about process, which I get it, right? Because like we're here about process, and like that's probably why some of us do this work. But you know, these are vital, vital pieces of our community. And I would take to end homelessness, get a figure on that, decide whether that's something we want to do, and if we don't want to do it, at least we're clear about it.
Chief Emery.
Dave Emery, District 2. I'd call the question, please.
Mr. Emery has called the question. All those in favor of ceasing debate on Mr. Heller's amendment, which is the $169,395 amendment. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please rise. Remain standing while you are counted. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. Listen to the results of your vote. 99 in favor of ceasing debate, 28 opposed, and you have voted to cease debate on the Heller Amendment. So the question is, the Heller Amendment, which is $169,395 increase to $169,395, with the Human Services Committee to hopefully allocate the additional sum. All those in favor of the Heller Amendment, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed to the Heller Amendment, please rise. The chair is in doubt. Please be seated. We'll do a division on this. All those in favor of the Heller Amendment, please rise. Remain standing until counted. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. Want to count again? Listen to the results of your vote. Those in favor of the Heller Amendment, 63. Those opposed, 62. So the Heller Amendment is adopted. Huh? So now, yes, Mr. Carville.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. We've heard some discussion about capping the human service or giving guidance, and I know you suggested taking up later, but we're about to have a break. I worry about a quorum. This came up last year, but after we'd lost a quorum and it got lost, I would beg your indulgence, sir, to let me add an amendment to this motion, an advisory amendment?
You know, I would love to do that, Mr. Carville, because I too would like to have this resolved, but it is not germane, and we can't go on for another half hour on a topic that is not germane. Now, having just said that, I could be overruled by the body if you would like to take it up. But my ruling is that it is technically not germane to the question before us, and as such, out of order. Hearing no objection to my ruling, we return to Article 17, and Article 17 has now been amended to $169,000 from $147,300 to $169,395, with an increase, the increase to be allocated by the Human Services Committee. Is there further debate concerning Article 17? Mr. Hastings? Or yes, yes. I'm sorry.
Tony Duncan, District 3. This is one of the reasons that I wanted to be a town meeting rep, this issue, along with the climate change. I lived in Denmark for a period of time, and I've traveled around the world actually looking at programs for children, childhood development programs that were effective. Someone said earlier that, oh, we could spend 10 times this much, and, you know, as if that was an outrageous thing. And actually there are places that do. Places like Denmark do spend that much, and they have much more effective results with also serious problems that don't solve things. I'm very much into the idea of greatly expanding public service for people who need it. As people have pointed out, there are serious problems, and these problems can be solved. I think there's a feeling in this country as if poverty and addiction and things are just inevitable, and they absolutely aren't. But I also do not believe in throwing money at problems. What we need to do is find out what kind of policies and what kind of organizations function well to actually solve these problems, and putting money, and I think in the future, figuring out how we can put the resources of the community, both financially, but also in terms of the human capital that we have in here. So I want to support this, but again, I've joined this body because I really want to have a community-wide discussion about how we can actually mobilize to solve these really, really serious problems that we have. And there are solutions, and there are things that have worked and that have been tried in many places and are effective. And this is a wonderful community. These people are really committed to improving the lives of the people who have the least. And I want to be a part of making that happen. So I want to be involved in maybe this committee or committees that are involved in looking at not just allocating money to different organizations, but how we can evaluate what actually is going to help solve the problems that we have.
Thank you. Mrs. Sanchez, if I have had a moment to take a look at Robert's rules with regard to your request to amend the budget to increase it by $5,000 for the social justice program. And based upon the rules, I cannot permit that at this time as not being germane, which basically, in other words, it's out of order. I would suggest, and the reason for that, by the way, is because we cannot add a new subject or object to a given article, which it does. So what I would suggest is that you get together with the Human Services Committee, and we can help facilitate that so that this doesn't happen again, and that you make sure your organization is included in future years, okay? Other discussion. with regard to 17. Yes.
Ann Morrodell, District 2. I've been struggling with this, and I feel like maybe my liberal or progressive, yes, let's add money right here. But I want to go back to what Emily said, and somebody who's written grants. This is people, when you're writing a grant, you're just like, oh, I hope they fund this. And we do. It's a random amount of money that we're offering to give these people 15% more. I say we go with the original, we go with the funding that we have, and look at it differently for next year. Because right now, we want to add money, we want to keep changing it, but if we added money, I'm saying we need to think about this in a different way. I want to agree with what you just said, and that because this is grant funded, it's not as simple as just increasing it by, so we need to think about it differently for next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Right now, however, because of the amendment, the number is $169,395. Is there further debate on Article 17, or are we ready for the main motion? The main motion at this point being to appropriate $169,395 with the understanding that we're approving all the requests plus the increase, which will be allocated by the Human Services Committee. Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. Those opposed, please rise. And you have approved Article 17 as amended. Now, we've been going here for, 3 hours almost. If I'd like to get the last two human services, if everybody can just bear with us and see if we can get through these. Article 18, to see if the town will appropriate the sum of up to $4,000 to be added to the fiscal year 20 budget to support Kids Place for residents of Brattleboro. The moderator recognizes Ms. Gander.
I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $4,000 to be added to the FY20 budget to support Kids Place for the residents of Brattleboro.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $4,000 to be added to the fiscal year 2020 budget to support Kids Place for the residents of Brattleboro. Is there discussion? Dr. Reichman.
Franz Reichman, District 2. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I had previously indicated that we might want to adjust the amount for Kids Place and then similarly in Article 19. But I think I don't really see a point in decreasing the amount by 20% so that we can increase it by 15%. So at this point, I'm just advocating that we approve the motion as written. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Hearing? Yes. Mr. Averill. Sure, Mr. Averill.
Are we still under suspended rules?
We can discuss 18 or 19, but at this point, we've put 18 on the floor for consideration, okay?
Is that appropriate?
Yes. Okay. So 18 has been moved and seconded and is on the floor for your consideration. You just heard from Dr. Reichman. Is there further debate? Hearing none, all those, yes. Is it Ms. Hazakaya?
Maya Hasagawa, District 2. I just wanted to make a comment. I think that the Select Board is being very generous in funding these two organizations. I think they both do great work, but I want to point out to this group that several years ago, the Boys and Girls Club missed their deadline, and they got no funding at all that year. And it was totally an oversight on the part of the executive director. He and I have talked about that. And so I just wanted to go on the record as saying that people really need to stick to the deadline, and that I hope that this does not happen next year.
Further discussion on Article 18. Member of the public. Yes. Are you a resident of Brattleboro?
Yes.
A registered voter?
No.
All right. Well, we will give you 1 minute then, okay?
Thank you.
Unless there's objection.
I am suggesting an amendment to Article 18 due to the fact that the children of...
Excuse me.
Sorry.
Excuse me. You cannot, you can only give your comments. We cannot take any amendments from the floor.
I'm sorry. That was a part of my comment.
Okay.
I was just saying the fact that the children of Brattleboro and many visitors' children use Kids Place as a community space. Kids Place offers availability to lower-income families and collaborating with groups in town, and also helps organizations in town as well as working with families in our community. The original amount asked for $4,000 should sustain or be increased as it is required for maintenance to ensure public safety and has many benefits to offer the community of Brattleboro.
Your name, ma'am?
Allison Bilodeau.
Allison Bilodeau. Allison, thank you, but unfortunately, unless someone wishes to make that motion here, I cannot take motions to amend from the general. Okay, we've got a motion is made to increase it to how much?
So 5,500 altogether.
To increase to increase the appropriation by $1,500 to $5,500. Motion has been made. Is there a second? Okay. So now we do have it on the floor.
Thank you.
So now, is there any debate on the motion to amend by adding $1,500 to Article 18? Tim.
Hi, I'm Tim Ellis. What is it? District 1? I was involved in Kids Place many years, and it's a great organization, and I would support any amount of money going towards it. But I'm afraid, under the circumstances, I'd hate to have Kids Place be the organization that breaks the Human Services process. I think what we should do is, I wrote the original grant probably 15 years ago. It's an organization like a lot of organizations that are run by very few people, and people do make mistakes. However, there's a process and a deadline, and you have to respect that. The idea of decreasing it by a certain amount as a penalty makes a lot of sense. And perhaps along with that, there should be, one chance. You get one chance to do it in 5 years or so, or 3 years, whatever it is, and that's your one chance to make a mistake. But I don't think we should be increasing the amount of money because it's going to break the whole process. I do love Kids Place, and I hope that all of you will send in your donations to increase the funding, but not right here.
The question before you is the Linton amendment to increase the appropriation to Kids Place by $1,500. Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor of increasing the sum by $1,500, making it $5,500, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. You may be seated. And the motion does not, the motion to amend fails. We return to the underlying primary motion, which is to shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $4,000 to be added to fiscal year 20 budget to support Kids Place for the residents of Brattleboro. Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. Those opposed, please rise. You may be seated, and the ayes have it, and you have approved Article 18. Article 19, to see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of up to $12,200 to be added to the FY20 budget to support visiting nurse and hospice for Vermont and New Hampshire for the residents of Brattleboro. Chair recognizes Mr. Whistle.
I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $12,200 to be added to the FY20 budget to support visiting nurse and hospice for Vermont and New Hampshire for the residents of Brattleboro.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $12,200 to be added to the FY20 budget to support visiting nurses and hospice for Vermont, New Hampshire for the residents of Brattleboro. Are you ready for that question? We have a member of the public. Yes.
I just wanted to mention Terry Highland from the Visiting Nurses, something I didn't in the first time I spoke, and that is that we actually started right here in Brattleboro. I wanted to just give a quick little bit of history. 1907, first community nurse funded by the towns through the school, and it started the whole VNA movement in Vermont, right here in Brattleboro. For years, we've been providing services here, and likewise, the town's been providing some sort of financial support. Recently, and this speaks back to a conversation a little while ago, we were getting around $35,000 pretty regularly, and that dropped to $10,000, in 2013. And since then, we've been requesting a lower amount to try and stay within the guidelines of the town. So I just want to comment that the discussion that went on here tonight of raising the limit, I think is wise, because the Human Services Committee, in one-on-ones that I've had with them, have said, it's not that we want to give you 12.2 when you're asking for 25 or 30,000, it's that we have a cap. So I think the motion that passed to raise by 15% was a good move on everybody. And that's just a comment. And I'm going to take any questions about our service if what we did, if needed.
Question is on Article 19. Is there any further debate? If not, all those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. You may be seated, and you have adopted Article 19, and we will take a 15-minute recess till 5:30.
Thank you. This meeting's going to run late.
Thank you. If everyone could please take your seats, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. The next article is Article 20. But before I embark on Article 20, it is now 25 minutes to 6. And we have made arrangements to have delivered here in a half an hour or so 30 pizzas and about 50 salads and some water so that we can keep bulling through. If anybody thinks 30 pizzas is not enough, let me know now. So now let's get back to business. Article 20, to see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum not to exceed $10,000 to be added to FY20 budget and to be spent at the Select Board's discretion for energy efficiency and/or sustainability purposes. Chair recognizes Ms. Starr.
Thank you. Wait, let me turn my page. It's been a long time since I've left this page that we've been on. Folded it a few times. All right. I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be added to the FY20 budget and to be spent at the Select Board's discretion for energy efficiency and/or sustainability purposes.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be added to the FY20 budget and to be spent at the Select Board's discretion for energy efficiency and/or sustainability purposes. Is there discussion? Ms. Mnuchin.
Abigail Mnuchin, District 2. I have spoken before on this issue, and I feel like there is no bigger issue, although there are many important ones. Many of us read pieces of the IPCC report that came out last year that painted a pretty stark, if not shocking to some, less surprising to others, picture of our world if we do not act on climate within the next 12 years. And this is not lip service action, this is bold, dramatic, courageous action. I've been disappointed this year that the $10,000 that was voted on by this body has not been spent by the town. There has been little response when we have asked about it, and unsatisfactory answers to me. But there was $10,000 budgeted this year that was not spent, which is a disgrace. $10,000 is not enough, but it is something, and I make an amendment, a friendly amendment, as many seem to like to say, a friendly amendment to increase this to $40,000 and strive for a full-time coordinator. We could talk about the title of it later.
Discretion, energy efficiency, sustainability. I have no problem with the amendment asking for 40, Ms. Mnookin. What I'm hesitating on is the part that says a full-time coordinator, and whether that is germane. I think that the way that the article is written, that portion of your motion would not be germane. I have no problem, however, with you saying to increase, your motion would be to increase by $40,000, and you could certainly make it known that your intention that it includes the full-time coordinator. But I don't think that it's germane to the actual motion. So if it's okay with you, I would suggest the motion read to amend to increase the budget, to increase the sum to $40,000. Does that work for you, Ms. Mnookin? Okay, is there a second to that motion? Second. Is there discussion with regard to Ms. Mnookin's motion to amend Article 20? Mr. Barber.
Orion Barber, District 1. Is it true that there's $10,000 in the general fund that was voted last year that's not spent? It's just sitting there? I would like...
A member of the administration is interrogated, should they desire to be.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. You'll recall that at this meeting last year, there was quite a long discussion about the transition that the Energy Committee was in at that time and the vacancy in the Energy Coordinator position. Unfortunately, that situation has continued, and so it is correct that the $10,000 that was appropriated that might have been made available to a nonprofit organization for the purposes of paying a stipend towards a volunteer energy coordinator has not been spent during the current year's budget.
Okay. If this is proper, Mr. Moderator, I would like to make a friendly amendment to Ms. Mnookin's motion, and that is that the unspent $10,000 that's sitting there be transferred to a sustainability fund, and that the $40,000 that has been proposed also go into that fund, so that there's a nut there towards sustainability. I couldn't agree with her more. There are so many ways that our sustainability is being threatened. And if you'll pardon my soapbox for a moment, I would like to suggest one of them. You'll recall not long ago that a bear was found sleeping in a tree next to Green Street School. Bears love beehives. I would like to see the town start a program that would look at all the flat-roofed buildings downtown, whether town or privately owned, and with some governance, make it possible for willing beekeepers to keep bees up on the roofs where they're out of the reach of bears. The bees can range for hundreds of miles. We live up on South Street. It's very rural up there. And we have apple trees. We had no apples last year. We have blueberries, no blueberries. The pollinators are dying, and they don't have enough pollen to harvest to stay alive. When the pollinators die, our food supply will die, and we will die. Doing something about that is sustainability to me. So there's my motion.
Ms. Mnookin, would you agree to the addition to your $40,000 motion to include Mr. Barber's suggestion that last year's unspent $10,000 together with the $40,000 be transferred to a sustainability fund? You would agree? Yes, please.
Clarifying question. So would that 10,000, is that just telling us where $10,000 would be coming from or adding it on top?
10 plus 40 plus...
Great.
That's from last year.
Perfect.
Okay. Mr. Myma.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ralph Myma, District 3. I'm a member of the Energy Committee, and when I look at this particular article, I think about the fact that, broadly speaking, issues that have to do with energy, sustainability, and resilience all demand attention. But there is a kind of spreading out and maybe to some extent duplication of efforts and discussions around these areas, as you see manifested in this article, the Brattleboro Common Sense Energy article that's coming up later in the program, the issue of the $10,000 that was allocated last year and sat without being used, and also the discussion, which I understand has been deferred to the summertime sometime, about a sustainability coordinator for the town. In other words, there are attempts to grapple with a huge and very complicated and urgent problem, but they're sort of going in different directions. And so I just want to express my concern that we might be focusing right now on sort of a subset of the problem and worrying about the how, like, you know, do we put the $10,000 into a fund? Do we allocate another $40,000 for that fund? But we still haven't come to terms with the question of what we're going to do with it and how we're going to know whether it's effective or just ineffective. So I'm just raising this issue because, you know, maybe this is something that can be resolved now, or maybe it's something for new business, but I would propose that there be some sort of clearinghouse, or not clearinghouse, but that there be some kind of rationalization of what's going on. You know, maybe it's the task of the select board and not the town meeting, but that we come to grips with the fact that there are lots of these different efforts, and that they all need to somehow be combined and coordinated, so that we're not just running around moving money here and there, but are really kind of changing the whole way that the town tackles sustainability, of which energy is a significant piece.
Mr. Fisher, you had a legal inquiry or a question or a direction?
Yes, Mr. Moderator. With regard to the setting up of a reserve fund, you cannot do that unless it's been warned to create such a reserve fund. So just as a matter of law, I'm not speaking to the merits of what to do with sustainability, but as far as putting it into a reserve fund, we don't have a warrant article for that. And also, Mr. Elwell would like to speak to the monetary part of that.
Yes, let's just deal with the fund issue. Or maybe Mr. Elwell.
I'd like to speak to.
Oh, okay, great, thank you.
So I just wanted to advise the body that while we had to deliver the bad news that it can't be done in exactly the manner that was proposed, I think we can accomplish the same, you can accomplish the same outcome if that's where the group would like to go. So the $10,000 that hasn't been spent, if it doesn't get spent between now and June 30th, will fall into fund balance. So if the body is wanting to approve what was proposed with the $40,000 for this year and $10,000, I'm sorry, for the budget you're approving today, $10,000 that already is available, while we can't create a fund, you can accomplish that impact by raising the 40 to 50 in the action you're considering right now. The 10 from this year will fall into fund balance, and for the year that begins July 1st, we'll have 50 available to move forward with action in this area.
I'm not sure I understand that, Mr. Elwell. Where do you get the other 40?
There was a proposal on the floor.
Oh, you're talking that would be the
proposal
motion.
on the floor was 40, and then there was a suggestion that this year's 10 ought to be added to that to make 50.
Right.
So my suggestion is you could make the 40 number that is being debated 50 and accomplish the same thing that was intended by the suggestion to create a fund.
Okay, I got an I take it. Do I have an I take it with Mr. Barber? In other words, Mr. Barber, it accomplishes what you were trying to accomplish. And we now are talking about a total of $50,000, which would be set aside for sustainability purposes.
It sounds good, but if there has to be a warrant article to create the fund, is that the idea?
I think Right. I don't think we need to necessarily create a separate fund. Just what you're really doing is just earmarking the money for this purpose.
Oh, okay.
You've got right now, you're being asked in this article for $10,000. What we're talking about is raising that to 50.
Correct.
Accomplishes the same thing.
Okay. Well, let my amendment raise Mrs. Mnookin's number to 50.
Mr. Carville, did you have an issue along those lines? The lady right down here, yes. Oh, okay. Ms. Kornheiser.
Thank you. Emily Kornheiser, District 1. I was wondering if I could interrogate the administration about the cost of a full-time professional position.
Member of the administration is interrogated if they choose to be.
Thank you. Yes, it will exceed 50. Someone, I believe it was Mr. Maima a few moments ago, was speaking to the fact that we're all wanting to move in a more active direction in terms of what we're doing as a town around these issues. But the next step, as of current action by this body and direction from the select board, is for a group of people from the community who've been working on the concept of a sustainability officer or sustainability director level position. I'll be working with that group of people. That idea actually has been several months in the making from the community. During our budget process, it was determined that we would, after this town meeting, I'll engage with that committee and we'll work together on bringing something forward this summer to the select board so that the select board can give direction as to how they would like that addressed within the upcoming budget. Next fall, when we create the budget for next year, we will address that in whatever manner comes out of that process, and this body a year from right now would be looking at taking additional actions, potentially including creating a sustainability director position. We expect that that position would be required funding quite, I shouldn't say necessarily quite significantly higher, but 50,000 isn't going to do it, I think, for the level of what we're going to expect this person to be doing. Having said that, I think it's completely up to the body, especially in the context of what's already been said and what's likely to be discussed here as this article moves forward, whether we should be waiting a whole year to be moving forward with something that's quite more robust, or whether you want to do 50 or some other number today that could be invested in ways that are going to have to be determined. They're not going to be able to be specific about that today, but would be invested towards sustainability while we're figuring out our larger intent in going forward in that area.
Further debate on the Mnuchin motion to amend to increase the figure to $50,000. I want to get some people who haven't had a chance to speak. Ms. Murphy-Core.
So I guess I'd have one point of clarification and then a comment. So about the energy coordinator role, so would it be the case if it was above $50,000 that there are a lot of grant funds available for this type of position, or would it primarily become the responsibility of the taxpayers?
So the energy coordinator and the sustainability officer or director are going to be quite different things. $50,000 towards work of an energy coordinator, I think, would actually, accomplish something meaningful. Exactly what that something would be, I don't know at this point. But the full-time position that we've envisioned that would have broader responsibility than what the energy coordinator has done in Brattleboro up to this time, which is mainly facilitate work of the Energy Committee and pursue some grants and some events and activities and programs in the community. That work has been going on for years with a $10,000 stipend, and the $50,000 certainly would take us quite a bit farther than the 10. That larger vision, I don't think, can be accomplished within the 50.
Okay. So I guess my comment would be, or my hope, or one idea, based off what you had suggested being on the Energy Committee, is this idea of that we don't delay doing something and have $50,000 sitting there so that, in the future, next year, we can vote on it for a larger position, that we take action sooner. And maybe that does mean an energy coordinator, I think you said, which we don't have right now, and then more power to the energy subcommittee to do something. I don't know if it could be akin to what the Human Service Subcommittee has done, because I do applaud their work, although we did kind of reduce the amount of procedures that we followed with them, so I'd hate to see the same thing happen to an energy subcommittee, but if there was some type of different governance with that, I could see something function there, like elevating their roles so we can be more action-oriented.
Further debate on the Mnuchin amendment proposal. Oh, yes, David Scholes.
I'd like to elaborate a little bit on what Peter said. In the fall, when we were beginning to work on the budget, members of the Energy Committee came with a proposal to create a sustainability coordinator or director position. And we talked about it, and we tried to flesh it out and figure out how much it would cost, what the range and scale of the job would be. And we realized that we didn't have enough information to put it into this year's budget. So what a group of people in the meantime, and we agreed that we, as Peter said, we would meet over the summer, try and figure out, define what this might mean, what the job would be, how we would evaluate the work of the court, just do the whole job description and the process of figuring out whether it's working or not or doing us any good. And so a group of us that were interested in that have been working toward getting as much information as we can. And Tom Franks identified a bunch of communities around the country, similar size, not too much bigger than ours, who have sustainability directors or coordinators that are mostly paid for by the municipality. They all get grant funding, but it's not the core source for the job. And Mike Bosworth and I split that list up and contacted, I think, over a dozen of them. And we got back a series of responses, how they did it, how it was funded, which departments it was under, which departments were involved, and then what were their accomplishments, what things were they really pleased about that they did. And there's a draft, it says draft because nobody edited it, we just looked it over and said, yeah, let's hand it out, of some of the responses and accomplishments. And there's a stack on the table if you want to see them, but I'm just going to read some of them, which gives you a sense of what the scope of a sustainability coordinator would be beyond just energy. But most of it is clearly energy related. One example from Northampton is They established a utility-funded position at a local not-for-profit to help local businesses access utility efficiency incentives. They built a network of bicycle accommodations. They built some green energy into their zoning, promoting small homes on small lots. Portland, Maine put 23,000 recycling carts into use. South Portland, Maine banned the use of synthetic pesticides citywide, which I think would go along with what Mr. Barber was asking in terms of beehives, would support that. Fayetteville, Arkansas is controlling invasive plant species. They've developed an energy action plan and a plan for active transportation. Madison, Wisconsin has passed their goal of 100% renewable energy, or no, they passed it, yeah, they agreed to a goal of 100% renewable energy, zero net carbon, and are developing a plan to get there. Durham, North Carolina has an energy analysis and monitoring program, energy use analysis and monitoring program. They are generating sustainability reports from all aspects of the town government and a regional assessment of energy activity. Hanover, New Hampshire has municipal rooftop solar. They're baselining their community energy use and working on gas mitigation. They've got a draft energy procurement strategy for going forward, not just some ideas, but an actual strategy they developed. They are holding forums on community solar and weatherization, working on a green power buying co-op for the community, and supporting work in the legislature. There also are, there's a matrix that was developed a few years ago by an organization that's no longer in place that really expands this into the concept of sustainability much more broadly, which includes things like affordable housing, various transportation options, identifying quality jobs and participating in economic development, workforce development, social and cultural diversity, promoting arts and culture, working on civic engagement, promoting civic engagement, and supporting local innovation. So the idea of a sustainability coordinator is a lot larger than just working on energy. It's what does it mean to sustain a community? And that's why we decided to go slowly with it, to take the time to really develop the position, to figure out what we need in this area, what's primarily, what are the first things that should be worked on, how will we evaluate the progress that's being made, and to put it into the next year's budget. And so that's the plan at this point. And obviously, you can change that, or you can take it off in a different direction, but that's what we've been working on, and that's what we have in mind for next year.
Mr. Bosworth.
Yeah, Michael Bosworth, District 1. As a person who is very much in wanting to see a sustainability officer or coordinator as a staff position in Brattleboro, and a little disappointed myself not seeing it in the current budget that we're considering, I think between the wording of Article 20 plus the raising of that to $50,000, it's sort of in a way the best of many worlds, in the sense that we could, one path is that this summer the job description is firmed up, the ideas are firmed up, and maybe then we go out and search for somebody for the second half of the year, and that $50,000 is enough for salary and benefits. I mean, that's just one way that could go. And maybe if we weren't able to do that quickly enough, the $50,000 could still be some kind of project that either a community member or the Energy Committee or a staff member could propose, and then the select board gets to sort of determine whether it's money well spent or not, sort of similar to the idea of the promotional $40,000 for promoting Brattleboro. In other words, some things have to come together for effective use of that $50,000, and I trust the select board to be the arbiters of what's effective use. But I think it does also allow us to perhaps have a sustainability coordinator halfway through the fiscal year. So I would be in favor of this.
The question is on the Mnuchin amendment to raise the sum from $10,000 to $50,000. I think I can't, Molly, Miss Burke, I couldn't see you.
Molly Burke, District 2. This is really the most important thing that we can be talking about right now. And it's very distressing to find out that we've found out this past year that our carbon emissions, despite many efforts by state programs and policies, our emissions have actually gone up. So I think that focusing on anyone, if we can put this money to use to think about how can Brattleboro be sort of a demonstration town of how we cut emissions. And transportation is the hardest. Transportation and heating. We just voted in the getting voted out of the House, a lot of money for low-income weatherization, which is really a very, one of the things that you can do the most effective is weatherization and cutting transportation emissions through electrification. So I just think that, I just want to speak very strongly that I want to thank Ms. Mnookin for bringing up this bold, and Mr. Barber too, for really encouraging this amount of money, and then I'm looking forward to what's going to happen with this eventually with a sustainability officer.
The question is on the Mnookin amendment. Mr. Agavi.
I'm 72. I can afford to go slowly. If you're 20 or 30 or 40 or even 50, let alone have kids, at the rate things are deteriorating, you cannot go slowly. If Ms. Mnookin is agreeable, I would amend the motion to $90,000 so that with the 10, we can now start looking for the director, the climate and environmental director, pay a salary, pay the fringe benefits, provide an office, a computer, a desk, and paper clips, and get somebody started and going. You do not have another year to think about it. You may lose too much ground. We don't know if we haven't already lost too much ground. And things are unfolding faster and faster and faster. Forget the old geezers. You must, if you're younger, you must take control and start changing things.
Mr. Agavi, you made a request to Miss Mnookin.
Clarifying question. If I approve the amendment to the amendment, we vote on 90,000. I hope that it doesn't get voted down, but if it did get voted down, could we then re-vote on the 50, or would it go back to the 10?
No, that's why I think that maybe the better thing to do is we can have two amendments, that's it. We can have your amendment, and then let's treat Mr. Agavi's as an amendment to your motion, okay? So then it gets voted once at 90 and once at 50, okay?
Perfect.
Okay. Is there a second to Mr. Agavi's motion to, okay. So now the discussion is, I'm sorry.
Question?
Sure.
Clarify. So in Mr. Agavi's comment, he talked about the 90 and the 10, and I just want to go back to this nuance that I described before, where if what you meant was the 90 plus the 10 that's been mentioned makes 100, yeah, then the amendment needs to be to raise it to 100, because there won't be a fund created with the 10 from this year.
Is that okay with whoever seconded the motion? Okay. So Mr. Agavi's amendment to the amendment is to increase the sum to $100,000. So now our consideration is the Agavi amendment. Is there further debate on Mr. Agave's. There's a member of the public that would like to speak. Would you state your name?
My name is Rio Dimes.
Are you a registered Brattleboro voter?
No, I live in Brattleboro, District 2, but I'm 17.
All right, well, we'll allow you 1 minute, Ms. Dimes, okay? Go ahead.
Thank
Unless
you.
there's objection.
I motion to move this.
No, you cannot make a motion, but you can
Okay.
you can go ahead and speak to Mr. Agave's motion to amend, because what's on the floor right now is Mr. Agave's motion to amend to make it $100,000.
Right.
If you wish to speak to that, you may, but we cannot allow someone who is not a member to make a motion. Do you follow?
I do follow.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm asking that we move the discussion on the environmental and sustainability matters to a date certain in the next week or 2 weeks.
To
Or
a
soon time.
to a date certain.
Yes.
Well,
Including Article 25.
yes, Bob, your view on that's.
I don't believe, given our charter, that a voter can make a motion even to adjourn, so...
No, that's correct. You are right. You are, thank you, Bob. You are not in a position, because you're not a member, to make any form of a motion which could be dispositive to any matter. You can speak to any matter. You're permitted to do that, but not to make a motion. And furthermore, I was thinking about the substance of your motion, and I was having a problem with that in any event. But no, if you want to just speak to Mr. Agave's motion to amend to $100,000 in favor or against, we can hear you, but you can't make or offer any kind of motions, okay?
Right, but I'm asking for one of the representatives to come up and ask for a new meeting that is just solely based on the environmental aspects of this town meeting and how important they are and how we need to take a vote on those. And I think if we have a new time, people will come in with fresh minds and we'll be able to make informed decisions after having more time to think about it, just a week or two to think about it and come to a conclusion on what they think.
Ms. Dimes, the chair hears your suggestion, and certainly a new meeting could be noticed for that purpose. But we'd have to go through the notice provisions. We would have to go through the normal channels to have that accomplished, because right now that's not germane to anything that is currently before us. So even if someone here, a member, decided to make that motion, it couldn't happen without going through the proper notice channels. Any new meeting requires warning, 30 days, and I don't know all the details. So we cannot do that at this point. However, your comments are heard, and obviously the administration is hearing your interests.
Okay.
And you're welcome to take it up with them individually or at a select board meeting. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Further debate on the Agave amendment to raise the sum to $100,000. All the way in the back, please. Yes. No, right there we go. Oh, Mrs. Zach.
Deb Zach, District 2.
I can't see you from way back there.
Oh, sorry. I was just wondering about what the increases that we have allowed so far, which I think on human services it's 22,100 around there. But if we take that plus the 90,000,
Yes, it would be 90 if this motion was,
Okay. Is it 90 or is it 100?
well, it would be 100, but there was already a 10 factored in, wasn't there? No, there wasn't. Okay, so it would be 100, you're right.
Yeah,
Okay.
it'd be 100.
So that's 122,
No,
100?
No,
No?
it's 138,295. The human services budget was increased by 38,295.
Okay. So what's the tax impact to the taxpayers on that?
On the accumulation of both, is that what you're suggesting, Mr. Aguilar?
Yes.
If this agave motion of 100 passed, plus the 38 that we've already approved, what would be the net effect to the taxpayers?
Correct.
Okay.
Because, before those two, before the amendment and before the other article, we were talking about a reduction in taxes.
So the value, I'm really sorry that this isn't just going to be square at you, but I think I need to tell you the value of the change you've made, because when we get to the budget article, there'll be a decision for the body to make about how these things you're adding relate to the $630,000 of revenue we expect to receive from the 1 cent local option.
Correct.
So let me just tell you that the value of the things you've added to the budget so far is about 1/3 of a penny.
Okay.
But if you add the additional 100,000, you'll be at about 1.25 pennies.
Okay, thank you.
Further debate on the agave secondary amendment. Mr. Harvey.
George Harvey, District 3. Mr. Moderator, what I'm going to say is germane. I started work this morning at 3 o'clock. I started work at 3 o'clock because I wanted to get here by 8. But the truth is, I try always to start work at about 3 to 3:30 so I can finish my work by 8 o'clock. I do this every day. I have done it every day for 7 years, actually over 7 years. Every day I look through news headlines relating to climate change and energy. Every day I do that, and I put together a blog, geoharvey.com, and I find things that are truly shocking. Our environment is in serious trouble. Most people have got no idea how bad things are getting. I want to give you just a couple of examples. When I was a kid living in Winchester, New Hampshire, there were no ticks around here. There were no ticks. They had ticks in Pennsylvania. Now we've got deer ticks that are giving people Lyme disease. The first time Lyme disease was recorded in Vermont was, I think, 1995. Now thousands of people are getting it diagnosed every year. In the history of moose, they have never lived in an area that had ticks, so they don't know how to groom themselves. Now, I got this from a New Hampshire state fish and game person a couple of years ago because I was writing articles for Green Energy Times. I do that. And what that woman told me was a fully engorged female winter tick or moose tick is about the size of a grape. Moose have been found with 70,000 of these ticks on them. They kill moose. What she told me was they kill over 80% of the moose calves that are born in New Hampshire every year. Now, these are just examples of what has already happened. And I could go on and on about woolly adelgids, and I could go on and on about emerald ash borers and all kinds of things that we are developing. And I haven't even got to the storms. I haven't even got to the droughts. I haven't even got to California, which is now, right now, in a state emergency dealing with wildfires that aren't even happening because they want to be prepared for them. California is spending millions of dollars, I have no idea how many, dealing with getting ready for the wildfire season because they know According to scientists, no matter what the weather is, they're going to have those wildfires. And right now, the oceans in this world are the hottest they've ever been. That's what fuels our big storms. That's what gave us the hurricanes that have hit us here in the last 20 years. There is no item before this body that is more important. And if you look at the success that's been happening in other places, let's just take Greenfield. Nobody mentioned Greenfield. They had an energy coordinator, and she told the people in that city that because of the way the laws worked there, she could get 100% renewable energy. And that's what they've got. Their electricity is 100% renewable now. And guess what? The cost went down because they're at 100% renewable energy, electricity, I should say. We can benefit from that kind of thing, but the idea of a sustainability coordinator goes a good deal further than energy, because we're going to have problems, almost guaranteed problems that have to do with the climate, and that includes our food resources. It includes whether our road surfaces are sustainable. It includes whether we can heat our houses. All of these things. We need somebody who can address these things. I am in favor of Spoon-Agave's amendment. I am in favor of Abby Mnookin's original amendment. I think we should go ahead with this. $100,000 is going to wind up being small potatoes when we get down to the point where we've got problems, and we've got problems. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Further discussion on the Agave motion to amend. Let's take some people that haven't talked yet. Mr. Mysil.
Tim Mysil, District 1. Earlier today, we approved $150,000 for a carport so the police can respond quickly to possible events, crisis in the town. We are indeed facing an environmental crisis. I could not agree more with the previous speaker. To not pass the Agave amendment would be the most ludicrous thing I've heard today.
Further debate on the Agave amendment. Ms. White.
Kathleen White, District 3. Just feeling in agreement with going ahead and getting $100,000 for a sustainability officer or coordinator. Mainly, I just wanted to say, having passed the 1% local option tax, maybe that will help us not worry as much about the increase in taxes. If people are feeling concerned about voting for the $100,000, that just remembering we have a new source of revenue with the 1%, if that helps.
Further debate. Mr. Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Chris Chapman. I'm in District 1. I'd like to put some of what we've heard in perspective. But first, I don't disagree with what George Harvey has said. He has been reflecting to us the truth, the facts of where our world is today environmentally. But I would also like to put into perspective where Brattleboro has come, how far Brattleboro has come to date. We are in a building that when we spent $55 million to improve had very important weatherization. This is the largest building, municipal building in Brattleboro. Tremendous improvements were made in that respect. I'd also point out that with regard to water quality, we spent more than $30 million on a bond issue that cleaned up the water treatment plant So we are now at sometimes putting water back into the river that is not Class A but unclassified because it doesn't need to be classified. It's so clean. Is a tremendous, tremendous amount of improvement that has been made. My point is that Brattleboro's already been around this track a number of times over the years. I'd also point out that at the town is, we heard earlier today that 80% of our electricity is coming from the sun at the new solar installation. And I'd also point out that the town a number of years ago had a consultant that it paid a pretty penny to, who made some very significant proposals that the town followed through on. Am I correct? In weatherization. And so I'd say that the one thing that troubles me about this debate at this time is that there's a classic throw money at the problem. If there isn't a plan in place, how can we spend that money? That's why the money hasn't been spent so far that we talked about earlier. Once again, I agree. I agree that we are in a state of environmental crisis here in Brattleboro, because that's germane. I would also point out that Vermont, and you can find this out right now this minute on ISO2Go, T-O-G-O. You can download it right now into your app, and it shows what, at this moment, Vermont is burning to get its electricity. There's absolutely no oil being burned, and there's absolutely no coal being burned. So my point in saying that is that we are making progress, and some of these institutional circumstances represent tremendous progress. We are aware of the issue. What we are not at this moment, at this meeting, prepared to do is to spend this money in a way that is going to be effective. We just don't know how we would spend it right now. We want to hire somebody. The job description doesn't exist. I would challenge the select board to come up with such a job description. I don't object to putting a total of $50,000 to work. I think the $90,000 or $100,000 amendment should not pass. It simply shouldn't. I think it's rash. And one thing we must not do is behave rashly. We have the credibility of the process at stake. And finally, I'd say that to Orion, the beekeeping idea is actually great. One correction, they don't forage for 100 miles, they forage for 3 miles, up to 3 miles. And I'd point out that speaking as a beekeeper, there are tremendous resources around to help somebody get started, where you can get bees within 30 miles of here, up in north of Rutland. There's an excellent support beekeeping group in Keene. Tremendous amounts of information on all these issues that are available. And thanks to George, who gets up early in the morning to forage himself for information, we're there. So my recommendation is against this amendment. And I hope this body at this late hour will defeat it and pass something, whether it's $10,000 or $50,000, to move ahead. I thank you for your time.
Further discussion, yes.
Hi, Emmanuel Keppel, District 3. I would like to call the question.
Okay. Mr. Keppel has called a question to cease debate. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please rise, remain standing until you are counted. You may be seated. All opposed to ceasing debate, please rise and remain standing until counted. Those in favor of ceasing debate, 87. Those opposed, 27. And the requisite two-thirds have been obtained to cease debate. And the chair will now remind you of the amendment, and we will vote accordingly. This is the secondary amendment proposed by Mr. Agave by substituting the sum of $100,000 to be added to the FY20 budget to be spent at the Select Board's discretion for energy efficiency and/or sustainability purposes. The amendment is a substitution of $100,000. All those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. The chair is in doubt. Please be seated and we'll have a division. All those in favor, please rise. Remain standing until counted. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. Remain standing until counted. Listen to the results of your vote. Those in favor of the Agave amendment, 69. Those opposed, 47. And you have amended Article 20. The article now reads as follows. To see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to be added to the FY20 budget and to be spent at the Select Board's discretion for energy efficiency and/or sustainability purposes. Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. You may be seated. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have approved Article 20 as amended. Article 21, to see how much the town will raise, appropriate, and expend to defray expenses and liabilities in addition to any funds authorized for any other articles in this warning. The chair recognizes Ms. O'Connor.
Can I just have a couple seconds because we're going to add something up and change the numbers?
By all means.
Okay, hold on.
Well, while they're doing some final number crunching, I would like to announce that we don't want to all go at the same time, but there is pizza in the hallway, and you're welcome to grab some slices and bring it back here. Mr. Agave, question? Yes, what is it, Mr. Agave? This is a good point. Point if you have an announcement.
I would like to say that in all the years, I have not seen a town report as large and thorough and well-written and clear and easy to read, especially in the budget pages, as the one we have now. And I mention this not only to recognize the very hard work that went into that and the extra expense, but that our town report is really an historical record of the town. In 20 or 30 or 40 years or many more, when you look back and you look at what's in that record, especially in the narrative, but even in the budget and where money gets spent and how much we spend for different things, it really tells us about our community. And so I would like to recognize and thank the town manager and the select board and all the department heads, whoever was involved in the writing, for producing an especially good town report, and I hope they're always that good.
Ms. O'Connor, are you prepared? Okay, so even though that we've have a few people in swaying back and forth, I think this is an ideal opportunity for you to read the motion.
And before I read it, you're going to hear me say different numbers than you have. So after I read it, I'm going to tell you how we got to the numbers that we got. So I don't want everybody freaking out here. I move that the Select Board be authorized to raise, appropriate, and expend the sum not to exceed $17,488,773 in order to defray to that extent all general fund expenses for the period of July 1, 2019 through June 30th, 2020, including all highway and Windham County taxes, and that the Select Board be authorized to expend, in addition, any sum authorized for special purpose under any article contained in the warning for this meeting or any representative town meeting. This motion includes $14,786,497 to be collected in property taxes, and the balance to be comprised of all other sources of revenue collected by the town. This motion also provides that the town and school district taxes assessed on the grand list as of April 1st, 2019 shall be due and payable in 4 equal installments, payable to the town treasurer until overdue, then the collector of taxes. That such payment of the installments shall be received by the town treasurer on or before 5 p.m. on August 15th, 2019, November 15th, 2019, February 18th, 2020, and May 15th, 2020, and that interest at the rate of 1% per month be charged from the due date of payment on any overdue payment of the town tax, installment, or portion thereof, and that a penalty of 8% be charged on any overdue payment that remains due and owing on May 16th, 2020. And when the moderator says it's okay, I will explain the numbers.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded as just recorded by Ms. O'Connor, with the changes in the numbers from the article to a sum to be raised, appropriated, and expended of $17,488,773 $773. The motion includes $14,786,497, which will be collected in property taxes. Those are the key changes. Ms. O'Connor.
I hope we're not going to confuse everybody, but the original article, the number was 17,350,478.
17 million, right?
I'm sorry, 17 million, yeah, 17,350,478. What we did is, to get to the 17,488,773, in Article 17, you increased the Human Services budget by $22,095. In Article 18, you added the $4,000 for Kids Place. In Article 19, you added $12,200 for the visiting nurses. And in Article 20, you added $100,000. So those four articles, those additions in those four articles equals $138,295, which brings the grand total again to $17,488,773. The second number, what we collect for taxes, was originally, in the original article, was $15,278,202. Again, in Article 17, you added $22,095 to the Human Services budget. Article 18, you added $4,000 for Kids Place. Article 19, you added $12,200 for VNA, and in Article 20, you added $100,000. When you add those additions, you get $15,416,495. $15 million. It's been a long day. $15,416,497 to be collected by taxes. Whether I'm right or wrong, we've made the assumption that you want to take the 1% local option sales tax figure, which would be $630,000, and use that to defray taxes. So when you subtract $630,000 from $15,416,497, you get $14,786,497 to be collected through the property tax. And I hope that is not confusing. If it is, let me know.
Yes, Dr. Reichman. Yes, maybe what we should do is let's just take a 10-minute recess, because I think people want to have a bite to eat. 10 minutes and we'll come back, okay? Yes. Yep. I would ask everyone to please reassemble. We'd like to get going. It is getting late.
I think you should talk to Jan on that. You know Jan and the executive secretary. And, yeah, talk to Jan on it because she's keeping a list.
Okay? If you could all kindly take your seats, please.
Right. Yeah, but I got some other stuff I got to do. Okay. I hope we didn't lose a lot of people.
We'd like to get back to work here. We've still got 4 articles to deal with. I would like to point out that there's plenty of pizza out there still left, so if you do get hungry in the next hour or so, go out. There's still plenty there. I would also like to remind everyone to please try to be cognizant of the 2-minute rule. We're running late here, and I've tried not to interfere with people's right to speak, but if we're going to get done today, we really need to try to confine our remarks to 2 minutes. With that, we have just placed on the floor. Is this a parliamentary inquiry? We've taken that under consideration in the past, and we may very well take that into consideration in the future in terms of actually having a little buzzer or a light. But for now, I'm going to just prevail upon each of you to try to be cognizant of the length of your speech so that we can get through this meeting in the next hour or two. We had, before the break, placed on the floor Article 21. Ms. O'Connor was in the process of explaining the budget, and I don't know if you had finished, Ms. O'Connor, or not.
I actually had not finished, and I want to pass it over to the town manager, and he can tell you literally the dollars and cents.
Okay, Ms. O'Connor yields to Mr. Elwell with regard to the introduction of the budget.
Thank you. I'm not going to go back over the numbers that Kate reviewed with you right before the break. If anybody has any questions about that, if there's any clarification you need, we'll be happy to go back into that. But those are long numbers, and several of them. What I wanted to do was simply make sure that before you begin your debate on the budget, that you know that where we stand right now, based on the proposed budget that we entered the day with, and all the different actions that you have taken along the way, would be, if you approve the budget that Kate has made a motion to approve, without any further changes, there would be a decrease in the tax rate of approximately 0.8 cents. So effectively about a level funded budget. The 0.8 cents decrease in the tax rate would equate to about $8 of savings on the tax bill per $100,000 of value.
Okay, is there further debate on Article 21? Yes. Ms. Dissler? Yes.
Arlene Disler, District 2. On behalf of the Working Group for a Town Arts Fund, I move to amend the budget by increasing the sum to be raised and appropriated by an additional $15,000, which is 0.13 cent additional to the tax rate. And I wish to speak to the motion, if seconded.
Is there a second to Ms. Disler's motion? It's second. You may speak to your motion, Ms. Disler.
This sum would be used to create a town arts fund to be administered by the Arts Council of Windham County for the purpose of helping to bring to fruition art projects that have a public component. An arts fund, as well as other arts infrastructure, is called for in the 2018 town plan, which my cohort Brenda Siegel will speak to in a minute. Much data points to the arts' importance to tourism and the economy in general, and we have some figures on that. This motion advocates for support and infrastructure for a sector of our community life that is an economic driver, one which we tout. It's clear that, as a town, we believe in the arts, and we need to invest in that at a town level, at least this modest amount. We feel it's time for the town to step up with support. Apart from promoting and supporting the work of artists among us and projects such as design competitions, installing a piece of public art on a temporary or permanent basis, the possibilities are limitless. Funds could also be used to leverage grants. Projects would be vetted by a fair and open process. There would be an independent committee made up of 2 members of Arts Council of Windham County, 2 members of the Town Arts Committee, and 3 at-large community members. There would be an attempt to represent multiple arts disciplines on the committee. Accepted projects would go before the Select Board for final approval. And there will be an evaluative process with the Arts Council reporting back at the end of the fiscal year.
Ms. Disler, your motion is appropriate because you have asked for an increase in the budget by $15,000. You understand that its purpose, however, is not binding on the Select Board, that is something that is within their discretion. However, with that said, your purpose is being made known to the Select Board, and your $15,000 motion to increase the budget is germane. Do you wish to say anything else about, or do you have... you'd like to yield to
yeah.
Ms. Siegel. Ms. Siegel.
Brenda Siegel.
Ms. Siegel, once again, you're not a resident, is that correct, a voter?
That's correct.
All right. Under the circumstances, unless there is objection, we'll allow you 1 minute to address the issue, okay, of 15,000 increase.
Okay. Brenda Siegel. I'm the director of the Southern Vermont Dance Festival, and I'm also here as the vice chair of the Arts Council of Windham County, who has approved administering the money for this fund if the Select Board so chooses. In the town plan, under policy 8.3, it directs to incorporate arts, culture, and placemaking into the community plans, and then if you go further down, to evaluate ways to fund public art, which this fund would do. In addition, as I said earlier, according to the US government data that was released by the Bureau of Economic Analysis and Natural Endowment for the Arts, in 2015, 4.2% of our overall GDP in the US came from the arts, and in Vermont, that was 3.2%. That made about $1 billion of our arts added value to the economy. That was also 10,608 Vermonters. How does that impact Brattleboro? Well, according to the Americans for the Arts study in Windham County, when folks come from out of town for a single event, they put $44 into our town's economy, and that is not directly to, let's say it's a dance festival, the Southern Vermont Dance Festival, or the Latches Theater. For each event they attend, they're putting $44 back into our community for meals, for shopping, other events like that. That means that it's extremely important to fund the arts. Other communities across Vermont have put money into their town budgets. One of the many examples is Montpelier, who just put $20,000 in with a similar proposal. Project creation, again, is part of the town plan. When this data came out from the US government, Robert Lynch, from the CEO and president of the Americans for the Arts, said strategic investment in our arts and cultural organizations is not an extra, it's a path to prosperity. So I wanted to say, as someone who runs the dance festival, that we are developed as an economic driver for our community. What I know is that when 3,000 to 5,000 people come, or some of you may have noticed I was really busy this summer, so there were 1,500 people. When that many people come to town, each of those people are attending usually multiple events. Each of those events puts $44, if they're coming from out of town, back into our community. So a full house at the Latches is around $30,000 average mix of local and outside communities when it's mostly the outside. Lots of times there's full seats at the Latches. Imagine what that does for our community.
Ms. Siegel, I have to keep you to that 1 minute, and you're quite a bit over. Can you just wrap it up,
Sure.
please?
Yes. So what I want to end by saying is that in the same way that travel and tourism is treated like a real industry, I would ask that in our community, where the arts are what we talk about, that we begin to treat it like a real industry that brings true economic prosperity and growth to our community, and we begin to fund it in that way as well.
Is there further discussion with regard to Ms. Dissler's motion to increase the budget by $15,000? Ms. McLaughlin.
Hi, I'm Ricky Rosati, and I am a registered voter in Brattleboro.
Ms. McLaughlin, I had to register.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
I'm sorry. I'll get to you, though,
Thank
okay?
you.
Ms. McLaughlin.
I'm Elizabeth McLaughlin, District 3. When I first got elected to the select board for next week, the first thing I did was look at the poverty statistics for Brattleboro, and they're quite significant. And those poverty statistics don't talk about various industries or places of work. Most of the people who are in poverty in this town are children. And people did a lot of work today to raise human service money for needy causes. But I don't consider this arts initiative to be well thought out. I feel it's an ambush on the budget process. And I think if people want to have a more thought out plan to market, as we had discussed earlier with the marketing plan, which I believe the administration said would include marketing for art, that would be a semblance of a plan. But I think this idea is not well thought out. And it's also an idea that is hub related, because the burden of planning for the arts for the region is attempted to be borne on the taxpayers of Brattleboro. Thank you.
Further discussion with regard to the motion currently pending on the floor, which is the Dissler motion to raise the budget by $15,000. Did you wish to speak to that?
Yes.
And would you state your name, please?
Hi, my name is Ricky Rosati, and I was on the ballot to be a representative for District 2 and as a write-in for several other office positions. And because of fascist doctrines about how representatives are appointed, I was not, out of the 3 different opportunities that representatives had fallen out after the polls closed, I was not appointed to be where people are now voting on behalf of the public. And as I sit with the public, I do not appreciate the disrespect of chains separating us like we're different classes of people, and nor do I appreciate having the assembly positioned in a seats to where your backs are essentially facing us, whereas the moderator should be to this side and the public should be facing the constituents. I'm getting to my point. I have 30 seconds, so you're interrupting me, so that gives me 15 more seconds, so hold your horses.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So please reconsider how offices are elected and be pro-direct democracy. And when we interpret what does no taxation without representation, what does that really look like when about 15 to 20 people are missing for each vote of what should be the necessary amount to represent the populous census?
I'm sorry, Ms. Rosati, but
That's 200 people that aren't being represented here.
No, but
I'm sorry for that, but it's not my fault. It's everyone else's fault here for not protecting the people's voice.
The issue that we are currently discussing is...
It's taxation and representation, right?
No, no, it isn't. No, it's Mrs. Dissler's motion to amend the budget by $15,000. Do you have anything to say on that?
Love the arts.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything further on with regard to Ms. Dissler's motion to amend? Ms. Burke?
No,
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Burke. Well, all right. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Kander.
I just want to bring it to everyone's attention that, so on the surface, yes, it looks like a last-minute ambush, and to be quite honest, we just discussed another group at length that did a last-minute ambush earlier. And not every entity included in that, but I'm just going to bring that to everybody's attention. But also, we have, I think we still have a town arts committee. We have a town arts committee that is not allowed to be funded because of just the way our structure works. And that's fine, or not. But I just wanted to just speak to that because for years there's been all this talk about a town arts fund. And I think that even if it doesn't go through today, just at least giving some serious thought and some serious consideration around how we take things seriously, because we certainly benefit off of the arts here. People do come here because of our alleged recognition as an arts town. And so I just want to put it out there that, yes, we have a town arts committee that has no funding. They can't really do much. So I feel like this arts fund, alongside with other things that would need to change, but at least the arts fund idea would be a step in the right direction. And I also feel like it would also be another way to engage youth and maybe leverage some ways of kind of matching our vision of who we say we want to be with action. So that's all I want to say.
Ms. Burke.
Molly Burke, District 2. This is not popular to add money to the budget, but I'd like to speak in favor of this. I think that there are ways. I run a nonprofit arts organization. We provide free art classes for children in 3 low-income housing communities in Brattleboro. and sort of the intersection with the public art. Many of you probably have been in meetings in the Hannah Cosman room, and you see the beautiful murals that were done there, and they were done by students who, from the Clark Canal community. One summer, they had a summer program, and my organization did some classes there, and the students did this beautiful job there, and they've held up over the years. And I think that those are the kinds of things that we can think about as the intersection. We talked about poverty. Well, these are kids who are in poverty. I think that we're thinking about, I think we need to think about this in a broader way of how can we bring the arts into the community and into communities that really are underserved, and bring those underserved communities into the wider community. And the select board that year gave these students a citation, and it was very exciting, and some of them came. And so I just wanted to bring up that aspect of what funding the arts can mean in a community. And it's not just, making things look great, but I think that it's a way of creating community and engaging citizens. So I just wanted to speak to that.
The motion is to amend the budget by increasing the sum to be raised and appropriated by an additional $15,000. Is there further discussion? Dr. Tortolani.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I speak strongly in favor of this. If it's an ambush, it might be kind of a good ambush. I think the arts are incredibly important to our community, and I think they're incredibly important to people of all ages, including our children, and I appreciate all the previous comments, but I really think this is a relatively small amount of money to give to this area, and this is such an important area in our town to people of all ages. I highly recommend we do it. And the economic information we got in terms of bringing money into town and into our downtown area, I think, is also pretty important. So I hope you can support it. Thank you.
Further discussion? H.B. Lozito.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. H.B. Lozito, District 2. I guess as a point of clarification for the administration, I've always been under the understanding that we can adjust the budget but not for a specific purpose. Is that accurate? Okay. Thank you.
That's well taken, and once again, I would reiterate would purely be a vote to increase by $15,000 and is not necessarily binding on the select board. Is there, did I see another hand, or, yes, go ahead, Mr.
Lissa Weinman, District 1. I just want to return to a comment that I had made earlier regarding the $42,000 allotment for the promotion of our town. I had suggested at that time that we change that allotment so that the DBA and the Chamber would get 7% and the Town Arts Fund would get 3%, so that there would be some acknowledgement of the role that the arts play in terms of the life of the town, and to create raw material for that promotional effort of town-specific public arts projects that were well conceived, that could be voted on by the select board, and that would move toward promoting the town to a much larger community within a 60-mile or 100-mile radius, whatever the select board and the arts committee and the promotional people determined. But to say, sure, no proposal, nothing, here's $42,000 for promotion, but to make human resources groups and human services groups put lengthy applications together for $2,000 grants. I mean, it is a little skewed in terms of what we're talking about. $42,000, fine, but we're talking about the kind of content development that would be essential for that promotional effort. So I see the two as going hand in hand. I think it's about time that we recognize the economic engine that the arts, that the Brattleboro Film Festival, the Brattleboro Literary Festival, many different initiatives that are springing from places other than the Chamber and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. We need to recognize the role that these organizations are also playing in the promotion of our town. and really seriously support this measure. Thank you.
Further discussion on the Dissler amendment. Ms. McKinney.
Prudence McKinney, District 1. I love the arts. It's a wonderful thing about living here. It's probably a big reason that a lot of us are here. The only thing that concerned me was there was a mention of Windham County, and I just feel that what we fund here needs to be related to the town of Brattleboro, so that if other towns could also spend some money and contribute, it could be a broader fund, but otherwise I hope that this will be Brattleboro focused.
Further discussion with regard to Ms. Dissler's motion to amend by raising the sum to be appropriated by $15,000.
Can I just clarify the Windham County thing?
I'm sorry?
Can I just clarify the Windham County thing, because it's been mentioned a couple of times? Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm the vice chair of the Arts Council of Windham County. This arts fund would be for Brattleboro Arts. So I want to be really clear about that.
Thank you.
Just that's who's giving the money.
Thank you. Yes.
John Lozier, District 1. I'm seeking some clarification really about how that money would be administered. If it's going to the select board, are they going to make decisions about specific proposals, or is it going to be allocated to the Arts Committee?
Yes, Mr. Lozier, Mr. Elwell is interrogated.
So at this point, it's a proposal, number one, and more importantly for the purposes of this meeting, as some members have observed and the moderator has observed, the suggestion of how the $15,000 would be used is just that. It's advice to the select board. What the body has authority over is the amount. And so every year when we come out of town meeting, in one of the early select board meetings for the new select board, we look at the array of things that came up during the meeting and talk about how we're going to follow up on town meeting related items. And if you pass this, we've heard the stated intent, and the select board would give consideration to how to implement that.
I know a little bit about, in terms of like having met occasionally with some of the planners involved with this. One of the things that they're talking about, just to give you a general idea of how would this work, is making sure, one, that information would be accessible to everybody in terms of how they might apply. There would be a process where, and anybody check me on this, Arlene or Brenda, whereby there would be a call for artists, and it would be something connected to public art, whereby people would have to submit, and there would be a decision making, and the people who would be holding the money or the fiscal sponsors would be the Arts Council. So that's just what I wanted to clarify.
Thank you. Further discussion with regard to the amendment? Yes, sir.
I'm happy to support this, and I will definitely vote for this, but I guess I am concerned about the idea we have this whole process of having the warrants for each of these articles, put out, and, I don't want people in the community to think, oh, well, I can just, bring this thing up at the annual meeting. So I do have some concern about that, about having this process where these articles are brought up and they're discussed beforehand, and the community gets a chance to, process it and think about it. So I absolutely do support this, and I will vote for it, but I do have that general concern.
You're absolutely right. That's why we can only vote on things that have been properly noticed and that the public can see and consider. And therefore, that's why this cannot, all we can do is raise the budget by $15,000. We cannot necessarily pigeonhole, as Mr. Elwell pointed out, we cannot necessarily pigeonhole this for this arts program. Okay? Mr. Lozier.
Even though it can't be pigeonholed specifically for that use, the track record of the select board would be to follow those recommendations, right?
That I'll have to defer that one to the select board. They don't have to, but in many cases, I think they do. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. You better answer that before I get in trouble.
So, what makes you think I won't get in trouble? I got to tell you, actually, this is my 5th town meeting as your town manager, and I haven't seen yet a time when this happened. I have heard historically that select boards take seriously the indication of an intent from town meeting. Perhaps, and speaking about historical select boards, perhaps out of understanding the value of what was being proposed in the discussion, and if not that, then at least out of knowing that this body and the people of the town will hold them accountable for whether or not they followed that advice. So there's a process we need to go through where the select board is going to decide what to do or not do with this $15,000, and you're all going to be paying as much attention to that and be as engaged in that as you wish to be. There's no guarantee that it'll be used in the manner that it's been proposed, because there may be determined to be some other better way forward. But you can put the money in the budget, and they've heard you loud and clear, we all have, about what the intent of the proposers is.
The question is on the Disler amendment to increase the sum to be raised and appropriated by an additional $15,000. Mr. Heller.
Just a quick, Oscar Heller, District 3. Just a quick comment on process. To contrast this with the DBA Chamber proposal, the $42,000, both proposals were brought to the Select Board, and one of them was passed and one of them was voted down as far as being on this warning. And that's definitely the process. I'm not sure what other recourse the Arts Fund proposal would have had other than to come to town meeting in this more general way. So on those lines, I can understand how we got to this point. Thank you.
The question is, shall the budget be increased by the sum of $15,000? Are you ready for that vote? If so, all those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. The chair's in doubt. You may be seated. All those in favor, please rise. Remain standing to be counted. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. You may be seated. Listen to the results of your vote. Yay, 59, and nay, 49. And you have approved Mrs. Disler's motion. Now that has the effect, if I am correct, of increasing the number to $17,503,773. Does the select board agree with that? Okay. So we return to the main motion. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, just one other thing. You've got the total budget number accurately stated. There's a second number in the motion, which is the amount of taxes to be raised.
Yes.
And that figure now would be $14,801,497. And the update regarding impact to the tax rate is it would now be a decrease of 0.67 cents.
Okay. So the question now is on the budget. Shall the Select Board be authorized to raise, appropriate, and expend the sum not to exceed $17,503,773 in order to defray, to that extent, all general fund expenses for the period of July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020, including all highways and Windham County taxes, and that the Select Board be authorized to expend, in addition, any sum authorized for special purposes under any article contained in the warning for this meeting or any special representative town meeting. This motion includes $14,801,497 to be collected in property taxes, and the balance to be comprised of all other sources of revenue collected by the town. This motion also provides that the town and school district taxes assessed on the grand list as of April 1st, 2019, shall be due and payable in 4 equal installments payable to the town treasurer until overdue, and to the collector of taxes, that such payment of the installments shall be received by the town treasurer's office on or before 5 p.m. on August 15th, 2019, November 15th, 2019, February 18th, 2020, and May 15th, 2020, and that interest at a rate of 1% per month be charged from the due date of payment on any overdue payment of the town tax installment or portion thereof, and that a penalty of 8% be charged on any overdue payment that remains due and owing on May 16th, 2020. Are you ready for that question? Mr. Mima.
Ralph Mima, District 3. I just have a couple of quick questions about the budget as laid out, just for clarification. So on page 78, I was looking at where the greatest movement, the greatest increases were, the percent change column, and was struck by the payments to solid waste. There's a $40,000 per year increase, and it's because we're doing so well at recycling that there isn't the bag revenue that we had anticipated. So I just wanted to ask, has there been any discussion of an increase in bag prices as a way to offset that? Okay.
Not to date.
Okay. Just checking, just looking for every little last bit of revenue that we can find here. And then the other question has to do with the capital project plan on page 100. There hasn't been any discussion of it tonight. Is that germane to this article? The capital budget?
Yes.
So my question is just that if you look at the Department of Public Works line about midway down the page, the scheduled capital expenditures keep going up and up, pretty much doubling each year. Is that simply because you're having to push off planned capital expenditures into the future, or does it match an anticipated revenue plan?
Mr. Elwell is interrogated should he desire to be.
Sure. You'll recall we had some discussion at the information meeting about the difference between where we are with the equipment planning for the equipment side of capital planning versus the project side. And so related to equipment, we can be much more precise, and so we provided to you all the 25-year plan of how we actually believe we're going to be replacing equipment. It'll deviate a little bit as time goes by, but it's a solid plan for how we can maintain very steady expenditures to keep the rolling stock and the heavy equipment in good shape. And what I said that night and need to say again to this is, year one is solid. That's what we're asking for right now. As soon as even year 2 through 5, there's more uncertainty to this. We are not at a place yet with our project planning that we can solidly predict exactly where the money's going to need to be spent, because we're still reacting to emergencies that pop up. An example of that, it's not the best example for general fund budget discussion, but it's a good example of just the kinds of things we cope with the age of our infrastructure, is the water situation down on Main Street that popped up earlier this winter, because the line that was the town's line that connected to the place where the leak happened was installed in the 1890s. So.
Thank you.
Further debate on the budget. Mr. Bosworth.
Michael Bosworth, District 1. This is not debate, actually a question, just so I make sure I have it correctly. Article 21 covers the budget, which includes revenues versus expenses, and therefore, in the revenues figure, does it include the new 1% local option tax? Yes. And could you just, because I'm getting a little tired, could you just repeat the figures you gave earlier?
Yes, Mr. Elwell, please.
Let me ask for a clarification. Do you want us to go all the way through the math or just talk about the tax impact?
Tax impact and the total figures. It's fine.
Sure. So the current total budget figure, based on all the actions you've taken today, is $17,503,773. Now, I have to actually clarify something. That's the figure for this article, because separate from that are the things that you have voted that were already in the budget, but you voted them separately today by different articles. So there was, and I can do a very explicit accounting for the body if you want this, but it's a little less than $600,000 of items that you voted separately but were already in the budget. Okay, so we started with a figure today that had that discounted out, because the action you take right now is for all the things you didn't vote specifically on today. That make sense? I'm looking for some nods. So you've got all the itemized things you've done today that were already in the budget. And then you've got so we take those out of the total budget figure that was proposed to you today, so that then there's the number that was going to be in the motion. In the meantime, you've added a number of different things to the budget in your consideration today, so those things have been added in. The net of all of that action is a figure for Article 21, a budget figure of $17,503,773. The taxes that need to be raised, when you take into account not only the things that have been added to the budget, but then discount the $630,000 of anticipated revenue from the 1% local option tax, is $14,801,497. The levy that'll be required to collect that amount of taxes will be a reduction in the property tax rate of approximately 2/3 of a cent.
Thank you.
Further debate on the budget? Yes, sir.
Jesse Kahan, District 3. Just a question about salary line items, I guess. Specifically, I'm hoping you could give us an update on the process for hiring a human resources director. The position came out of the conversations last couple years about the lack of town employees of color and a commitment to make more comprehensive progress towards equity, inclusion, and diversity in town government and the broader community. And I'm just wondering if you could tell us the status of the hiring process and the training budget associated with it and how that might be fit into this budget. Thanks.
Mr. Elwell is interrogated.
Thank you. So unfortunately, we did search for a human resources director, and our first search was unsuccessful for a variety of reasons. I'd be happy to talk with you offline about that. But it's the search yielded actually a lot of interest, and then in our process, we didn't come to a successful outcome where we could hire a human resources director. So we are in the early stages now of conducting the next, the second search. We've adjusted how we're doing that. We've obtained some professional assistance specific to both headhunting related to the diversity, equity side of this effort, and professional assistance for how to conduct a nationwide HR director search. So we hope that the outcome will be more successful this time. Also the presentation of what we're looking for, the person that we're looking for, and the role that this person will play in our organization and our community has been updated to be much more complete in talking about Brattleboro and about the issues that we're addressing together. So for all those reasons, we're optimistic, but it's the early stages. I hope to have something very positive to report in the next couple of months. As to the training that's related to that, we are increasing the training budget for the next year. I asked last year for $10,000. The select board supported that. This body also did. This year, we proposed upping that to $20,000 so that we can do more, get started, and build upon it because we're getting a later start than we had hoped. And the select board supported that, and that is in this budget that's before you tonight.
Question is on Article 21. Are you ready for that vote? If so, yes.
Thank you. Colby Dix, District 1. Just wanted to briefly interrogate the board, I guess, in a way. I've looked at a few line items in terms of overall staff salaries throughout across the various departments. There are a couple of highlights there, but overall, I think there's a lot of at least 2% increases, some more so, some more egregious than others, as much as 7.8% or 6.4% as far as salaries go, and a 7.7% increase in the cost of overall benefits to the town. And I just wanted to basically call you out and ask about the due diligence on that, and if you feel confident in that 2% roughly overall, and plus some other departments that have a far more egregious increase to that, and just wanted that addressed publicly, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Ms. O'Connor is interrogating.
I'm going to speak on behalf of my colleagues, and if the town manager wants to give more details. We do feel that this is okay, so to speak. There are labor agreements that have the 2% raise, and the town manager can talk more about the health insurance and the benefits, and that's the big thing. I don't know if anybody has got their own health insurance, but health insurance costs have gone up. So we feel that the town staff was very diligent, and we don't like to spend extra money that we don't have, and I think they've done a good job. And if the town manager wants to get into more details, but as a select board, we felt confident that everything was looked over, and was proper.
Question on? Okay, go ahead, Mr.
Thank you. So speaking to the individual increases, the largest one, other than you see 100% increase in the creation of a facilities maintenance division, but that's because we didn't create any new positions for that. We've taken positions that have been located in departments and consolidated them into a maintenance division so that a team of people is maintaining our facilities instead of having individuals assigned to individual facilities. So that's what's going on there that reflects some of the changes that you see. The one that is different than that, and it stands out as one of the larger departmental increases, is in the fire department, where the 6% increase, which is a dollar value of $98,715, 2/3 of that, or just shy of 2/3 of that, is in the overtime line item for the proposed inspection program. And that'll be completely offset by the revenue that would be provided in the fees that we're proposing. So The select board will be looking at that question in the weeks ahead to decide whether or not to adopt that ordinance and proceed with that program. But if it does proceed, that cost is going to be mostly offset by a non-tax revenue source. The health insurance, I guess I'll offer again because of the hour. If you need that decision, if you need that information and the body needs that information from me now before you decide this question, then I'm happy to go into as much detail as you want. I did describe it in some amount of detail at the information meeting, so I just want to make sure that the body wants to hear that again. And if you do, I'll tell it. Otherwise, I'm happy to talk with you about what went into that. It's a combination of market situation and our own experience in a relatively small health insurance group.
Further discussion with regard to the budget? Yes.
Hi, I'm Sonia Silbert, District 3. This is kind of a clarifying question. I had thought at the info session you said that if we passed the 1% tax, that money would then go into the budget to be spent at the discretion of the select board. But now my understanding is that it just got taken out of expenses, basically. Is that what just happened?
Mr. Elwell is interrogated.
So if I didn't say what I'm about to say, then I apologize, because what I intended to say in response to that at the info meeting was that you would decide tonight, I didn't know it was going to be tonight then, but that you would decide at this meeting whether it became additional revenue to be spent at the discretion of the select board, or whether you discounted that amount from the amount of taxation. And the action so far is to discount it from the amount of taxation.
Is there any way I can suggest we do the other one?
Sure.
I know it's really late, but I would love there to be a larger conversation, maybe not now, but maybe before July 1st when the budget, I don't know how it works, starts. It would be right now. Cool, we're all going to stay here forever. But there's just been a lot of priorities being put out here today, including reducing property tax, and I'm a property owner in this town, including dealing with the opiate crisis, including more supportive services so that the panhandling doesn't impact our businesses, including climate change, including the arts, including preparing for rising healthcare costs. I think there's a lot of priorities for our town that we just got this great, amazing extra boost of money, and it felt like all of a sudden this moment of abundance, and it just felt like it just got shuttled off into one thing. So I don't know what the process is, but yeah, that's what I have to say.
Well, that's up to, certainly any...
I'm making a motion. That's what I'm doing.
The select board can answer any questions you got, or if you have a motion, chair will at least hear it.
I make a motion that a portion of the 600,000 plus, give or take, that we're getting from the 1%, I would love there to be some kind of survey of priorities of our town and do that proportionally. But if we were going to make a decision right now, I would love to have a portion of it go to dealing with the opiate crisis and the homelessness in our town.
All right, we need a second, but I want to rule on this first. But do you have a point to make with regard to this? I'm sorry? Well, I have some issues with the way that it is framed.